know I'm the best that you got. Look into your eyes, got me feeling kinda hot. We could be a team, baby, I could be your mascot. Get my name and number on the back of my crop top. Waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. Now, what's your bag for it? If you want it, claim it. Get on top and team it. But I'll keep on winning. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient. Nothing, I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. Your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
What is up, everyone? How we doing? How we doing? Erin isn't a fraud. She's a fraud. I assume you mean Kat. And China would hand us our asses in a fight. Well, that's what I'm about to talk about with Jstlk right now, because he wanted to go over like everything related to this, and I haven't even really looked into it. I'd have been saving it for stream. Just not our boy. Depends on who you ask, man, these days. Hard to know who's your boy and who's not. So, give me one sec to, like, DM him, get this shit set up. Oh, wait. I want to announce myself on the pond. This is what happens when I give myself, like, a 5-minute waiting screen instead of, like, the proper amount. Many things to do. Give me a sec. All the annoying, like, alerts and shit to send out so people actually know I'm live, you know? All right. Okay, boom. Let me join this thing. Assuming he's in the Discord. Maybe he's not in the Discord. Okay. Okay, I'm in a waiting room. But joined your waiting room. Drag me in whenever. Erin a fraud? Probably. Better than the APAC lady. Look at her record. I'm hearing allegations that she was a former Mayor Pete supporter, which is always concerning. But, you know, maybe she's come a long way. I have a feeling that Kat, even, you know, whatever you think or whatever is going to be, like, infinitely better than whoever the, like, alternative is. Let's see. Like, where did this started with this. Kat Abughazaleh is a Gen Z marketing tool for the Democratic establishment that helped create her. She cloaks hardline neocon positions on Russia and China behind rad-lib rhetoric and pro-Palestine symbolism. She's actually more confidently and articulately pro-war than AOC. And this is in response to, like, a drop site thing saying that leaked email Kat Abughazaleh, a firmly an interventionist foreign policy advisor, says socialist Democratic candidate, and I wonder if it's socialist or, like, you know, Democratic socialist candidate in Illinois 9th District, and one of the only Palestinian Americans seeking office in 2026, was described by her national security advisor as firmly an interventionist who won't stop until Russia is made to pay for its crimes. In written responses detailing her foreign policy vision obtained by drop site, Ben Mermel wrote in an email to a Washington-based progressive foreign policy activist that Abughazaleh believes, quote, the world is better off when America takes a leading role, and that the U.S., quote, has an obligation to support pro-democracy movements around the world, from Iran to Venezuela. He added that, quote, Kat wholly supports the National Endowment for Democracy, as well as its affiliated organizations, NDI-IRI and the AFL-CIO Solidarity Center, and said Congress should expand tools, quote, from sanctions to NGO support to advance those efforts without always resorting to, quote unquote, kinetic force. The DC-based activist had written to Mermel saying he had noticed unusually hawkish language on the campaign website related to Ukraine and Taiwan and was looking for clarification. In his response, Mermel said that on Taiwan, she would amend the Taiwan Relations Act by, quote, dropping our strategic ambiguity and make clear the U.S. would counter Chinese aggression with force, quote unquote, arguing the region now requires, quote, a firmer hand. So, like, not even speaking to whether or not you like her policy or whatever, like, it is firmly interventionist policy if it's this, which then you can just make the argument that, like, it ought to be or whatever. But, like, if this is her position and she's trying to deny it, I mean, you kind of are saying, like, yeah, USA should do, like, world police shit. But then, like, stick by it so there's clarity as far as what you believe. On Ukraine, Mermel wrote she would, quote, hold the line support, funding the Ukrainian war effort to the hilt, back long-range strikes on Russian strategic targets, deploy additional U.S., quote, air, naval, and ground assets to NATO's front line, and that she supports the seizure and redistribution of Russian assets in Europe and the U.S. for the purpose of financing the war effort. Abughazaleh did not respond to a request for comment, but a source close to the campaign told Dropsite that the advisor's email did not accurately represent her views, saying, quote, Kat is committed to taking on authoritarianism but is vehemently against the military-industrial complex and the continuation of failed U.S. intervention approaches, which is, like, in, you know, large contrast to, like, if I support the National Endowment for Democracy or whatever, because, like, these sorts of things are going to go hand in hand with that. Abughazaleh has consistently argued against U.S. support for Israel's genocide in Gaza, and at a recent forum, she said she opposes U.S. strikes on Iran. Mermel in 2024, but that was never really, like, in contention. Like, I don't think anybody thought that. If you can support, like, different postures towards Iran without saying that you support the strikes. Mermel in 2024 attended a pro-Israel protest held to counter the encampment at George Washington University. He has been Abughazaleh's national security advisor since July 2025, according to Legislum. The full exchange is posted below. Watch the report on breaking points. And then this is like a 19-minute thing. Let's take a look at this.
Let's do Kat also. You want to do this one real quick?
Yeah.
Let's do Kat.
Yeah.
What's going on with Kat? So
Get your exclusive reporting.
So Kat is running for Congress in Illinois, correct?
Right.
Chicago
Right.
area.
Chicago area.
She just had a debate. Kat Abughazaleh, Palestinian American.
I thought the person was fired, though. Does believe it, though. That's rough. Didn't she do a podcast after clearing it up? Yes, and we're going to go through all of it. I don't want to miss, like, the chronology of this. I do want to, like, get the entire exchange.
Running as kind of the most left-wing candidate against Daniel Biss, who was he, the mayor of Evanston, and kind of like an Elizabeth Warren type liberal.
Yeah.
And
Progressive
Laura
for
Fine,
sure, but not exactly like Bernie Wing.
Right. And then Laura Fine, who is getting all of the
Everyone's making this a big deal. She's not running for president. Yeah, I mean, like, she's one congressional representative, and the thing is that, like, like, even if she has these positions or whatever, like, it remains to be seen, like, whether or not she'll ever really have to, like, okay, you could say that on your page. Like, are you actually going to do it? Do you have, like, a coalition to do this stuff? I mean, and if you want to do, like, it's not a question of, like, will the U.S. be involved if there's, like, quote unquote Chinese aggression against Taiwan. It is going to be a question of whether or not you champion strategic clarity or ambiguity. That is actually, like, the main debate here.
The AIPAC support. So it's kind of like a three-way race between them. The latest poll I saw had Biss up by like 6-7 points with Kat in second.
6-7?
And then
Isn't that a
both
meme?
of them beating Laura
Is
Fine.
Ryan Grimm doing a meme?
Which is remarkable because Fine was kind of, Fine had the pole position here. But it seems like the AIPAC money is actually dragging her down. It's this Evanston area. It's a very well-educated district. And so once it got out that she was secretly backed by AIPAC, it seems like all of that money is as much of a handicap as it is helping her. But so Kat may actually win this race now.
You got a haircut? I actually didn't. It's the same length. I just trimmed it. Yo, what's up?
Hello.
Okay, just getting into this. Should I link you stuff that I'm looking at, or should I just share my screen and then you project it, or what?
Boop, boop. She appears to be possibly AFK. I'm not totally sure. Or she's probably finishing.
There we go.
a segment on her
Sorry.
stream.
I was muted.
Oh,
I was
okay.
saying, should
All
I
right.
share my screen and then you project that onto yours, or should I just link everything that I'm looking at? I guess I should share, right? 'Cause,
Link
like, I'm
the
going to be
stuff.
pausing.
Oh, do you want to? Well, we could both pause. I'll pause when you want to pause. It's just fuck. It's easier for me to do it the other way, but I can figure it out. Well, actually, I don't know if I can figure it out. I basically, I think you should do it. Or sorry, I think I should present because then I can put your camera up and you don't need my camera,
Okay, yeah.
which doesn't exist.
Okay.
Okay.
Then you present, and,
then-
I will show
okay.
that. And I'll be linking your shit. Okay, give me a second.
If only we knew how to use Riverside, that would be really helpful.
Too bad,
Something
right?
along these lines.
That would be really
bad.
that would be really fortunate if anybody knew how. It's such an enigma. Very tricky software, I hear.
Difficult to figure out.
For
Okay.
some, yeah.
All right. First link right here. I gotta pull your camera up real quick. Pop this out.
Okay. Give me a second. Did Hasan acknowledge that Kat's opponents are like APAC Dems? This purity testing stuff makes me sad. She deserves to win. Here's the thing, is like there are like degrees to this, because I don't want to, like, if it's one like even a major disagreement, if you're already withdrawing support, then yeah, it's like it can be purity testing. But I don't like to frame any complaint that you have of a candidate that you've backed as like, oh, here we are again with the purity testing. Like, I do think that people can even forcefully disagree, and you don't have to make that assumption that that's what's happening.
Okay. Do you want to lay out like a little bit of the, like, this person is a progressive candidate who some people are getting behind,
Yeah.
and then it seems like some far left people or some more left influencers online are sort of
Say his
pushing back
name.
against her.
Say
right?
his name.
Mike from PA.
Oh, Hasan. Hasan is how I found this. Like, I saw some like clip of him being like, okay, in response to her own response to this. Because it wasn't actually the reporting that made him like pearl clutch or anything like that. It was her video response to it, where she was like, I need Congress to sign off on military support for Taiwan. That's what I support, or whatever. That he was like, God damn, sister. It's a little intense.
Yeah.
But like
Okay.
the conversation, as far as like it's not a question of like, will the US get involved to defend Taiwan if there were to be an invasion, or if they were to declare independence for some reason and then China responded militarily. It's now a question of like, do we do strategic clarity, which is where we like just recognize Taiwan, and it's not like or like you refer to things as Taiwan, you
Just
talk about wanting to
strategic
have
ambiguity.
like, yeah, versus strategic ambiguity, where we do everything under the table with them, but we never acknowledge that we like formally trade with them. We never like we still recognize the PROC over the ROC, and just try to like, you know, in some ways, like it depends, because you have like cat types where, and like Grand Plattner types, where they're like, we need to cooperate more with China, and like this enables us to do that. And then you have like the Tom Cotton types that also argue for strategic clarity, and it's not for those reasons. It's like to better oppose China or whatever. But like, I mean, my opinion is that like the strategic, just it depends, but like the strategic ambiguity is like not exactly the thing that's like preventing China from like invading Taiwan, if that's what people think. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think it's basically starting. There's basically, imagine there's like a meter, and I think this is how China. Would be my impression. So you could correct it if you disagree. But it'd be like there's a meter, and as Taiwan integrates with the rest of the world more and is recognized by the rest of the world more, the chance that China reintegrates them becomes lower. And if they were ever like breaking away in a way that China thought there was no chance of reintegrating them, then I think that pushes them towards invading. But so they want that not to happen. They want to be able to do it at their own pace. So they're hoping that other people won't recognize Taiwan, so that Taiwan won't integrate with the rest of the world.
That's the thing. Like, no one does. It's like de facto a sovereign state, given how it operates, and especially after like reforms that happened like around in like the 90s. But like, as far as like formal recognition or whatever, oh my God, like you're literally talking about like 180 plus recognized China and like Beijing over Taiwan. Because Taiwan doesn't just claim that it's an independent thing. Like its constitution, this has never been amended, because if it were to be amended, Beijing and like China would interpret this as like trying to declare independence. Taiwan's constitution maintains that all of mainland China is also part of Taiwan.
Yeah.
So like they both have their own like one China policy or whatever.
Taiwan.
So like, it's basically like mainland Taiwan, right? But if you're going off of like the sort of liberal international framework that all these people typically champion and other things, if you're actually applying that consistently, China has more of a quote unquote legitimate claim to Taiwan than say like Israel does to like all of mandatory Palestine, for example.
I mean, that might be the case
Just
originally,
using the international
but
law,
how long has
like
it been?
legal framework or whatever.
Okay.
I mean, it was like a part of China under like the Qing dynasty, and then Japan held the territory until like the Treaty of San Francisco, and that was around like World War II. But then it also became like a refuge. Like then a Chinese Civil War occurred, and that was where you had a bunch of people. Like that was the only territory that like the KMT could hold. From then on.
When was Kai-shek there? Like, what was the timeline on that?
I want to say it was around like 49, when that was like the only part.
so it's
like between 41 and
post-World War
49
II.
is where like
Okay.
yeah, Chiang Kai-shek is like that's the only territory that they were able to still hold.
Yeah. Okay.
And then it was like under a military dictatorship for like a long time, at least a decade, if not longer, before eventually like liberalizing a bit more.
Okay. So do we want to? So I could read this whole post. Do we know what she said herself, or what are we going to get to that stuff
So her
eventually?
policy advisor like describes her as firmly an interventionist, and that she recognizes things like it says here, like Kat wholly supports the National Endowment for Democracy as well as its affiliated orgs, NDI, IRI, and the AFL-CIO Solidarity Center. Congress should expand tools from sanctions to NGO support to advance those efforts without always resorting to quote unquote kinetic force. The same policy, like she wants to arm Ukraine more. She wants to drop strategic ambiguity, make clear the world would counter Chinese aggression, quote unquote, with force, arguing the region now requires a firmer hand. She'd hold the line with Ukraine. And then she said, no, I'm not an interventionist. And then also this guy got fired.
Okay.
So give me a second to pull up like what she did in response.
This is interesting because if she's like a far left person, these are like really, I feel like very this isn't a part of the things that these people usually believe, right? Like given she's got a lot of other progressive beliefs, I feel like this is fairly outside of that set of beliefs.
He didn't get fired. He resigned from the campaign. Oh, okay. Then the guy resigned. She didn't fire him. The Ukraine thing, it depends. Like it depends, because like the more like populist types, or like there's a reason why you will find like globe Twitter emojis being like OMG base cat. Maybe if only she had the correct position on Israel, but I like her position on Taiwan and Ukraine at least. Like that's 2 out of 3. Suddenly like supporting her. Then you'll also find some leftists that are like, this is based anti-imperialism, which is funny to look at it that way in a sense or whatever. I can explain why I think that, but like you'll also find like leftists like supporting that. But I would say that she, at the very least, she is out of line with like most populist lefties on this that are very skeptical of these sorts of like, because they just see this as like more like liberal war hawk, like interventionism.
Is she out of line with them, or is the issue that I would have here, something I'm seeing that's popping up in my head, is like, it seems like it's the I'm going to stand with oppressed people line. So yes. I stand with the Ukrainians, I stand with the Palestinians, and I stand with the Taiwanese, but that this is butting up against the Chi-Com types who are like, well, actually, everybody's xenophobic, and actually China is like a rising empire, and they're going to like take over we love China. And I know Hasan's that kind of guy, and I know Mike's that kind of guy. So I would look, you're saying populist. To me, it's like, no. I don't think that has anything to do with populism. I think it has way more to do with the weird.
Well, it depends, because you'll have like Maoist third worldists that are like China, like socialism with Chinese characteristics is the way forward. The United States is the imperial core, and we need to like do everything that we can to like disrupt things like NATO and disrupt like bring about multipolarity, and like we should be embracing this and not agitating China, who like has no imperialist aspirations, blah blah blah. Like you'll have that sect, and then you'll also just have the broadly sort of populist like no new wars types. And they hear it, even like interventionism framed in the sense that like, oh, we want to like stand with oppressed peoples or whatever. They're like, nah, fuck you. I've heard that one before. This is like, if you're going to try to frame interventionism as like, this is actually the anti-war position, that's like the Bush era. That's like a Bush era line literally on like intervention. Like, oh, us doing the global war on terror, we're actually preventing World War III. This is actually the anti-World War III position. And they try to frame it like that. So like there's splits here as far as like why people don't like her posture towards Taiwan.
Yeah, it just rose a flag to me when you said that it's like the populist position. I think like generally the populist position is to stand with people they see as like sharing some kind of solidarity with them. And I do think for most people that's Taiwan, not the manufacturing giant of the globe, right?
Yes, they do understand it that way.
I think on populist lines, you probably stand with Taiwan. But if you had some other beliefs underlying it, you would possibly stand with China. They could be not like bad things. Like I know there's some people who think that Taiwan, because it's founded by like a fascist military dictatorship, that like that isn't a valid state, right?
Yeah, like this sort of like original sin type look at it or whatever. I think there's other people that are like when I said populist is because I watched the Vanguard's response to this, and they were like taking the like fuck you, no new wars, and they're also like populist types. Like they're also skeptical of like the position on Ukraine or whatever, because they're like, all you're doing is feeding the military industrial complex and like helping like giving Ukraine false hope, because like we'll never give them enough for them to actually stave off Russian aggression, but it's just enough to like feed the war machine is kind of like the way that they understand that conflict. So to me, that's why I'm like, yeah, you're like, you will see some like populist opposition to this.
That's how I understand that conflict. And I think that's just like some realism getting injected there, where it's incredibly effective. But anyway,
where do you stand on like the Taiwan strategic ambiguity versus clarity?
I just a realist perspective, whatever is going to work best, whatever we have most reason to think works best for the interests of your country is the position I would take on that.
Okay, let's pull up this.
It's going to be most of the stuff with foreign policy, I think.
Just whatever avoids World War III?
No, whatever works best for you.
Oh,
in terms of foreign policy.
Gotcha. Or like, I guess in your case, Canada.
I try to outlaw, or I try to rule out like any of the like I wouldn't try to do evil around the world and say, well, this works better for us. But like if you basically if not doing something works out better for you, if you just like basically not acknowledging this country works out better for you, kind of okay with that in a lot of ways.
Okay. You want to pull up this the Hasan segment?
Yep. I did not see that you had linked me more things. 1 second. Here we go. Hasan segment. Let's go.
Genuinely asking, what's the issue here? Coming out with a firm stance that you will defend Taiwan militarily if invaded.
I would immediately ask why that matters to Hasan. Why do you think that matters to Hasan?
Because China number 1, baby.
Okay,
we're talking about
to
Hasan.
me, okay. Because to me, I'm like sitting here. I'm like, I know Hasan's position is that China will never invade Taiwan militarily. That's Hasan's position, right? So if realistically, if you say, well, based on the idea that you'll never invade, well, if you do invade, we're going to fight you. That's not a conflict. That's not a conflict, right? You could maybe argue in terms of diplomacy, it's raising tensions or making things worse, but it's not like a conflict. Like Hasan would probably want the Taiwanese people helped in terms of a conflict, right? So it might be, in terms of diplomacy, there might be some kind of conflict there. It might raise the stakes or it might raise tensions with China if you said we're going to support Taiwan militarily. But for Hasan, he says Taiwan, he wouldn't be happy if Taiwan was militarily invaded. He doesn't believe China ever wants to militarily invade Taiwan, right? He thinks that they want to integrate them over time, right? Like reintegrate that population. That they don't want to hurt anybody there. They don't want to do an invasion, right?
Well, they see it as theirs.
Well, they do see it as theirs, but his position is that like he thinks the Taiwanese people have the right to self-determination.
Yeah,
right? Wasn't
he said
that the
this
whole
in the
thing
conversation with
Ethan?
Leftovers, right? Like I remember him saying that he supported the independence if the people of Taiwan supported that, and like right now, like these people that are calling for the strategic clarity position, they actually have a more radical position than like the majority population of Taiwan does, because they still are interested in maintaining the status quo, which is maintaining strategic ambiguity, not declaring independence. There are like, I think only 17% of Taiwanese people that were polled nationally support declaring independence, even if there's conflict, as far as how they like answer that question. At least a majority, if not mostly a plurality, are still just want to be like stay in the course. And also Biden would do this. Like Biden would come out every now and then and he would be like, she is a dictator, and like also we love Taiwan, and like he like invited like a Taiwanese delegate to his to his inauguration, and he was like really, really close to like where he was when he was getting
Biden
inaugurated.
was super hawkish
like,
on China.
Oh,
like
yeah, he is.
Biden thought China was the one of the like the biggest adversary, the only adversary.
Yes.
That's why he spent so much time shoring up the island chain. That's why he I've heard that's basically the specific. He would basically be lights out, and then they'd start talking about like the Indo-Pacific, and he would like the lights would come back on, and he'd be like, we have to do this, we have to do this, we have to do this, we have to make sure these people are good, right?
Yeah.
I've read that in an article about him, that like he basically he's like out, and then it comes up to like restraining China, and the lights turn on, and he's like back in. It's the only way. Maybe that's how they kept him lucid for that long. They just occasionally inject some Indo-Pacific foreign policy into his veins.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't even disagree with you. They give him like the good adrenochrome, and he would be lucid for a few hours a day to reiterate his position on China. But like every single time he made those comments, there would be people that like came out and be like, no, nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. We don't think that's true. Every single time.
Have you ever
Biden
seen
did
the
that.
Blinken reaction to Biden saying this?
Oh my God, he probably goes through the 5 stages of grief instantly.
He does.
Well, look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that
He's just this was
There
after
goes,
I think
like, a year
Blinken
of
spent like
work in, like, 3 seconds.
he's just been working so hard. Yeah, it's just like shattered. It just gets shattered. I laughed so hard at this when it happened. Not because it was good, just because. Listen,
it's clearly not like what he expected,
said.
or like wanted, like
Well,
he was like, fuck, like who's gonna put? Can someone put Grandpa back to bed already, please?
You can tell he's freaking out while the question's being asked, because it's like, wouldn't you say that she's a dictator and like we shouldn't work with dictators or something? It's like, basically, it was basically something along those lines. Like it was a total grenade from the reporter, and so Blinken's like freaking out while the question's being asked, and then Biden just goes, "Well, he is a dictator." Good one.
Also,
All right, do we want to hop into the clip, or are you sending more links?
No, let's do it. I will say though that this is like the backdrop for this. So, do you remember the deal that Trump and Whitkof made with the Emiratis and the UAE over the chips? This was like around the time that Charlie Kirk was killed. It was overshadowed by that, even though it should literally have been as big as like Watergate. But I digress. So that occurred. And the whole point of the CHIPS Act under Biden was to prevent China from ever getting access to this sensitive technology. Then Steve Whitkof and Trump saw some money to be made and were like, fuck you. And now China has those, according to a report from Reuters that came out just like in the last week or so. So China has those chips. The United States is building up military fleets in the South China Sea and around Taiwan, and they're not doing it for...
What did the U.S. get back for that?
Well, Trump got money.
Because I'm pretty confident it was Trump. Yeah, Trump had
money.
his
Liberty
the
International
World Liberty
or whatever it's
Financial
called.
stuff.
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, World Liberty Financial. Yeah, okay. His stablecoin liquidity was funded by the Emiratis. So yeah, it's okay. All right. But I'm like, that's why I asked, what did the U.S. get back? Did the Emiratis at least buy weapons or something? I don't even know. Like, is there something?
No,
did he have any like
money.
a small thread of? Okay. Well.
They literally were like, we need to embrace like the way that they do business. Where like, you know, where they have like a fucking monarchy. Hold on, let me show you which one it was. Like the most insane quote. This is from like Whitkof's son, I think. Pull this one up. And
I feel like I'm going to. It sucks because I'm not American, but I feel like I'm on the edge of advocating. Never mind. We're both on Twitch.
Say it.
I'm not gonna
say the thing.
Like advocating for like tribunals. Like is how I'll say it. Okay, need to be tribunals like that. Like unironic. It's starting to get insane.
It's not good, folks. We don't like to see it.
It's Absolutely fucking crazy.
This is like unprecedented corruption. This is actually the thing that they accused Biden of doing with respect to Hunter Biden and Burisma. The thing that they were actually saying, like, oh, like his son's just on that board so that the like United States so that he can enrich his own, like, line his own pockets and sell out Americans to Ukraine. That is literally what Trump did, but with respect to, again, like the Saudis or like the UAE, like the Saudis and China.
Yeah, this isn't even the. I mean, I unironically assume that Israel gets in on the same thing. Like through crypto, probably is that like the reason they set all this stuff up is so that they can accept bribes, like pretty explicitly. All of the World Liberty financial stuff is just to accept bribes. Anything involving crypto with them is to accept bribes.
They don't even try to hide it. If you look at this, like David Sachs says, "Oh, I'm going to divest from all of these things," or like, sorry, he didn't have a direct financial stake in this, but he's a fucking Silicon Valley billionaire. So obviously, it's like you don't have a direct stake, but you have like incentives. And then Whitkof was supposed to divest from a company that he had before they even did this deal, and they said his like spokesperson, as per that reporting in this, was like, oh, well, he divested, or like he's in the process of doing that. And then he never did it. And they're like, well, he's still in the process of doing it. So he's just like never going to do that. Where do they say it? Okay, yeah, look up Control F Zach Whitkof. Zach spelled Zach. He says, we really need to take
a page out of His Highness's and the Emiratis book, Zach Whitkof said at the Dubai conference. They're just an amazing example of how you can lead with innovation while also maintaining your family values.
Family values being making absurd amounts of money using public offices to enrich yourself, then sure. Yeah, that's family values.
Are the Emiratis one of the... Maybe I could ask this a different way. Are the Emiratis like the only royal family in the area that don't employ slaves by chance?
What do you think the answer to that question is?
I'm good. So like I'm pointing at family values, just general family values.
Yeah.
I hate these people. Whitkof, Trump, Miller, probably Vance.
No, with her fucking jet. Her Instagram posts.
Care. Well, I didn't look at the recent stuff with Kristi Noem, as bad as that might be. No, but I think it's way different when you're peddling influence for money. If you're like overspending on the government budget, that's bad. You can go to jail. Tribunals are not to send people to jail. Okay, I'm talking about the people who like actually Kushner. Yes. CCOT.
Right.
Send them to CCOT. Yep.
It's the official position of the United States that there's no human rights abuses going on in there, according to a human rights report that was authored under the Trump admin. Even though previous ones, obviously, of the United States have documented this, they literally said none of that is happening there, none, in anywhere in their country.
By the way, like I'll still say this, okay? This is as far as I'll go on stream. In the other direction is, I still want democratically elected leaders to declare that this should be investigated and for the punishments to be handed out democratically. But I'm starting to wane on that a little bit. So, but I can say that on stream still, okay? I don't want anything, but it's like crazy. I don't understand how Americans, I feel like I would be out in the streets if I was an American. Like, these aren't my leaders, technically, but I don't understand how Americans aren't out in the streets over this stuff. Like your country's literally being sold out completely. It is happening,
but it's like happening in like Minneapolis over like the ICE stuff. It's harder to get people out in the streets over stuff like this because it's like white collar corruption. You know what I mean? Like, can you scroll up
your
to show the...
Your country is literally being... Your military and technological advantages are being sold to enrich one or maybe possibly 5 to 10 families. They're taking your American exceptionalism and they're destroying it for shekels, for just a couple shekels. Okay, it's insane. It's insane. It's insane.
Yeah, but to the extent that Americans even know that this is happening, there's like literally 47 million of them that are like, this is based in Epic. He's just getting deals done, and he's doing it for the benefit of glorious America, not just himself.
He's not, though. This one is purely for himself. Okay, I need to stop looking at this.
Go back to it really quick to show like the flow chart. Go up. This is like before he gets to that photo, so where you can see like how it works.
Jake Tanoon, Emirati. Yeah, we've covered this exact thing on stream. Emirati royal in charge of sovereign wealth invests $2 billion in Binance, a crypto exchange using digital coins from World Liberty Financial. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, how do you read this? Secures chips. Do you read it like?
Wait, I think you're
Down?
you're
Like a
zoomed
flow
in
chart
like
going
way
down?
too much. Hold on. Zoom out. Yours looks different than mine
I think-
looks.
Oh,
My flowchart looks different from this. It's like way smaller.
yeah, I don't know.
Because it like branches
Wait.
off. It says like Sheikh Tahnoon, Emirati royal in charge of sovereign wealth, and then it splits out and there's two arrows going down. And for one, it says.
Oh, I don't have the arrows. That's why.
Yeah.
my
Okay.
arrows
So
aren't
like
showing
these
up.
are supposed like where it says Sheikh. There we go.
Oh,
there we
here
go.
we go. Yeah. Okay. There's $2 billion Binance goes to World Liberty Financial, operated by Whitkof and the Trump family, which has access to AI chips. In an agreement with the White House in discussions involving David Sachs and Steve Whitkof. Yeah. Everybody here.
Special
Literally
envoy
everybody
to the
here.
Middle East. You can just guarantee here, like, if you ever see, like, one, I have seen Steve Whitkof's name more than I've seen, like, in different articles, more than I've seen, like, Vance's name, more than anybody else. Like, Steve Whitkof is, like, joined to Trump at the fucking hip. And anytime he's involved, it's like, you're about to read some, like, probably, again, like, he's just casually doing, like, a thing that would call for, like, a constitutional crisis and, like, any
Every time
other
Steve
circumstance.
Whitkof's involved, Trump's net worth goes up another $1 billion.
Yes, easily. So, and this was
Just
also
totally
crazy
coincidentally.
because, like, it says here, the Times Review correspondents and interviewed more than 75 people, many of whom spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe sensitive matters, to reveal new details that show how the deals got done. And it says Steve
Yeah.
Whitkof advocated to give the Emiratis access to the chips at the same time that his and Mr. Trump's family business was landing the crypto investment, despite an ethics rule intended to prohibit officials from participating in matters that could benefit themselves or their relatives. Sachs's involvement's not good. But, like, the thing that's insane is, like, 75 people close to this, which, again, if you're close to this, you're by definition close to the head of state or to Special Envoy Steve Whitkof. So these are, like, high levels of the government. 75 people, and none of them whistle blew. None of them were willing to go on record. None of them are willing to do, like, a sworn statement or, like nothing. Again, they will just,
I
like,
think
they'll link it
once-
to the Times, but that's it.
Once these families are involved, I feel like getting on the bad side of them, you're not just also... Dude.
What's this?
Okay, I'm just expecting Wicked Supreme to donate more to the stream, okay? It's really fucked up that he could be out here hiding his identity, living amongst us. I'm sorry,
Oh, you
it's
think
a
it
little
looks like
close. It's a
Wicked?
little close. It's a little close, okay? Just the beard and the glasses. Tell me he couldn't do this. Tell me if he had like a dish towel that was checkered, that he couldn't do this and show up on stream with the glasses.
You're
and the
describing the
blazer.
scene from this movie, American Hustle. Have you ever seen this movie?
I don't think so.
They
no.
get, like, Michael Peña's character to be a sheik because he's like Mexican looking, but like between like the sunglasses that they put him in and like the sheets that they wrap him in, it's like, yeah, he like passes for like just looking like vaguely like ethnically ambiguous and like Arab, and he like never has to speak.
Well, yeah.
So
That's what we need to do.
there's nothing stopping Wicked Supreme from just like a nice little spray tan and some sunnies, and he's golden.
Oh, he's already tanned. He's already pretty tanned. He pull it off. I'm telling you, he could do it. Absolutely. Okay, we've gone way off topic. Okay, we can't plan any of this today. No political assassinations at all today. Not that that's what we were talking about, but nothing like that, guys. We're back to Hasan and Kat Abughazaleh. I think that's how you say that. Maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Did I nail it? Nice. Okay, do we want to? I'll hit play on the video. We good to get back to this guy?
Yeah.
Perfect.
That is not like that. That's a red hot, totally red alert. What are you? That a lot of people yell at me. Kat Abughazaleh says she would defend Taiwan militarily. What? China, who paints her as an aggressor and must be confronted, a firmer hand approach to China. Wait, what?
Wait, what? Wait, huh?
Oh, fuck. Leaked. Email. Kat Abughazaleh, firmly an interventionist, foreign policy advisor, says. Kat Abughazaleh.
Oh, we didn't even get down to the video on this. Whoops.
Democratic candidate in Illinois' 9th
do you mean?
district, and one of the
sure-
only
I'm
Palestinian
sure to
Americans
watch.
seeking office in 2026
It looked like
was
it looked like there was a video on this
described
attached
by
at the
her
bottom.
national security advisor
Maybe
as
not.
firmly an interventionist who
that
won't
video
stop.
is not actually her yet. It's Breaking Points covering the drop site reporting. He reacts to just a small segment of her like longer video on it, which is like 5 minutes, and we can watch it after he reacts because he doesn't show the whole thing.
Okay, sounds good.
Until Russia is made to pay for its crimes. In written responses detailing her foreign policy vision obtained by drop site. No, there's no shot. This is like... There's 0% chance of this happening. Bro, she was literally wearing the fucking merch, the ideology merch that has all of America's coups like on it. There is no shot.
Do they think Chiang Kai-shek like supported by America to fight against the communist revolution in China or something?
He was supported after, like at some point in that civil war, but I can't remember when.
Okay.
This is our platform on the website. My commitment to overcoming authoritarianism doesn't stop at American borders. The rise of right-wing leaders and authoritarian tendencies is a non-American phenomenon. Global peace means not bowing down to authoritarian leaders like Vladimir Putin or Viktor Orban, as Donald Trump and his cronies have done. Instead, we must support democratic movements worldwide while still avoiding unnecessary military intervention, which historically worsens outcomes. It is also incredible importance that members of Congress speak out against human rights abuses across the world, too often overlooked. I mean, this does read like a fucking liberal interventionist. I'm sorry. Like,
he's like, what is this?
This
The Brookings Institute? Or, am I right,
straightforward-
people?
But I'm
But I mean, he's like not wrong that like these
re-
sorts of lines about like pro-democracy or whatever, like in this context, usually just tends to mean like pro-Western, not necessarily like pro-democracy.
Yeah, I understand why he doesn't like the idea that I feel like I'm getting it.
read like liberal
See.
interventionism where
Letting it percolate so I can get an opinion on it.
it's like we have to speak out more against human rights abuses. Like when has America not spoken out against quote unquote real and also totally made up human rights abuses in order to justify more human rights abuses that we commit in said countries that we intervene militarily in? When I interviewed Abughazaleh earlier this month, I asked her about her stance on Taiwan and Ukraine, and she reiterated her position that she supports dropping strategic ambiguity and make clear the U.S. intentions to defend Taiwan militarily. Wait, what?
Oh, this is going to be very
that is
interesting.
to-
It's just going to be very interesting to see how Hasan navigates this, given his previous statements.
The right of
What do you mean?
the American.
Well, his position should be like, well, that's never going to happen, right? Given to back up what he said on leftovers, like that's never going to happen.
I think he recognizes
should
it's an
be-
outcome. It's like not a constant. So it could happen. And I think that he believes, but he's not saying it here, that these are the sorts of things that like inflame tensions and make it more likely that China would.
Yeah, but most people don't really believe those arguments, right? Well, you said you'd defend these people if I invade them, so that makes me more likely to invade them.
Well, kind of, because like the recognition of China or whatever, like these amount to like being understood as like de facto declarations of independence de jure, which is no longer like just status quoism or anything like that. It is like understood
if
as an
Taiwan's never
escalation.
made such a declaration, the United States declared them independent by themselves.
What like in this hypothetical, what then, or what?
Well, you said it's a de facto like declaration of independence that America made for Taiwan.
If
she's saying, I
if
want
there were
American
to be
foreign
more
policy
and
to
more
be this.
American politicians that came out with the strategic clarity position on this, I think that he believes that that's going to inflame tensions.
Sure,
Because
but
like
what
when
if,
you're
what if she
recognizing
didn't
Taiwan and like
include-
accepting its constitution or whatever, that is at odds with like the United States' formal position on this, which is that we recognize the PROC over the ROC.
Yeah, which is totally fine. So I'm fine with that. But what if she just was like, okay, strategic ambiguity is fine, but we would absolutely defend Taiwan militarily, which I believe is the majority position in the U.S.
Then I don't think he would have this
would he have a
reaction.
problem with that?
No, I think he just doesn't like the
Okay.
strategic clarity thing because like I think he associates it with like right wingers because they're usually the ones that do this China hawk stuff.
Yeah, I understand why. We'll just watch
American
more.
government.
We'll just keep going. I understand a little bit of the China side, so I get it a tiny amount. So I think I have more forgiveness there than a lot of people with my set of positions would.
That is to the right of the New York Times. That's a position to the right of literally every person in the NatSec blob. What the fuck?
I don't think that that's also a good way to understand it.
The
One, I think it's
responses to
very
this are
lazy to
genuinely
like signal like, oh, it's like right-wing policy or whatever, to like kind of nudge like your entire chat into being like, oh, this is bad, instead of explaining exactly and precisely why.
Sure.
Even though that is true, again, like you will find this, I just think it's more accurate to say like it can be understood as a more pro-interventionist posture, depending on why she supports it.
If he explains it, most people aren't going to understand, though. I get why he doesn't like care to a little bit, because if he explains it, a bunch of people just aren't going to understand. Like you have to go and pull out like a whiteboard and explain how like this is going to inflame tensions, might cause like this and this, and probably leads to poorer relations with China, which could eventually lead to them invading if they sense Taiwan's pulling away from them entirely. Like you have to explain it in like nuance, which is really difficult. And then I think it's just easier to go, this is like crazy, but I don't appreciate it either. Be cool if he went deeper. Does he at least go deeper after saying this is crazy?
No.
Oh, well.
Batshit and to the right of the New York
Unlucky.
Times, with the exception of the Palestine section. And I'd love some clarity around how this American Enterprise Institute type language comports with being a democratic socialist.
Okay, now he's on his phone. Awesome.
Yeah, this is him being like, I have to mail some videotapes.
Backtrack here. One of my biggest principles, as it is for anything in international law in the UN, is that every country has the right to self-determination. And this doesn't just go for Taiwan. This doesn't just go for Palestine. It's everywhere. I support amending the Taiwan Relations Act to drop our strategic ambiguity towards defending the island militarily, not touching the One China policy outlined in the Shanghai Communique. So if Taiwan is invaded, I want to...
Oh, is she not just saying what I said? I guess, is this basically acknowledging it in some way so you don't drop the one China? She says, I don't want to drop the One China policy, which is very close to strategic ambiguity, but it would be the strategic ambiguity you're dropping is saying Taiwan is a place that we would defend, I guess.
Well, we don't even refer to it as Taiwan formally. It's like Chinese Taipei. That's like that's
okay, Chinese Taipei is a place we would... Is her description here, Taiwan is a place we will defend militarily, rather than Chinese Taipei is a place we will defend militarily?
Like pretty much, yeah.
What's changing?
But that is like a big deal. It's not just a matter of
China.
like
It's a big
this or
deal. I
whatever.
understand why it's.
Yeah.
I do get a little bit that it's a big deal for sure.
It's like the difference
Codified
between
passive
calling
support.
like the West Bank and Gaza like Judea and Samaria or occupied Palestinian territory. Like by using one naming scheme over the other, you are indicating like which side you fall more towards.
Yep.
to sell Taiwan weapons if Congress wills it. So Trump just can't overrule it, or whoever the president is. That's in Congress's hands. And that we can militarily step in to defend Taiwan with naval fleets for interception and selling weapons.
Just all signaling is very funny.
It's like a shocking thing for her to say it out loud. It's one of these things that it's like understood that would be the case. You don't say it though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I feel like there's going to be a bigger block of people who believe this, basically, more or less. Like, I do think that's going to increase over time.
Yes, I think so as well. But
Like,
I think
people
that
just
he
have
doesn't
more
want
extreme
that.
positions on stuff like this, right?
What do you mean?
And people have like less nuanced positions on almost everything, and almost nobody's going to care to like look up, Chinese history or the history of like of Taiwan, how it got to be the way it was, how China basically looks, philosophically at foreign relations and shit like this. Nobody's going to really care. So I think a lot of people basically are just like, those people should be left alone. And I think we should go and ride for them militarily if they're not left alone. Right?
I mean, like everybody's working backwards from this. You know what I mean? Like everybody's position on this, for the most part, is not flowing from some sort of principled understanding of self-determination, which is already a very, very broad concept that is like kind of a legal term of art that like it can encompass certain things like this. Depends on how you define it. But like the same people that are like, yeah, we need to support like Taiwanese self-determination or whatever, like are not in favor of things like they'll say like Crimea is not Russia or whatever, because like, and like they're not wrong that like in 2014 the annexations, the referendum that was brought about, for example, was like they clearly manipulated those results. Like that was not free from interference from Russia and the Kremlin.
I've heard that it was manipulated, but it was easily, and like previous polling would all indicate that actually those people
like
were
those
Russian
same
and wanted
people,
to be a part of Russia. And
the way
have
that
no
they
problem with
explain
Russia.
away those polls is that like, oh, well, it's a propagandized population, but like consistently when you poll that population,
I'm with
people,
accepting that.
Yeah, it would have largely been like the same result. It just wouldn't have been. They said like 95 or like 99% of approval when this was during a war. Like that's how much like it was clearly rigged. Yeah, you know. But like they won't acknowledge that. Like, okay, if you're just saying that you support it on the basis that like, oh well, most Taiwanese people support independence, therefore I support what the Taiwanese people want. I stand with people's rights to self-determine or whatever, but then you turn around, you don't want to do it in Ukraine. It's almost like it's more complicated than just going with like a simple majority for a referendum.
That's
or something like this.
Obviously not a good comparison though, right? Because Crimea would have run as a part of Ukraine, would have been a part of the like government of Ukraine, would have had elected representatives, would have intertwined finances, right, with the entire country. Like it's an actual part of the administrative state, whereas Taiwan is not.
Oh, wait, give me a second. Right. Give me a second. I have people give me a sub. Thank you so much, NXA0317, for gifting a ton of tier 1 subs to my chat. I really, really appreciate it.
I think that's where I would look at it. Like, obviously, Crimea is very different.
I mean, if the wait, run it through again. Sorry, I got distracted.
I think that the fact that Crimea was a part of Ukraine, a part of their territory, and like literally would have paid tax, would have, collected taxes, been a part of the federal government there, would have participated in everything, every part of being a part of that country, right? Whereas Taiwan's been a disjoint unit
is why
from China.
It gets
complicated
for a long time. To like who gets self-determination, and like how do you decide this? Because you can say, oh, I stand just with the people, like those people should be able to decide it, but you could also argue that it's in the interest of other people that rely on these, or like that the outcome is going to impact them. Like, shouldn't they get a say as well? Do you know what I mean? Like, it is just objectively the case that like whether or not Taiwan is independent, like declares independence, that will affect people in mainland China. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like whether or not like Ukraine is.
Wait, how does it affect people in mainland China?
Because it's a major economic hub.
What economic benefit did they gain from Taiwan that they would lose if Taiwan gained independence?
No, I mean, I couldn't even get into the specifics or whatever. I'm just saying, like, principally, you could make these arguments that, like, because I know it will have some sort of impact. I can't tell you whether or not it would significantly improve or get worse. That, like, you can ask the question, like, should self-determination solely be up to the people within a territory that is disputed, or should it be something that like other people get to have a vote on? And or at that point, if you bring in that like a different population, is that no longer true self-determination?
Well, I don't know if any of that matters to me for Taiwan. Are any of those questions in Taiwan?
I think it's relevant anytime you're talking about like self-determinations of people, which they've like she's like framed this in terms of,
I think these are all framings that you care about if you want China to remain, like, to retain a claim to Taiwan. To me, it's like what matters is if two entities are operating disjoint. Like if Canada just declared independence from the United States right now, I don't understand how that's meaningful. I don't understand how that changes the relations between the two countries, right? Like you could dispute this. If Taiwan is operating in some way that intertwines it with China, then I could think about it
closer to like maybe like the decision to stay or leave with the European Union.
It's not like that though at all. Is there a lot of active trade between Taiwan and China?
My understanding is it's the same way that like it's like under the table, but it exists.
So like no. Like there's no trade agreement. They basically ignore each other as entities.
Somebody put Taiwan's half of their GDP is contributed by mainland. Somebody else put there's quite a bit. I don't know the answer to this question. How much of did you ask Taiwan's or China's GDP? Depends on it, or both.
How much do they trade with each other? Like over through an agreement of some kind?
Are there any significant trade agreements that exist between Taiwan?
That would change if one of them became independent. As in, like, they have some agreement that's based on their relationship to each other as it exists now. And would it change if they became independent? Because I'm basically looking for what changes if they become independent.
This is cross-strait relations. Hold on. Okay, this is what I'm looking up. I'm going to send it to you. It's hard for me to imagine a situation where any trade agreement is like not going to be impacted by like altering and changing the status. Because then it's a question of like, do they have these formally established like treaties and agreements? And then from there, I guess you could ask like, oh, would it change it significantly or whatever? It's hard for me to say like, no, because it's just intuitively, how could it not have broader ramifications for stuff like this? How could it not impact everything?
So do they have, this would maybe be a better way to do it. Do they have like embargoes against each other? So like an embargo on
No, I don't believe
one
so.
country by the other? Because to me, if there's nothing happening where to reduce tariffs and foster commercial ties, okay, so if they have economic trade deals and it's not going to affect basically declaring themselves independent isn't like going to affect anything. Like essentially, if they were blockading each other or something, not blockading. If they were embargoing, if they didn't have trade, it would like not.
Wait, like
what
this is from like
changes is the thing.
Taiwan's like website. Hold on, or like a .gov like Taiwan.
Again, I'm
Taiwanese
just
thing.
thinking like again, like what changes if they declare independence?
Everything.
Okay, you can say everything. I'm saying what?
No, I can't point. I'm not ever
requires
going to be able
changing?
to give you like a concrete thing. It's just in the same way
'Cause,
that
like,
like how can like that's like saying what's going to change if we leave the EU, or say what's going to change if we say it's Judea and
They're not-
Samaria
but
over
they're not a part of the
occupied
EU.
Palestinian territory or something like that.
but
No, I'm
all
saying
of
that
those
at
places
any time
already exist in a
you
union,
make these sorts
and
of like
these two countries-
these changes, even if they're understood as like, oh, you're just changing the name or you're just declaring independence. Like nothing materially has to change. Like it will impact it. It's a non-zero amount. Like I couldn't
Sure.
tell you exactly what or whatever, but like I fail to see how like it wouldn't change it. Are you arguing that like it wouldn't change it?
I'm arguing that like basically these two entities operate independent of each other already, outside of antagonism towards each other, and neither wants to admit that they are independent entities, but they've been independent entities for a long time, and that this is basically like trying to say something along the lines of like USA arguing that they have mandate over Canada because they've handled Arctic security for a long time, right? It just doesn't feel super relevant.
I think it's different than that. This would be more
it's like a little closer together.
Think
but-
about like
but
if there were to like be a rehashing of like, oh well, a good chunk of like the United States was like used to be Mexico, and there was like a mounting movement for like there to be like secession of that, and like it be given back to Mexico, and then a couple of states managed to break off, and
But-
then it was like a
but this would
disputed
require,
thing,
like,
and then later it
those
became de
states-
facto like it was able to like achieve autonomy.
So that would require those states having like their own legislative body and not having elected representatives in the legislative body of the other, right?
Yeah.
Like that, but it's not like a reality. So it's not like that. This is like a totally different situation where they are operating with different like governing bodies entirely. They don't respect
Yes,
they
they
don't
have like their own
recognize each other's
courts, their
authority
own
over one another.
elections, their own this. Well,
So,
like,
like, what I'm
China,
saying-
or like they formally do, but they're just disputing the claims.
Well,
Because like
so what
formally,
I'm saying,
both of these nations are maintaining that all of Beijing and like China maintains that Taiwan is part of mainland China, and the ROC or whatever maintains that like no, all of that is part of
they're
Taiwan.
both like coping and delusional for their own diplomatic reasons, but like they are fundamentally independent countries.
Yeah. It's
So like
it's one
I
of these
understand
things.
for
It's like it's de
diplomatic and
facto
cultural
sovereignty.
reasons,
It's a
you
de
don't want to
jure
let it
thing.
go. Yeah, I understand for like cultural reasons and diplomatic reasons, you don't want to let it go. Probably both sides don't want to let it go, but like they are just independently operating countries in a way that like Crimea isn't, in a way that like somebody leaving the EU wouldn't be, right? Like it's like there isn't a union in the same way that binds them together. It's basically like a dispute that's been settled, and we're all sitting here watching. It was settled, they've been different operating countries for like a long time. So it makes it really different to me when people
because,
say
like,
that they should be
the
able to
extent to which
declare
they've been
independence.
understood as like a de facto independent nation is actually relatively short when you versus like the historical context of how long it was understood that Taiwan was part of mainland China. Like literally less than like 100 years. I mean, you're saying like 70 years is like a long time, or like less than 100 years is a long time, but to me that's like nothing.
I think it is a long time in the information age, right?
Well, that's a different qualifier in the information age, then like sure or whatever. But like in like when you're actually analyzing the two relationships that existed between these two different polities, like for their entirety or whatever, like it dates back centuries that Taiwan was understood as part of like mainland China, and it's only recently that like this that Taiwan has like operated as a de facto independent state.
So then, it works a little differently because what if it was a messy situation with Britain leaving Israel and France leaving like Syria and stuff, and those two countries just declared like that, you know, you've been a part of us for a long time. It doesn't work. I'm trying to find a hypothetical where we could do the same thing in another region, because I do feel like, unfortunately, it has been a while, and unfortunately, like Taiwan has diversified in terms of like culture and the technology and their economy in a way that China hasn't. And I think there's something unique there. And I do feel like they've earned that right in a way that's like unique. I'm trying to find the like.
I mean, whether or
that
not
they've
they've
already-
earned the
essentially
right,
they've
like
already
it is
self-determined.
they are two culturally distinct areas and like geographic regions, and like you're saying, like they are de facto like independent of one another. But like it's very, very difficult for me to like answer your question in a satisfying way, because it's so hard to disentangle the de facto from the de jure, and like how these two like play into one another and are important. It's like, think about it like okay, Israel Palestine, like de facto or like de jure, almost everybody recognizes the state of Palestine, or like the occupied Palestinian territory is supposed to be reserved for a future Palestinian state side by side with Israel, which is also recognized as a state. But then the on the ground reality is that the few holdouts de jure that don't recognize Palestine as like a state, like the United States and a couple of other like handful or whatever, like not only are they significantly impeding it, but the reality on the ground is that is like understood as like de facto Israeli territory because of how much control Israel has over the Palestinian population. Do you know what I mean? And then with Taiwan, it's like the inverse. Like they are de facto an independent state because they have their own like elections, their own courts, their own culture,
real
their
quick,
own this. But like,
I'm not 100% sure, so I'm dumb. De jure meaning popular, de facto meaning default or expected.
de jure is in law.
Okay. All right.
Under like at the UN, basically. Like we don't have an embassy with Taiwan. We have like the American Institute. Taiwan doesn't participate at the Olympics. They operate under like Chinese Taipei. Like what are other things? Like we don't have like a formal agreement with them. Like no country has formal agreements with this country, pretty much. Like when you look at the map of who because they don't want
somebody
to start
was
World
asking
War
me
III.
somebody asked me, how is Taiwan oppressed? That would probably be the way it's oppressed, right? If it's oppressed in some way, is that they've been operating independently, and it's only through a third party, essentially like threatening everybody else to throw a temper tantrum, that they remain not their own country that's declared and respected and acknowledged by other countries.
Give me a second.
This would be like if Israel threatened to go to war with a country because they recognized Palestine, right?
Yeah, but like every country basically recognizes Palestine, so that would be like stupid. The thing is like it's very very few countries recognize the ROC. It's like less. It's like 10 or something like that. So.
Oh God, we're undoing my anti-Semitism one like brick by brick. Isn't that just because China is a far more powerful like partner or entity to piss off? That pissing off China could lead to massive economic problems for yourself.
Yeah. Here, like, I think this is a map of like every country that recognizes not Taiwan, but Beijing and the PROC over the ROC. All of the ones in red. The ones in green and like yellow are like the few that recognize Taiwan. It like at the UN.
Could you give me An image for ants?
Yeah, I did because I can't find one that's like a good quality one, unfortunately.
All of these African nations are very respectable, okay?
Yeah.
I think a lot of this is almost certainly...
Because like this is the
It's
thing,
very funny.
you could argue for like American strategic clarity on Taiwan with respect to recognition, but you'd still be one country in the sea of other countries that like won't do that. Even if the United States does it, like there would be a bunch that like follow, but there would also be a significant amount of holdouts that would not do that just because the United States did.
I think a ton of people, if the United States were doing it, they'd do it for a reason that they had basically broken this Chinese stranglehold on manufacturing. And
China militarily would be like the thinking there, which would be surprising if we could.
No, they could easily beat China militarily now.
Right now, but like they're it would take a while for tensions to even escalate to the point where that would be necessary. You know what I mean?
Sure, I'm saying.
But yes, I agree with you. Like right now, we could do that. But I think that like it's a really big oversight from a lot of people in the West. Like
at
how
minimum
much
40 to 50 years away from China being even remotely close to being able to tangle with the U.S.
No, I think it's shorter than that.
Purely in terms of Fabian tactics, China is a totally intractable monster of a problem. Do you know what Fabian tactics are?
No.
If America got into a war with China, they could starve 1 billion people in a year. It would be automatic. China is in a position they can never ever fight a war against the US. They'd have to overcome the subtech, and they're not even close. They would have to figure out a way to get submarines functioning that are not terrible, noisy, like actual underwater beacons for everybody else. And they're not even close. Now, maybe China gets some other technology that lets them do other things, but they're like totally fucked.
They're a nuclear armed superpower. Like, there's a reason why we don't like.
Yeah.
We're struggling to even like arm Ukraine and like resist Russian imperialism. You know what I mean?
Stuck to but the issue is China has grown beyond its like capability by itself. Like it can't feed itself. It can't keep its shit running by itself. It's trying to fix those problems.
I don't think that that's true.
Okay, how is China going to fight a war without oil?
No.
How does China solve their oil problem?
I can't answer that question. I'm only skeptical of the claim that like, without whatever, like China is not like could not function or whatever.
China is, I believe, like the biggest food importer in the world, right? By like a lot.
I don't know. Are they?
Like massive amounts, I think. Hold on.
China. Let's see.
I mean, that's almost certainly going to be true, based only on the
sheer number of people that they have.
Yeah.
By that, yeah. Importer of food globally.
Yeah.
Russia can supply them everything. Dumbass. You're getting roasted in my chat right now.
Russia can supply them everything.
U.S. Navy already a joke compared to China's. China makes almost everything in the U.S. that they put into their military. They can get oil from Russia. Russia can give China oil.
How? How is Russia giving China oil?
Is he confusing China with the USA?
Can I ask how? Oh, pull your chatters in here. How's China getting oil from Russia?
Fuck if I know. These are chatters making these claims.
I'm asking your chatters. How are they getting oil from Russia?
Oh, so they barely surpassed the United States, if I'm to believe USAID.gov.
No.
It says China is the world's largest.
Really quickly.
Wait, what?
I need to know how they're getting oil from Russia.
Okay, guys, how is answer this for him, please. Don't make me responsible for these claims. Having surpassed the United States and the European Union in 2019. Was this supposed to be your evidence for the claim that they're not self-reliant? Because then by this metric, you could argue the United States isn't really there. But maybe you'd say that.
Hold on. You need to do it by like pounds of food or like calories of food or something. Because you know what the difference there is going to be, right? I think it's pretty obviously going to be. Well, I think it's pretty obviously going to be that America imports like candies and other like garbage, right? Like they'll import luxury foods and shit. I would imagine that'd be like a lot like more expensive types of food, because as far as I know, China be taking all the soybeans and shit from Canada. China be buying all of our shit all the time. China, that's the reason they're like trying to create some strategic advantage if they go to war, is they've been stockpiling like soybeans and corn and grain and all of this shit for a long time.
In the
Yes,
event of
hold
a
on.
war?
I'm not. Wait. In the event of a war, they'll need all of that stuff to feed their population. Which, by the way, stockpiling that in a way when they don't have a way to deal with American technology is not possible, not good.
Somebody put, Russia sells China oil all the time. The reason why the U.S. is going after Venezuela and Iran is to choke that part of the oil supply, but they have been getting petrol from Russia for a long time.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. I didn't ask the question. I asked them, how are they going to get it in a war? You're in a war now. Do you think oil tankers are going to go through the ocean unmolested? You think you could just send oil tankers to China without them getting blown up?
And very easily are the responses.
You don't control the ocean. You're going to get totally choked off from any oil. There are no pipelines going through those mountains. You can't send it over
already a
land.
pipeline.
You
Search
can't
it.
fly oil.
They have overland pipelines, rail, and road links.
The rail links suck.
This is the only one
pipeline
thing
is
that
totally
we're doing
vulnerable.
before I cut off this debating that's going on between your chat and my chat and you.
You don't get to use the ocean. That's the only efficient way to import oil. You will get fucked. Automatic.
Well, you hear that, chat? Case closed. Jstlk says. I don't know
It's
the answer
obviously
to
true.
this, so to me, this is just very entertaining.
Pipelines are gone.
Cope.
Pipelines are one airstrike away from being gone.
What a freak
Pipelines
weirdo.
are the most vulnerable infrastructure in the world. Pipelines don't exist during wars. Just ask Russia. How's the Nord Stream doing?
War with China means
Most
hundreds
vulnerable
of millions
infrastructure
dead,
possible.
possible end of the world. You are war perverts huffing war propaganda.
I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not saying you should engage China in war. I'm saying China cannot win a war, a conventional war against any America or any of its allies. If you just want to argue China could end the world, maybe, but because China is cucked in terms of their submarines, okay, they don't even have an effective nuclear triad. They're like a totally cucked power.
So what's
that
the
barely
point
exists.
again? What's the point is being asked? What's the point of this?
Somebody said, oh, they get all their oil from Russia. And I said, how are they going to get their oil from Russia when they don't control the oceans? Oh, one pipeline going between the two countries. Cool. Over rail. That's efficient. They'll run out of energy. They won't be able
He's
to fight a
right,
war.
but
They
would
won't be
the
able to
U.S.
prosecute
control
any
the
real war.
ocean? No one said all of their oil. Okay, no more. Let's go back to Hasan.
Okay, we can go back to Hasan.
I do think it's
China's
funny
got,
though
like,
because you have
1970s
like
Russian tech for submarines. They suck. They're going to lose every time.
you have a okay. I don't so like this stuff. I don't know about. I'm just like really skeptical. I don't want to underestimate like China's military might. Also, just like the sheer size of it alone just makes me really, really skeptical that like you're saying it would take like 50 years for them to even like somewhat compete with the U.S. military. I'm like so skeptical of claims like that.
I mean, it's not literally 50 years, but the problem is the U.S. has some like operating doctrine. They have actually seasoned troops. They've actually like fought wars. China's got nothing, and we see what happens when you sit out of wars for like 50 years with Russia.
Fought wars like badly. We're like struggling with recruit. We like in the sense that like yeah we've been dragged into forever wars or whatever.
Where
but
do they-
like
Where do they fight wars badly?
Vietnam.
Okay,
Cambodia.
sorry. What I should actually ask is, where did they fight wars badly? That would be existential. Did they ever fight an existential war badly?
Oh well, no, but that's not what you asked me.
It's not what I asked.
I mean, like,
that's
what
I should have asked, because
existential?
that's what
I
it
mean,
would be
like,
with
there's
China.
never really been, besides World War II, an existential war for the United States. Like, please, they have been like largely like wars of choice.
Yep. Yeah. Anyway, listen. We shouldn't fight about that. It's fine. We can go back to Taiwan policy. Taiwan policy with Hasan. I forget where we were. I'm going to roll it back like 30 seconds.
One disagreement
Maybe
at
this
a
far.
time.
Yep.
All of this started because I think we had the disagreement over how much like the de jure recognition of Taiwan would impact like the de facto like the fact that it's like de facto an independent state, how much it would like change or like have economic impacts or reverberations like between like Taiwan and China and like what the relationship is between those two.
Klein Gila, but the U.S. has like diesel turbo or diesel electric subs as well. I'm talking about nuclear subs are a part of your nuclear triad. right? You have like attack subs explicitly that are diesel electric that are quiet as fuck. Come on, man. Sorry, somebody was arguing with me on something else. And yes, it did start for that reason.
You think your chat's left/progressive, then you get a hint of mine.
I've got a couple of those people in my chat. I've got mostly
Like libs.
mostly NATO people.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say they're like progressives, but they're like totally
Libs.
NATO pilled.
Libs.
I like to call it reality pilled, but you know, some people would say NATO pilled or imperialism pilled. I don't even know. Okay.
Remember when you said you were Look, all I'm going to say is she's green. She's green. That's it. Like that's literally it. Genuinely asking, what's the issue here? Coming out with a firm stance that you will defend Taiwan militarily if invaded.
Green here, I believe, just means like new, right? That's all he's saying. People are saying is green. Does green mean something? I
thought
he's just saying
green
new.
meant like green flag or red flag. Is that what he's doing, or is it like glowing? Like
green,
a glowing type
green behind
comment?
the ears, like you're brand new, you're young, you're brand new.
Oh,
you're,
okay.
You're new to this.
She's just a little baby.
I think so. Yeah.
That is not like that. That's a red hot, totally red alert. What are you? That a lot of people yell at me because of my conversations with Matt Duss. That is firmly to the right of Matt Duss. That is firmly to the right of most foreign policy analysts in the United States of America. It's coming from a place where she's green. That's it. Like, that's what it is. That's...
Has he... Bro. I don't think I use my phone this much, so I'm lucky.
How much
but
of
it's
his
just
stream
like...
is like this? Does anybody watch Hasan? And can you tell me how often he gets distracted by his fucking phone?
It's like he literally picks his phone up in the middle of rants. He's like about to rant on something, and then he's just like, oh shit, phone notification. Maybe he's got an appointment or something. He live tweets?
It's rare. Hasan does not talk
Hold
sometimes.
on 1 second.
I'm getting reports that sometimes he's nonverbal.
One
But to
second.
the best of us.
Oh, he was messaging Kat?
Oh,
Oh my god. I'm sure that was fun.
that would be funny. That would be funny if that's what he was doing. The fuck are you saying?
Again, he has to return some videotapes. It was so long.
I have to make some phone calls. Well,
See?
maybe not phone calls, but...
Dude.
I might have to rescind some endorsements, people. He was booking Tom
I feel
Stoyer
like-
or whatever that guy's name is. He was waiting for Newsom to call.
I do feel like he probably does think this is a totally kept what would you say disqualifying position. He probably thinks that. I'm guessing he's probably endorsed her before this or was talking about
She's already
endorsing
been
her
on
or
his
something.
stream. Yeah, he's endorsed her.
Yeah. So I'm guessing this is a totally disqualifying position for her to have
Well,
for
keep
him.
going, keep
And
going. It
instead
gets
of
funny.
blowing her up. Okay.
One
I
moment.
feel like instead of blowing her up, he probably wants to chill for a second and
All
not
right,
do
let's
that.
watch the former President Bill Clinton
Steens.
testifying over...
Jim. Rumors.
Sorry, I'm not going to watch him text the whole time. The fuck?
Oh, you're not a true Hasan fan then.
Yeah, no, I'm good. You're an actual leftist that doesn't criticize imperialism. You're not a leftist. She's a liberal. I will say there's a certain group of Chinese of xenophiles who argue that China is going to build this massive armada, this massive military. They're doing this massive military buildup, and their goal with it is just to secure their borders because China is isolationist. And I'm like, bro, what? I'm sorry. I don't know that I believe that. I don't think I believe that. And I also, I'm never gonna. I don't think you're a responsible democracy believer if you think that should be just allowed to happen with no challenge.
Real
I
quick.
don't. Yeah, I don't think so.
Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for
crazy.
the 200 bits. When Hasan was saying dating Valley, Kira, she complained that he spent so much time on Twitter. Like my brother Like, brother, my left arm is ready to be cut off. Bit confused, but thank you so much for the bits. You'll need to proofread these messages before you send them in. Jstlk's muted.
I was muted. Yeah, I was telling my stream to donate for my timer. Okay. All right. Ready to keep going.
I don't think this is a firmly held commitment that she has, and it's more so what she thinks is like. It stems entirely from a place of being green, completely uneducated. If you think that this is like a fully fleshed out worldview that she is explaining.
So he's like sweeping super hard for this person. He's saying it's wrong, but he's also sweeping super hard for this person to clean up the position.
Yeah. Well, I don't
Although
think he
I
wants
guess-
to rescind it. I mean, you said that, like, oh, this is like, in any other context would be like an immediate no. I actually don't think so. I think it would just be like it's like a red flag to him.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
You think that this is only carried forward because of the momentum that the, like, previous endorsement has, like, forced him into?
Well, I think he probably knows her. And he probably had no idea she had anything like this position, right? I'm guessing he, like, actually knows her personally and doesn't want to, like, blow her up and thinks this is totally incompatible with her views. I think he's saying everything he believes here. Also, El Miko and Evil Johnny Bravo, thank you so much for the gifted subs. I appreciate you guys so much. Serpent17, thank you for the new individual sub. I appreciate that as well. Okay. I think he just likes her and doesn't want to blow her up and doesn't... I think he doesn't believe that this is really her position. I do not think he would have endorsed her. I do think he would be, like, really, really, really upset with this.
I think maybe he would have endorsed her, but he would have, like, tried to strong arm her or, like, pressure her into changing the position. Oh, wait. Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Okay, so you fixed it. When Hasan was dating Valkyrie, she complained that he spent so much time on Twitter. And then you put, like, brother, my left arm is ready to be cut off. Gotcha. Thank you for the bits.
Wow. 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 Marmadude, thank you for the gifted sub as well. It's, hold on. Somebody said, play this clip. I'm not playing that clip. Yeah, I'm not playing that clip. You could send me that clip from any other source or something if you want. Don't send me, yeah. You have to find a different thing. Also, I think if you think Hasan's paid by China, you're also probably mentally retarded. I think that's a mentally retarded position for total and utter cognitively impaired morons. Okay? I think even Asmongold's not so cognitively impaired that he could believe that, but yeah. Painfully retarded if you believe that. Painfully retarded.
If you think this is like a fully fleshed out...
But he does do it for free. Hold on, you couldn't pay somebody to do this. If you're paying somebody to do something like this, they're slightly more subtle. Okay? You can't like pay somebody to be that excited when they get handed the like now book
Tucker
or whatever.
Carlson in Russia. Okay? Grocery shopping.
No, that's Tucker Carlson's Uncanny Valley. No, I don't think so.
Cope. That's the obvious counter. That's the obvious thing that throws a wrench in what you just fucking said.
You think Tucker Carlson's love for Russia approaches Hasan's
the
love for China?
propaganda that he did for them, and I do think that he's paid for it.
You can pay people to do propaganda. I'm telling you that Hasan does this for the love of the game.
But you said that the reason why you know it's for the love of the game is because he would be more subtle if he was paid, and I'm telling you that there are still propagandists in this world that are like not subtle whatsoever, and it's abundantly clear that they're taking money.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, maybe that wasn't a good argument. There's a good argument against the subtlety. I've seen Hasan over numerous different instances just totally fucking love China, okay? So maybe that point wasn't as good. Hooligans, once again tonight, with the 10,000 kicks. Thank you so much, Hooligans. Really appreciate it, man.
Simple was subtle.
Single-handedly funding the stream.
But when you're already
That's crazy.
saying everything that they want you to say, you don't really have to do much work, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. God damn. Hooligans, thank you so much. Don't bankrupt yourself funding the stream. I love you. Thank you so much for the... Jesus. That's a lot.
I'll take
That's a lot
you
of money.
bankrupting yourself. Come to my stream. You can bankrupt yourself here.
Don't do that.
You
Don't
can.
do that.
I will take your money.
Don't do that.
Ideological commitment that she has to like foreign intervention and not just like she's led you on. It's okay, Hasan. Oh, God.
You got fooled, Unc. It's okay. It's okay, Unc. You got fooled.
It has me worried. No, it's not. It's not that at all. It's literally just
Guy who's worried.
being a 26-year-old. Ugh, what a flub.
Apparently, she has a undergrad in international
Ay, ay,
relations,
ay.
so it is a bit infantilizing to go like,
Oh,
LOL, this
then
is just
she
a product because
definitely-
she's like
she's definitely
26.
not green. Yeah, she's definitely not green. Yeah, she's definitely not green. That's a position she's thought about.
Yeah.
That's a part of a fully formed. It could be a naive worldview, or it could be something else. But if she's got a degree in international relations, she knows precisely what she's advocating for, right?
Yes,
And
it's not
degree
a
Hasan
function of her
has
age.
same
Yeah.
qualifications Hasan has. Not really that much younger than Hasan. Like, yeah. But maybe he didn't know that. If she does have
You
the
think
degree,
even
then
if
yeah,
he
that's
did, you
just-
think he wouldn't have made that comment? He makes an even more shocking comment right after this.
Abughazaleh did not respond to a request for comment, but a source close to the campaign told Dropside that the advisor's emails did not accurately represent her views, saying Kat is committed to taking on authoritarianism, but vehemently against the military-industrial complex and a continuation of failed U.S. intervention approaches.
Have you noticed that this is how Hasan reads anything? Abughazaleh did not respond to a request for comment, but a source close to the campaign told Dropsite that advisor's email did not accurately represent
Wow,
her
is
views,
this
saying
on in
Kat.
this VC right now?
It's
Damn.
like, have you noticed this? Have you
Dropsite
noticed
that
this?
the advisor's emails did
Here's
not
what I have
accurately represent her
noticed.
views, saying Kat is committed to
Pause.
take.
$5 super chat from Sean. Thank you so much. Shut up and take my money and not really keep talking. See, people are fine going like being going into bankruptcy and debt for me.
Okay. I'm gonna de-escalate. That's awesome. I love that you got that. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Yep.
Taking on authoritarianism, but vehemently against the military-industrial complex and a continuation of failed U.S. intervention approaches. Yeah, but even then, it doesn't matter. Her statement on stop. Her
Wait, the
statement
fuck was
on
that?
That Fetterman with like a Havana syndrome, like
Oh my god.
frequency gun or something. It's Fetterman right there, right? That's Fetterman. Yeah. He's got the.
He hit it with
he's got some
with
kind of ray.
the stroke gun.
Yeah.
on
Jesus.
stop. Her statement on
It's kind of crazy that Fetterman went from somebody that like a lot of progressives endorsed to like the strongest
Having a
Zionist in all of
stroke?
like the successor to Ted Cruz. Yeah, he had a stroke and then he's the successor
Yeah.
to Ted Cruz out of nowhere. I don't even know how to explain it. It's actually crazy.
she is definitely a very bad foreign policy advisor. That much is clear. Many of these people, many Americans are still Americans. Even if they're Palestinian Americans, they're still fucking American. And they don't factor in foreign policy at all into their approach with the exception of Palestine. Her Palestinian background should have caused her to be a lot more, to have a lot better fleshed out worldview, especially on foreign policy. Ben Mermel, the advisor who wrote the position, also went to a pro-Israel rally. Yeah, like
I agree, Hasan. Women just shouldn't do politics, okay? Kat, put your burqa on, Kat. What are you doing out here?
Do you
her foreign
agree with
policy
this?
It's
advisor.
indecent. It's indecent, Kat.
Thank you, R. Salazar. $5 less to Jstlk, and then like a emoji. Thoughts?
Okay.
No thoughts. Okay.
Okay. Sorry, did I say no? I'm
That delivered
I'm letting
the
it go.
shit,
I'm letting it all go.
to the media is definitely not reflective of her point
and
of
that
view.
comment, that fucking
and the
comment
aspects
though,
of her
like,
point.
like, oh, she's Palestinian. She's supposed to have the correct positions or whatever. Like, dude, come on.
Wait,
you cannot-
she's Palestinian? I thought
Yeah,
she was
she's
aware of the
Palestinian
Palestinian
American.
issue.
No, she's Palestinian
Oh, I
American.
didn't
She's
catch
also
that.
like based on the issue, but she like talks about how like, oh, my position on this is informed by like my heritage, my background, or whatever. But like that chatter was just like, hey, she's this, she's supposed to have that, which is a little
Yeah, that
bit
doesn't
like
make sense.
if you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black type shit.
Well, I just feel like also I could see how your Palestinian heritage would cause you to sympathize with a group that's like held at gunpoint by a far superior military, right? And hoping that anybody would intervene to help you. Like, I feel like that's a totally reasonable realization to have as a Palestinian person abroad. Is like actually sitting at the point of a gun as a country or as a people, and like just hoping somebody would help. Well, I'm sympathetic to that. I like the Taiwanese people.
Do we think that a lot of well, you're saying that you said in the diaspora specifically, that I can believe, but as far as like if she was like a Palestinian and she immigrated to the United States, I wonder if she'd be like NATO pilled. I don't know. Like, I wonder if there's even like polling opinions on like the thoughts that Palestinians have on like NATO and shit.
I actually think it's disconnected from that, because if it was informed by that, if it was like NATO pilled and she was like totally, I think she'd have totally different beliefs. I think it's informed by the like, just look at the situation at like a top level and seeing that like if you were to take away the US, China would still be acting the same way. Like these people are sort of they're staring down the barrel almost all the time, right? All the time. So it doesn't really matter that it's like the influence that caused the situation to happen. It doesn't matter that the US is the one supporting them with their imperialist might. It like none of that really matters to the person who I think is just connecting on that emotional level of like, hey, you're sitting here and you're sort of consistently under something akin to a military occupation, right? I don't know how much Taiwan gets their navy out there and gets buzzed by Chinese destroyers the way like Filipino fishing boats do, but
wait, military occupation?
I know that
you mean by China?
Well, sorry, I said military occupation. I'm saying there's a military there who's hostile to you that you're like staring down the barrel of a gun from. They don't enforce any of the same things that the Palestinians.
Yeah, no. So you're saying it's like this invisible gun.
If I said occupation,
yeah.
that was not what I meant. That's not what I'm thinking of. I just said it because it's a word that lands somewhere close by. Yeah, I don't think it's the same thing. So anyway, I think if it was, I think it's informed by like the analysis of how the circumstances came about that Taiwan and China became estranged, or why the military dictatorship was able to take root. If it was informed by that, if that's what was a part of her decision making, she'd have a different opinion. I'm guessing. Okay. Yeah.
Point of view on intervention with Taiwan comes from the fact that she's just green and has no idea like what that signifies, like what that says at all, or what that looks like at all.
I really wish Kat Abughazaleh would like just sit there and look pretty. She needs to stop with, well, imagine I'm doing the hand motion of like yapping. She needs to stop with this. She said, now my hands are closed. My hand is closed. She needs to do more of this. Okay. You guys know what I'm saying?
No one can see
26
you.
is
No
not
one knows
that
what you're
young, bro.
saying.
I feel like I gave the visualization. People know what I'm saying.
I don't.
Oh, brother.
woman.
Oh, hold on. Do I? Okay. Well,
It 100% is. What are we talking about? For running for office, there's a reason why people are like, okay, well, you're inexperienced, you know? Mermel was the executive director for the Center for Warfare Analysis and Evaluation when organizations met with ICE to explore collaboration and
gotcha.
partnerships. His boss is under federal indictment for protesting ICE.
His pronunciation of her last
sorry,
name
that's
is
him
awful.
to Kat, by
Probably
the way.
mine
That's
is
him
as
to
well.
Kat.
Kat will be the voice on the Hill, and she won't stop until Russia is made to pay for its crimes. Yeah.
Mermel is the policy advisor who's been let go. Thank you, Ben Mermel.
Or they resigned or whatever.
Yeah.
But like
that
probably
resigned, yeah.
like resign or we fire you type thing, I guess.
Yeah, probably. I would imagine just like based on the backlash, right? Probably.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ben at catforillinois.com.
If she's too small like to have an ideological position, maybe she's too young to hold an office position. The fuck is this argument? No, I don't disagree with you.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
I didn't
That's
remember
kind of
him
revoking the
saying
endorsement,
this.
by the way. That's kind of revoking the endorsement, by the way. A little bit right there. How does this go? Well, this is 5 days ago. I didn't see how this went after this. How does this go after this? Well, actually, I guess that's a part of the segment. So hold on. Don't tell me. It's like what we're going to cover, I imagine.
You know, what do you mean when you say green? Like she doesn't have the experience. She's inexperienced.
Are
It
we to
stems
make the
from a
assumption
lack of
that like
experience.
more
I mean, look,
time in Congress would move her away from this position? Because I don't know if that's the case. Or like more
People
like,
usually go to
political
Congress and they
experience or whatever.
become. Yeah, people usually go to Congress and they get way less in favor of military intervention, right? That's a normal progression.
It typically happens. Like, what is this argument?
Yeah.
Zoran had a fucking similar blunder as well. Also comes from the fact that he's never held an office that is higher than like state assembly member. So when you don't have an office higher than that, you end up running to foreign policy questions that you haven't fully thought about. And luckily for Zoran, that didn't become a major issue.
She's just a 26-year-old girl. She hasn't thought about these things, chat. I mean, maybe. Like, to be clear, somebody did point out just because you have a degree in international relations does not mean that you've necessarily studied the, like, exact relationships that exist, but because Taiwan and China is so notable, it's hard for me to say that that would be, like, assume that would be a gap in your, like, knowledge with respect to international affairs.
I have a degree in international relations, but Israel-Palestine, that's a little beyond me. I don't really know what's going on there. It's like, come on. You don't tell me you don't know what's going on in Darfur. Maybe. But like Israel-Palestine, China-Taiwan, that's crazy. That's nuts. I don't believe that at all. Yeah, that would be beyond belief. Did she respond to this overall? Or
yeah,
are we gonna go to anything like
she has a video. Give me a second.
Okay. Perfect.
No, and she also has a Breaking Points interview where I want to see beyond like her plan statement, like what happens after she, has to defend these positions live, you know?
Yep. Oh, was what is her name? Was Krystal Ball? Was she against Kat in that thing? Is she like basically totally against military intervention in Taiwan?
I don't know. I would have to assume that she is like, at the very least, would consider this like. Short answer, yeah, she probably is not a fan of that.
Okay.
Because I think she's also like, and I don't mean to mischaracterize her. I don't watch Breaking Point, so like, tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure she's also like, okay, we need to be done with the like sending arms to Ukraine thing.
Oh, interesting. I think I don't know if you can declare empathy for other people without them wanting to do that. Like, I think opinion polling on the Ukraine thing is still mostly in favor of the war. No, like that people want to continue to prosecute that war.
Wait, Americans or Ukrainians?
Ukrainians, don't Ukrainians by and large still?
There's two polls. They want to resolve it, but then when they look, they're not in favor of like what it would take to resolve it, because to resolve it like right now, they need to give up the territories.
Capitulate, yeah.
But like there was a Harry Enton poll from a couple of months ago that showed like a really, really steep decline for even Ukrainian support for this.
That was sort of predicated on the idea that like, well, they don't want to give it up for what it would require, and like nobody wants to be in war, right? Just as like, do you want to just be in war?
Well,
no, not really.
Their polling showed support for it at the beginning. Like, yes, they believed it was righteous and the correct thing to do to wage the war in order to extract like hold the territory, and if there was a diplomatic settlement, reach a better negotiating position. But at this point, like
what's changed there?
It's gone worse. They're like in pretty much like the same position, if not like a worse negotiating position than they were like a year ago. And Zelensky is like signaling that he would be open to accepting the terms of this agreement that like used to be like non-negotiable.
Okay, that's basically what I was saying. Is like, it seems like they don't want to give up their territories. Are they giving up Crimea in the new agreement?
I don't know. On year 4, probably. If they want to have a diplomatic end to this anytime soon, it will probably involve annexations, and that it would probably include Crimea. Like, as far as Russia's just like sees it, that's already decided because of 2014, and it's like dispute over like the Donbass or whatever.
Jesus, guys, certain comments. Come on, man. People in chat being very awful.
To who?
Actually, not even awful. Literally just making sexual comments in a way that makes me uncomfortable. That's all it is. Bro. It's like, dude.
Go do that again.
That's like honestly, if they were just calling you a retard, I would not clean that up. No offense. Not that I believe that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, if they're attacking what you're saying, I'd be fine. But then just like, yeah, the other stuff is just weird. Yeah. Weird shit, man. That's all. Sorry, I maybe shouldn't have even called it out. I did actually not do it. I did not call it out when Lav did it. Sorry, yeah, I did pull it up. I did mention it. That's my bad. All right, we got the cat video. I had this open and I have to.
Today, reporting revealed
I didn't get a
an email
notification
sent
for
by
this,
someone
but we're
on
good.
my staff detailing my foreign policy. The answers surprised a lot of people, including myself. I want to be really clear. I did not know of that email's existence, and I would not have approved the language in said email. I was also not aware of certain aspects of this individual's background, and they are no longer on our staff. But part of the reason this email was so
Damn.
surprising is that I have been remarkably clear and open about my positions regarding foreign policy. In fact, if you want to read our foreign policy platform, as well as our page on a free and sovereign Palestine, you can go to
My
catforillinois.com/issues.
goat, Chad.
But let me be clear about where I stand on what was actually in that email. First off, the email describes me as an interventionist, which is not true. I have no idea why he would say that. I have never described myself as an interventionist. I am anti-war, anti-genocide, anti-imperialism, and anti-intervention.
I feel like that's a
Which
good
is
thing
why
that she
all the
doesn't get to like just because you don't self-identify as an interventionist or whatever, like does not mean you're going to be able to like fight off the accusations that you are if these are your positions.
Yeah, I do think it's the same. It's just a signal saying like these things. It's like, okay, like really all you need to say is where did they fail to describe your positions accurately? Realistic. But I mean, everybody who's doing politics will do this, right? Try to like soften the blow as much as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, she fired
Positions
the
I do.
guy,
I
so,
have
or
always-
like he resigned or whatever.
Yeah.
It was like it was a grave oversight that he has been my advisor since 2025 of last year, July 2025, right?
July of last year. Yeah, 2025.
Yeah, like she made it sound like oops, it was a mistake that guy was on my team, and it's like probably not, right? You probably wanted him there.
Yeah. Well, so she says it's a mistake, and it's like I still have not heard anything about the actual thing that people are upset about. I don't think anybody cared about her position on Palestine, which she outlines.
Yes,
Nobody
they
cared
do.
about what like.
But they
Sorry,
thought it was
I
good.
don't think anybody cared about criticizing her position.
Oh,
Sorry. I meant like in terms of they're not negatively criticizing her position on Palestine. It's like you obviously have one thing you need to address, and now we're 60 seconds into the video, and you've not said anything about it. You've like given me a whole bunch of other stuff to just like throw this guy under the bus, highlight like some of your strengths, say we stand together. Whenever somebody does that, I'm getting ready for like I came to know whether or not you were going to like punch me in the face. And you're like, well, we've been friends for a long time, and this guy did pay me a lot of money to do it. And, usually I'm anti-violence and all of this. And it's like, okay, well, I already know. Just like hit me, I guess. Jesus Christ.
Believed and said that we should lead with diplomacy and humane foreign policy. I've been endorsed by Peace Action, the largest grassroots peace network in the world, and I firmly denounce Trump's moves to militarily intervene in Venezuela, Canada, Greenland, Iran, and elsewhere. Before I get into any other specifics, I want to add an initial caveat, and that's that military intervention is an absolute last resort. We need to lead with diplomacy. We shouldn't force regime change, and especially.
I'm sorry. She's about to say all of these things and then go, but if China attacks, but I think we need to recognize Taiwan immediately and nuke China immediately if it ever makes a military move towards Taiwan. It's like we're just setting up for the biggest butt in the world. I can feel it in my bones.
Yeah.
We need humane foreign policy. This means public diplomacy, the reinstitution and expansion of USAID, and reparations to the global south, particularly focused on renewable energy and infrastructure. Now, my leading principle in international affairs is the right to self-determination. When it comes to Ukraine, I believe we should continue arming the Ukrainian people. Wars of aggression are illegal. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a war of aggression. That is an international crime. Putin is a despot, and he will not stop with Ukraine. We can support Ukraine by providing arms, ideally paid for through the seizure of Russian oligarch assets, but not with U.S. troops on the ground.
I've seen less
Similarly, I
backlash
believe
to her
that
Ukraine
politically,
position, and that's because I have a more like left feed that it would be primed to like feed me more of that, to be honest, but I'm sure it exists.
Yeah, sure. Again, it feels like this makes sense to me, the way she defends the Ukraine position.
Yeah.
Like it all makes sense in a coherent worldview. I think, I can see how this all lines up with her getting attacked over the Taiwan thing. It's kind of interesting. Still hasn't mentioned it, by the way. We're still not there
We should
somehow.
adhere to the One China
Well,
policy.
like she's like,
But we
let's
should
start
also
with
eliminate
the
strategic-
easier one to defend, or like the one that's like far less controversial, which is this one.
Yeah, we should adhere to the one. We should
Because to the
adhere to the
extent
One
that you
China
have
policy.
like Russian apologists for Ukraine, it's like, oh well, they were like baited into it. Is the extent to which it usually is not as so far as to go like it was not illegal at all what they did. It's usually just like, okay, it's illegal, but like there's a good reason.
Yeah, man, it always catches me a little off guard when people are still like arguing about that stuff a lot. Like I feel like nothing's really changed from the very beginning, or is that what you're talking about? Like from the very beginning?
No, from the beginning.
All right, yeah. There are some people who are like, dude, Hasan bordered on this for a second. He backed off of it entirely, but I do think there are a lot of people who are like, Crimea, they should just have Crimea. Like Crimea is theirs. It's their right. Right? And
yeah, but like it's so weird because again, like why I don't understand that like the logic of doing it on the basis that you're just defaulting to polling opinions, because you're not actually referring to like the indigenous population of the Crimean, is it Tatars? I can't think of how you say like it, but there was a population that was indigenous to specifically to that region that does not identify as ethnically Russian or ethnically Ukrainian. But because of the relationship that exists between Crimea and formerly the USSR and Russia and then Ukraine or whatever, there are different populations that are obviously like putting the scales one way or the other towards like what they favor. But the thing is like, if you're just going to default to a population, like a simple majority, then you can just do imperialism by like a slower way, right? You can have these like irredentist movements that basically engage in population transfers
that's what he was
and then
doing
do
in
settlers.
the Donbass,
Yes,
right?
Oh, I thought you were
not
going to say
quite,
that's what
but-
Bibi is doing in the West Bank. I was going to say, yeah, like they do a
Sure,
population
Bibi's doing that in
transfer,
the West Bank.
and you manufacture
But if
that
you're just
outcome.
if you're just gonna do majority, then I think in like Donbass, this is what they were doing with like the militia. They'd have people go in and basically like start their own rebellions and stuff, right? Like
Yeah.
start fomenting unrest, and then eventually it's like once you just go in and you're like, well, there's unrest here, and then you do the polling after you get there, which is the direction they were going. But sure, the Israel thing's probably a better example, a less like conflict oriented example that is much harder to stop. So I can see where that's coming from. If you inform it on Israel, I see where we can't just do the majority thing, because
Yeah.
obviously there are ways you can manufacture that over time.
Right.
Is
And the
that
thing is, like,
politically,
with
we
international
should-
law, it's not retroactive. So even though it's illegal to engage in population transfers, one period, but also when you're engaged in a military occupation, like you're not supposed to be transferring any like of your native populations to that region that you're occupying because of this specific reason. It doesn't apply retroactively. So to the extent that had already occurred in those regions, they would not invalidate it on that basis, if that makes like using an international legal framework.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, totally agreed.
But not with U.S. troops on the ground. Similarly, I believe that politically, we should adhere to the One China policy. But we should also eliminate strategic ambiguity when it comes to aiding Taiwan, so that way it can defend itself without putting U.S. boots on Taiwanese soil.
Okay, so I see what she's trying to say. She's trying to basically say, couldn't she have just said this in a way that's a way less offensive to people? I swear to God, if she just said, we should make a commitment to like defending Chinese Taipei if it's ever militarily invaded, including by China. If she said something like that, I feel like that would
That's
offend
like
only 70% of the people.
I don't know. Like take this sort of like middle of the road, like it's one of those things that I think it would be perceived as a cynical move. Like, oh, you're fence sitting between the strategic clarity and strategic ambiguity, and you've come up with a third position that is going to make nobody happy and piss off everybody, because both sides
Well, I
will
think
see
it's still
exactly what you're
employing
trying to
strategic
do.
ambiguity.
It is
It's
closer
still
to the strategic
employing
ambiguity,
strategic
if you
ambiguity.
do that. Yeah.
But when you say, I'm going to end strategic ambiguity, which is what she said from before, she's like, I'm going to end strategic ambiguity this way, on this issue or something. And I'm like, oh, she's saying only applied to that one issue, but they're not going to be ambiguous. As in, everybody understands right now that if China were to invade Taiwan, Taiwan would have the backing of the U.S. military. Like, that is the understanding of most people.
There is
now,
bipartisan consensus for that.
But that's like the understanding of most people. So the ambiguity is just not formally declaring that anywhere.
Yes.
So she's saying we should formally declare this thing that's already understood. And so it's ending strategic ambiguity in only one way. It's not saying, we go and we advocate for everybody to recognize Taiwan or anything like that. Adhere to the One China policy, employ strategic ambiguity everywhere else, but in this one case, we need to do it this way. I feel like that's not super against her principles, because she probably does think China seems like the imperial power over Taiwan.
Wait. Against her principles, probably not, no. Against, I thought you were going to say as far as, what it signals, because I'm, again, trying to find analogies so people that are confused could understand this, but it's think of it, for a long time, Israelis, and not just liberal Zionists, but usually, harder right Zionists, did not like that the Palestinians were recognized as such. They tried to refer to them just as Arabs, and recognition of the Palestinian ethnicity, diaspora, etc. They were already seeing that as you're already losing narrative control. Really quick.
Yeah.
From the South Side, thank you so much for the $9.99. Politicians not running for the presidency talking about foreign interventions is cute since those cowards don't invoke their war powers and presidents now act unilaterally. I mean, the fact that she had to respond to this is funny because it's the product of Twitter discourse. But I don't know, I'm not, I don't want to continue normalizing or kind of ceding that oh yeah, that lies with the executive. I would at some point to get back to that being understood as something that resides with Congress. Whatever, I will get back to you one day. I'm sorry.
Ideally,
I straight up just always forget. Hold on, I will send a note to myself right now. Okay, I can keep going.
All right.
The last thing any of us want is a war with China. This is an effort to make sure that doesn't happen. So that way we can make time to work towards diplomatic solutions. We need to
Wait, would that be are you saying Brian's in your chat right now?
Yes. He just put cough because I
Okay.
need to message him about debating Andrew Wilson IRL for 9 hours or something.
Sounds fun.
Totally.
reinvest
We're good.
in those diplomatic solutions, not just between China and Taiwan, but the US and China as well. We live in a globalized world. We need to work towards being partners with China in trade and innovation. But that's only possible through diplomatic solutions and international law. I know these are all controversial subjects, but self-determination is necessary in a democratic, globalized world. And that is true whether it's Taiwan, Ukraine, Palestine, or anywhere else.
Democratic,
Invasion and
globalized
aggression
world.
cannot be tolerated. The other caveat here is that any military aid for any reason must be conditional. I don't care if it's Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel, or Mexico. If weapons paid for with our tax dollars are suspected of being used to commit crimes against humanity or war crimes, we need a full arms embargo. We have to make sure that war criminals are held accountable and put measures in place to ensure that those crimes are never committed again. I will never blindly vote for military aid. Every single bill will be a separate consideration that I will deeply think about and convey why I voted.
With regards to whatever, they realize that the 8-hour shit is just god awful, right? It's just
Content wise,
farming.
I'm sure as far as profit margins, probably pretty nice, pretty sick, I would have to assume.
I feel like if they broke it up have they considered breaking it up or something? It's I swear it's unwatchable for people. I mean, if he likes the people reacting to it and spreading the name, unwatchable.
It's one of these things where it's people will easily watch, binge watch a TV show for 7 hours straight, but there's something overwhelming and intimidating about seeing a debate that literally goes on for 9 hours that I don't even want to click it,
It's not that for me. It's that the debaters after an hour and a half are already into some meta thing where they hate each other for some disagreement they had that they didn't resolve effectively earlier, and they're totally broken down and not able to argue anymore. That's more my problem, is the debaters are mush by 2 to 3 hours in.
Yeah, it just nothing of substance will be discussed in 9 hours, even though you have all the time in the world. There's like
Yeah,
there's
like, it has to be
the same way
tightly
like
scoped.
2 hours is like usually not enough to do anything, but like that doesn't mean that giving 8 hours to people means that you're gonna have necessarily like, oh, you guys have the space to hash it out, because then it actually turns into like, well, since we have 9 hours, let's hash out every single petty grievance, and there's no incentive for anybody to like push the conversation forward. You know what I mean? Because you know how long you're gonna be there, so you literally get into everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
For or against?
I literally used to watch whatever debates, and when they switched to like doing 8 hours, that's all I was. I think all of that is true. So it's on both sides.
Are you a big fan
I
of
don't know.
whatever
I
debates?
think I'm back to. Some of them were fine. Yeah, some of them were good. Especially if somebody was there who I liked or didn't like, then it was I'll be honest, it's just really easy content to farm a lot of the time with people you don't like. It is.
Against it. I will not vote to deploy troops for forever wars, and I will continue to respect international law. But once again, any military aid, any military intervention must be an absolute last resort. And our troops cannot be used for an imperial agenda that will make other parts of the world worse.
Wait,
We need to
pause.
focus on making our country better.
Oh,
Here's what
Hello.
I like about this at the very least. Even if you don't like her position on the strategic clarity, the fact that she went out of her way to respond to the backlash that she got and she's not bought off by corporate interests is actually so much better than the vast majority of our supposed elected representatives, where you can have outcry or whatever and they're just hoping that it dies down and they can keep the same position that they held and that you won't notice. As opposed to what
but
she
then she
did, which
actually
was
came
like,
down and just reaffirmed it. Just said, "This is what I believe." Do you think any amount of this is in response to Hasan sort of like babying her or something?
not Hasan. Like,
Being
I think it's a lot bigger than just him. I think it's in response to all of the reaction that she got from her campaign, even though these people are not like, they're the vast majority of people wouldn't be surprised if not only are they outside of the US, but they're not in her district or like her voting constituents. But it was important for her to like respond to them as though they were. But I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that like, because it just shows that, okay, so she is actually engaged in following the conversation as to like where people are, like how people feel with her positions. There's a
she's
balance to be struck though,
basically
to not
saying-
just like pander, but also not and like not pander and be principled, but also balancing that against like, oh yeah, I'm there to serve my constituents and like represent the beliefs that they hold, you know?
Yep. Yeah, I think I like the idea that she's there to represent her constituents. That's one way to say it. I think she's basically coming out and taking. Well, I feel like it might be a little bit in response to the Hasan thing. I think she's legitimately taking a narrative that, hey, I wasn't experienced. Somebody who's a big commentator was saying, you're not experienced enough to make this call, and she went, nope. I genuinely believe this. I actually believe this. These are my beliefs. This is what they're based on. And that she comes out and just says, I'm not going to be moved on them. Like she's not just, if she backed off here, I'd just be like, oh, that's weak. I honestly wouldn't vote for her.
No, but then she could.
I mean, maybe in a smaller
she
race,
could move
but-
on them potentially, but you would have to present like it would
Some
not solely be like
reason.
you got to have an awesome argument because it's literally not as simple as that. But
Yeah.
she's not captured in the same way other politicians are.
Even if Hasan were correct here, right? I don't even necessarily acknowledge that he's correct here. But even if he were correct here, and she had this position that she put in her on her webpage, she's running for like an actual office. I assume is this a congressional seat or is this Illinois state senate or legislature?
It's a congressional seat.
It's congressional seat.
So like
Yeah,
same
okay.
status as like AOC.
So, yeah. Hey, know what the Congress is? What the fuck?
Just checking, you're Canadian after all.
Jesus. I just got told to, hey, you're a little green behind the ears. Maybe don't yap so much. That's what I just got talked down to. That's crazy.
I'm just clarifying for anybody who
All
might
right.
have been confused.
So I think I wouldn't vote for somebody who had a position and got backlash from Hasan and then flipped without just in the wind, got backlash and flipped on that position. I actually feel like I just wouldn't want to vote for them anymore. That would actually upset me. That'd be like, oh, you didn't believe anything? You just immediately flipped because Hasan was like, oh, you're wrong on this? That would have been fucked up. I think, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, even if she had other reasons for changing it, the appearance that it was influenced significantly by like one social media influencer would already be highly problematic.
Yeah.
Like, I like to think that she's not just like, that would honestly like truly solidify the like fucking red flags or whatever, that like, oh shit, this person will like at the
Hasan
drop
would
of a
be
hat
correct.
at just like a little bit of public scrutiny or backlash, like their instinct is to like, instead of clarify or reaffirm the position, is to just like change it. But the fact that she's responsive at all, like so many politicians in the United States, because like they won't really suffer electoral consequences for it because of how long the terms are. They just like won't hold town halls, like they won't, or like they will, but they're very short, or like they won't engage with their constituents like that, or only like a certain type, because like the way that our maps and districts are drawn, it can be the case that literally a district runs all the way from like San Antonio to South Texas, and that's like one district. That was the case. Like maybe with remapping or whatever, like with some of the district redrawing, like that's not the case, but like a lot of them are just like these bizarre shapes because they're gerrymandered to shit, and it's not really like geographically like feasible or convenient to like represent all of the people in your one area, but that's how the maps are allowed to be drawn.
Yeah. So you're just saying that there's, sorry, I looked at something and I missed what the last part of what you said, but you're basically implying that like you have a really wide group, like you have
there's like a lack of
lot different
geographic
types of
practicality
constituents.
to having proximity to all of your constituents, and they all have different needs. That's the thing, is like the
Yes,
people, like
okay.
if you're part of a gerrymandered district that encompasses like the suburbs of Chicago, but also like some of the
Okay.
poorest areas, like the needs of those constituents are going to be so different, yet you have to represent all of them.
Well, and there's also the other thing, which I think some people don't take into account, because this is a very difficult question for me right now. What do you do when the needs or wants of those constituents conflict with the national party interest as well? What do you believe is appropriate there?
I think that the calculation that goes into that is like, you always listen to the constituents that are the most consistent with showing up to vote for you. So you might have outrage from a big part of your constituents, but are they the ones that even show up and represent the people that put you in office? If they're not, they can kind of be safely ignored. And then from there, like, I feel like adherence to the party right now and like what their main platform is, like, wins out with a couple of wedge issues being a little bit different.
Yeah, I think this is like a really difficult thing for me, because I like it ties into the whole Hutch thing. Like, what if you're in a district with people who want segregation kind of thing? Like, what are you doing then?
But then the thing is like they care about party unity in other aspects. So to me, it's like, if you're going to defend some Democrats breaking from the party line on like a really, really important part of a national party agenda, then at that point, are you really like, is that person meaningfully on the party? If they're like, oh, it's only like 3 issues, but the 3 issues are like healthcare, education, and guns or something, things that are like cornerstones of the Democratic platform. If you're 97% in alignment with the Dems on other things, like, I don't know, because those issues can be so critical that it almost feels like you should just be an independent. But because the two-party duopoly, you have people that are like, that don't really kind of like belong in the Democratic Party, but then nonetheless like are affiliated with or run under the Democratic Party.
Yeah, it is a tough question, and like how much you want to support those candidates and run, and then I guess the flip side of that is maybe this would be your answer, because I'm thinking about like the national party shouldn't cuck their perspective to basically try to go for people in the middle in some of these more purple states. For some of those people who'd have different principles, they should be strong on their principles and let people join them, but not like try to advocate and move over towards those districts specifically, right?
Yeah.
Would probably be your position. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I feel like that's probably the way you go. I think people really underestimate just how much you can, on a federal level, at least Donald Trump's proven this out, just shape the opinions of people directly. That like actually what they thought, they don't think in a lot of ways. Like, it's shown how changeable some of these things are. So some of these guys used to think they were anti-intervention. Could you believe it? I saw a poll yesterday. 85% of Republicans support the Iran action so far, from March 2nd to March 3rd.
Yes. This was what happened with Iran strikes back last summer, which is that if you pulled MAGA, how do you feel about it? It was unpopular, but when you pulled them after they'd been exposed to any media they regularly consumed, funnily enough, it increased significantly. Support for it.
But I think this is almost the opposite. I don't know what big media figures are behind this war. I actually haven't seen it. I think this is all like the Christian Zionist, like Fox News
the Lindsey
boomers
Graham type,
who are the supporters.
Yes,
like
what's his name?
The crazy cultish types.
Who's the guy who Tucker hates? Levin, right?
I mean, who?
Mark Levin.
Oh yeah, Levin. I mean, you're saying the same thing.
Oh, is it
I
Levin?
hear it Levin. Yeah.
Well, that guy. He is like a really big, like, pro-Israel, like Iran hawk guy.
Dude, where's that guy? I guess that guy's on radio, right? That guy's on radio, I think.
No, he does Fox News.
I've looked at his sure, he might do Fox News as well. I've looked at him on YouTube.
He replaced Tucker, right?
He gets like 2,000 or 3,000 views on YouTube.
Yeah,
There's
it's
no
embarrassing.
way. There's no way he replaced.
Yeah,
Mark Levin did not replace Tucker in that slot and then just stayed there, did he? That seems not possible.
I mean, they didn't want to get rid of Tucker. It was because of the Dominion lawsuit. Mark Levin became popular on right-wing radio. Yeah, but now I know for sure. I'm pretty sure he does have like a show where his face is there.
That's on,
unfortunately.
His radio thing was fucking massive. I know that because I know Fuentes said that was who he used to listen to on radio. That was like the first conservative voice he listened to.
And not like Limbaugh or Beck?
No, it was Mark Levin, and that's super funny for so many reasons because Mark Levin is a giga Israel first cuck. Mark Levin shaped this guy's mind. Will Kane, maybe? I don't know.
It is funny to think that like the longer you listen to Mark Levin, the more anti-Semitic you become.
Wait, have you ever seen his stuff on YouTube before?
I've seen one video that Pisco reacted to, and it was him contradicting himself an impressive amount of times in like 90 seconds.
Dude, you should see his like actual YouTube channel and like the stuff he puts out. It's actually crazy. I think I'm thinking of the right guy. Hold on. Yeah, Liberty's Voice. Liberty's Voice with Mark Levin. Liberty's Voice with Mark Levin. Why Judea and Samaria belong to Israel.
The Christians in Egypt, they are...
Dude. This channel is crazy. Liberty's Voice with Mark Levin. This is... Katarlson, Iran stooge.
Katarlson.
Khomeini's in hell. Peace through strength. Trump is MAGA. Trump is purging evil. Silence in the face of danger. The Islamo-Nazi regime.
Currently doing. Like down to these types of thumbnails and those titles, I like literally actually wouldn't be surprised if the editor for Tim Pool is like doing this guy. His channel.
I couldn't believe Tim Pool came out and was like, why shouldn't we just take over everything? It's like, Tim, don't you remember you were like remember why you didn't like Ukraine? Why are we going to other countries, guys?
No. You think that you have identified some like supposed hypocrisy, but if you're always working backwards from what did Donald Trump do and whatever he does is basically correct, or being just like pro-America, completely consistent. It just seems
whatever America does is good.
But yeah.
Yeah, the problem is for Tim, he actually has had debates with people on his show, and he will actually lay out the logic for why he supports something beyond just America's awesome. So that's where the hypocrisy is. I'm unfortunately, tragically, one of the people who's actually listened to Tim Pool at some amount of length to make fun of him on my show. So I do know that he actually makes the points based on like some sort of stated principle that goes away the second.
No, he
Trump
always
changes.
hedges in a way that is just like, okay, so he did this with Venezuela. So he will take the nominal position that he's skeptical, he's against it, and he'll go like 60-40, 60% against, 40% for it, right? And so he sets it up that no matter how it happens, like if it goes badly, see, this is why I said like I didn't support this, even though he like played defense for it. And if it goes well, then all he has to do is like, oh, I guess I was wrong, but I was barely wrong because I was only a little bit skeptical of it. Then he'll downplay the extent to which he was skeptical of it. It's like the perfect position for him to always take. Like, stake out, again, the nominal disagreement, play defense for everything afterwards, and then however it ends is like what you'll say you always were basically the entire time.
Yeah, sure. I agree with you. That is how he handles this. I think the Iraq war thing has probably been a staple for him. I think the Iran stuff is crazy.
But he said it was different. He said it's different. That Venezuela. He was like, see, Venezuela is not the Middle East, and also the Monroe Doctrine, and also because there's like, it's weird because the argument that they're making is because there exists more stability in Venezuela, it's easier to do these sorts of things. But it's like they don't stop and ask the question, wait, why are we invading or deposing a country that's like largely stable? Wouldn't that mean that there were other avenues to pursue before like resorting to like a deposition or a military operation or acts of war?
Actually, it's cool when America breaks the law. Did you think about that?
It's cool when America fucks everybody in the ass without any lube.
These people all had absentee fathers, so they just like bad boys who break the rules. Okay, that's the way it is. That's what they like.
I mean, Tim Pool literally dropped out at like 13. That's where his education stops.
Yeah, I could believe that. Yep, I could totally believe that. That makes sense. Yep, looking for his dad in the world out here as a grown man. Very strange. Okay, we were on the cat response video. We're basically done with the cat response video. We'll watch the last little bit of it and then the breaking points.
And part of that is integrating into a globalized world. The American people are sick of our tax dollars being used for bombs.
Now, anytime I
instead
hear
of healthcare.
globalized, I'm expecting Intifada to be brought up. So I thought she was about to say, especially given her position, like, this is how we globalized Intifada. I don't know why.
That's just, see, we have totally different backgrounds when we come to politics, because I expect her to start talking about how you're going to eat the bugs and own nothing and be happy. So way different foundational places.
Sick of blind intervention and the military-industrial complex siphoning prosperity from us and the rest of the world for a quick profit. It is a moral imperative that we lead with diplomacy and aid, and that we make right wrongs from the past. A safer and healthier world through shared trade, infrastructure, and cultural exchange also leads to a safer and healthier America. You may agree or disagree with me on these issues, and that's fine. But this is where I stand, and I wanted to make sure it's clear. In my own words.
Dude, I'm sorry.
On these issues.
I'm seeing, I feel like there's 5 to 10% of this that is explicitly she watched that Hasan clip, and this is...
And that's fine.
Listen,
but this
right
is
here.
where I stand, and I want to make
right
sure
here.
it's clear. In my own words.
I feel like there's some smugness there that's like, you think I don't know what I'm talking about? Well, here's how it is.
Are you starting that rumor? Are you starting that rumor?
No, I feel like I see it directly.
Is a Canadian going to be interfering with an American election?
Also, a little bit Denim's moment right here. Absolute Denim's moment when you look at the smile.
This is where I stand.
I've always thought that she looks like Denim's.
Clear. In my own words.
But Denim's is like part Syrian, right?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. But she's like, yeah, she's just like, I'm sorry, like Denim's moment right there. Yeah, she does look like, okay. Well, listen, I get called racist.
Moroccan, so I put Moroccan.
I was going to say white Denims, but she's not white technically, but, you know, it is what it is. Denims is Lebanese, people are saying.
Lebanese, there we go.
So, yeah, basically the same. Basically the same, right? Okay.
Breaking points.
Let's see. Breaking points. Oh, do you want me to... Here, I'll just find it. Breaking points. Kat. Responds on Iran.
All right, guys. So this morning we are talking to Illinois.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to go refill my water. I'll be right back. If you need me to pause, I can do it through my headphones, like away from my computer. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
Congressional candidate for the 9th Congressional District, Kat Abughazaleh. She is running in a Democratic primary right now, and we wanted to talk to her specifically about foreign policy. Kat, welcome. Great to see you.
Great to see you too.
Yeah, of course. So just to give people a little bit of sort of context and backstory here, Ryan was able to get his hands on an email that had been sent from a campaign advisor to you, who I understand is no longer with the team, that represented a number of your views that people had questions about because they found some of those views relatively surprising. So we figured rather than trying to parse secondhand from an advisor who's no longer with the team anymore, we would just speak to you directly about these things. So glad to have you today.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, of course. So I actually wanted to start with an issue that wasn't in that letter. We'll get to the letter in a minute, but that is top of mind for people, which is the Iran war. So the first question is just, what do you think about the Iran war? Do you support or oppose it, and why?
Oh, shit. This is like gotta be This has got to be a real, like, the hardest question for her, right?
I don't
Based
think so.
on her
no. This
stated
is the
values?
easiest. The Iran war? Why wouldn't
Wouldn't
she
this be
against it?
so she doesn't, because she believes in self-determination, and these are people that are being cracked down on by a brutal dictator that's...
Stop.
Would it maybe be on the lines that, like, diplomacy's not been tried enough?
The first thing that she said in response to the interventionist thing was like, also make it clear she's against the comments. If you look at the first thing that I linked to you. But against the comments, or against the Iran strikes.
Oh, maybe she explicitly said she was against them. I was just thinking, like, it's possible to me, if she's out of lockstep with certain people who have similar beliefs on one issue, she could be out of lockstep on this one as well, and believe, like, oh well, these are people crying out for help. You know what I mean?
No.
Last
Because
resort
that's
for
like
military
the straight
intervention?
up like neocon instead of like NATO neolib position. At that point,
You
if
don't
you're
believe
saying,
that these people are begging for freedom? That these people are democratic?
I
The
believe
Persian
Marco
people
Rubio
are
when
a
he said it was going to be an
democracy?
issue in like a year. So no, I don't think it was imminent.
All right. Okay.
And I
I
also didn't
absolutely
expect that there
oppose
was
it.
any chance that she took that position, given any of her other stated policy positions.
Yeah, sure. Makes sense.
That is top of mind for people, which is the Iran war. So the first question is just, what do you think about the Iran war? Do you support or oppose it, and why?
I absolutely oppose it. This was completely unprovoked. And as we saw in reporting this morning, Pete Hegseth is trying to paint this as a Christian war, with one commander even telling his squad that this is to bring Jesus back through the Armageddon. This is
Oh shit, we covered this on this stream. Did you cover this?
No.
This is so cool. Trump has been anointed to return Jesus to this world.
Wait,
Trump has
what?
been anointed by God. Trump will cleanse the Middle East and return
Oh,
Jesus.
are you talking about the peace, the peace board? The board of peace thing?
No, I'm talking about like military commanders saying that they have divine rights to go and prosecute this war.
I saw that. It's not been independently verified. The journalist who was reporting on that is like typically credible, but I think it, and I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case, but it still needs independent verification. Last I checked.
I feel like, okay, that could be fair. I do think the email's credible. What I would be concerned about maybe is the claims of how many other people. So it's like there's one email.
Is it the reflection of like some people or like policies? Like the question.
Well, the other, I very much doubt it's policy, except perhaps that, well, no, it is the reflection of policy. Did you read the article? They actually lifted restrictions, like restrictions on religious elements being used.
I skimmed it. I didn't read the whole thing.
I'm pretty sure that Pete Hegseth like added some doctrine that they're allowed to, there's something, but they basically, Pete Hegseth's been going to like Bible study in the White House. And I think for the military, there's something. They did interview the guy. So I think what Straighterade is saying is nobody's verified that those emails really exist beyond that guy coming forward as a whistleblower and saying, hey, I'm getting all these emails about this. Military religious. Well, basically,
And to be clear, I did say that I wouldn't doubt it to be true or whatever. It's just subject to additional independent verification.
That it's one person with a story, one journalist has reported it, and you would want other people to be reporting it before you say it's total fact. Two sources. Standard journalistic ethic. Okay, Hegseth called for biblical wisdom in engaging the enemy. I think it's happening. Well, he's definitely doing it a lot. And he talks about God a lot. And there's a couple different elements of that article, but they do lean into this. Like Pete Hegseth does. I feel like there's a policy change that got made where they stopped oversight of this stuff in the same way. I'm almost positive, but I'd have to go back and read it. Okay. Can I hit play?
Mm-hmm.
a violation of international law. It's disgusting, and it's on Congress to pass a war powers resolution. This is also another impeachable offense for Trump. Absolutely oppose it, and I'm just couldn't be more disgusted.
So, Kat, let's go through some of the email to get your sense on where you agreed with Ben Mermel, the national security advisor, and where you disagreed with him. But first of all, is it true that he's no longer with the campaign? And was it this email? Was it something else? Like, if he's no longer with the campaign, what was the decision there?
Yeah, let's start with Ben. So Ben was helping us write some policy on everything from animal rights to our Free and Sovereign Palestine page. He actually offered to resign the second the story broke because we have 2 weeks till Election Day, and he didn't want the story to be about him. He wanted to support the campaign, and it was a mutual decision, mainly because this was communication that was.
Press an X to doubt on that
From
one.
that we read in like fell on the sword, kind of. I feel like we read that in right there, right?
I don't know if I believe that
Like-
though. It's hard for me to think that like somebody would be like that eager to give up their position in a critical campaign, but I could be wrong. It's getting towards the end, so.
Well, it depends on his relationship with her and how much it was about like helping her versus advancing his own career, I guess. Like if there's some sort of ideological thing going on there and he fucked up. Oh, also would depend a lot on how they obtained the email. So if it's entirely his fault that they obtained the email, I could see it being the case where he'd be like, well, that's on me, but maybe not. You think a lot more of these, do you think a lot of people who work in campaigns like this are just really Machiavellian, that they wouldn't want to step down in that position?
Not Machiavellian is like not the right word. It's like a very incestuous environment that exists. And there's a lot of different like competing like political interests that are like and professional interests that happen when you staff a campaign.
Yeah. I do think somebody points out that it can be a good signal to other campaigns, actually, that if something happens that you're willing to, like, you'll put the candidate first, that it might not be the worst thing to step down like that. Like, hey, I did something that could affect the campaign in the critical moment. If that ever happens to you, I'm the guy who will fall on the sword and say, okay, I'll put your campaign first.
Yeah.
Could be a marketing thing, possibly.
Was not passed by the campaign. It was not approved by the campaign. I would not have used such aggressive language, and there were some characterizations in there that I actively disagree with. But I also take umbrage with some of the characterizations I've seen of Ben, and I do want to clear this up right now. First off, I have seen people try to paint him as anti-Palestine, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Ben actually grew up in an Orthodox Jewish family and has lost many of his personal relationships, his family, his friends, his community for standing up for Palestinian dignity. He and I have spent hours articulating our right to return policy, which of course is very personal to myself and my family because, you know, we're Palestinian. He has consistently, actually, when he was at the GW encampment, I was also at the GW encampment. He was characterized as attending a pro-Israel counter-protest there. Both the encampment and the counter-protesters were extremely close together. I know he spoke to some of the hostages' family, but I think that it's very disingenuous and also unfair to characterize him as anti-Palestine, considering what he has risked in his own personal life to stand up for Palestinian human rights.
People in my chat linking articles to this guy going to like pro-Israel rally. But I don't know if that's legitimate. I don't know how... I'm not totally sure there.
Right now, it's like a he said, she said thing. Like you have Drop Site News reporting that like that or whatever, and then you have her coming saying like the opposite.
Well, it's
or
like,
that it's like more complicated. She said like there was close proximity or whatever.
Well, I could see it being that like if he has family. Hold on, what is it? Let me pull up the article and I'll just see exactly what's going on here. Well, I was going to say, depending on where it is, if he had family around where that was happening, if he was like meeting people there, he might have friends who are going to these kinds of things, right? GW encampment continues into second week as pro-Israel rally continues. So he's not the guy here. Is it Germel? Ben Mermel. A graduate student in the School of Public Affairs attended the pro-Israel rally alongside Harris Mowbray, who graduated from the School of International Service in 2022. Referring to the nearby encampment, Mermel said, there's a lot of points that they're making over there that I also agree with. I think they've done a bad job policing the anti-Semitism that sometimes rears its head with that movement, and I think that's turned quite a lot of people off. Dude, that's like the precise worst. Like, I understand where she's coming from, but I also understand how, for him, for like that crowd of people, that's like maybe one of the worst things, because it's just going to sound like you think. Like
is anti-Semitism more important than like kids being bombed? It's always like a zero-sum game.
Yeah,
it's like it's always understood as like that's like the go-to like cultural signal that like you are more skeptical of it than supportive of it if you're prioritizing if you're spending any time like addressing that.
Yeah, basically.
issue for his departure is the lack of communication with the campaign. We also were made aware of him inviting HSI, which is a part of ICE, to speak to a group that he was in. I very much disagree with that. I know that his perspective at that time was like, well, it's not like the bad part of ICE. It's an investigation wing. And I think that he now realizes that ICE has been bad since it's been created. And hopefully he wouldn't make that decision again. But I do have a problem with it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So let's dig into the letter then a little bit. You said you disagreed with some of the framing or some of the language in the letter. Could you just be a little bit specific about that? And we can just put as an example, put G1 up on the screen as an example of some of the language in the letter. It described you as firmly an interventionist, and it also said you won't stop until Russia's made to pay for its crimes. Among other, policy characterizations. But what was some of the language in there that you felt was not reflective of the views that you hold?
That's also going to be an issue if you're in the context of being an American congressional representatives, because we're not signatories to the Rome Statute, so we don't recognize the jurisdiction of the ICC, for which there is an arrest warrant out for Vladimir Putin. But absent that, and absent any language explicitly saying that that's what you're going to be pushing for as far as like accountability for whatever, people are probably going to read into that, especially if the thing says you're firmly an interventionist, that you mean assassination or like additional sanctions or like heavier military actions.
Okay. But sorry, you're saying that
because like nobody who calls for like there needs to be like accountability for Putin in the United States, unless they're also coupling that with like we need to recognize the ICC. That's usually a signal that they're talking about military response, not like a sort of diplomatic
I see.
thing.
People are inferring it. Yeah, got it. So she's basically calling to end Vladimir Putin's reign now. Okay,
it's like, what does that mean? Like, do you mean like, deposing or like assassination or what?
Yeah. I was thinking, that's what people are. I got it.
Specifically, are probably where I'd start. Won't stop until Russia is made to pay for its crimes seems vague and aggressive, but firmly an interventionist, I would very much disagree with. First off, I would not describe myself, and I've never described myself as an interventionist. When it comes to Ukraine and when it comes to anywhere in the world, including the United States' own actions, I am anti-war of aggression, anti-invasion, anti-crimes against humanity. And I think one thing that email didn't capture is how we need to exhaust all diplomatic options for humane foreign policy, and that any sort of military aid would be an absolute last resort. Also not captured there is talking about how paying for arms to Ukraine to protect itself from invasion should be paid for through seizing Russian oligarch assets, which has been a proposed solution in countries in Europe and is one I believe that we should enact here. But what I really want to lead with is humane foreign policy. I'm endorsed by Peace Action, which is the world's largest grassroots peace network. I firmly believe that in my ideal United States, we are leading with public diplomacy. We are ensuring the reinstitution and also expansion of USAID and issuing reparations to the global South, especially in the focus of infrastructure and renewable energy. These are things that I think we should be focusing on.
USAID is like, to the people that she's addressing and respond, like doing all of this or whatever, another like red flag is going to be popping up because people just see it as like an offshoot or arm of the CIA with like a cover as like a diplomatic thing.
Okay, that's a little crazy, but
I mean, it is.
Like, I get how it's
like
a soft power
CIA
element.
front.
Well, it's a soft power element. You could call it CIA. It's like it's
no. I'm saying that there
explicitly-
are like established ties that have existed between USAID and the CIA. That's not like conjecture or me trying to do it.
It's them giving charity. Of course, they would send people if it's going to any kind of conflict zone where they need somebody to do any CIA work. Of course, they're going to send them through USAID. Doesn't mean they don't send the aid. It's like it's a charity thing. You could still send them through any other pretext, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but people don't like.
It's like regardless of.
You think this is my position? I'm fine with it. Or like I'm critical of like that aspect of it. But I would rather have it funded than not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like it's charity with like a hook into it that the U.S. government could use it for some other purpose, but realistically, 99.9% of the charity is going to be used.
Do you dispute that?
Sorry. No, I don't dispute that. I'm saying could as in like in the future.
Oh, got you.
Yeah. Okay, if they did, CIA fake vaccination campaign in Pakistan. So if USAID is used to distribute fake aid in some way, then I would say that's bad. They shouldn't do that. That you like if you were going to embed a CIA agent in some aid campaign going to some area and you're giving out aid, then I'm like, whatever, because they could just send that CIA agent through like some other, they could literally just start their own NGO, do this same charity work. They could go out of their way to do that, right? It comes out of a different budget. Doesn't really make that much of a difference to them. I feel like this is like the USAID program is good, and honestly, making it 5% more difficult for the CIA to do something is not really.
It's more good than not. It's like, one of these things that like the consequence of like totally defunding it and then trying to celebrate it as like, yay, epic anti-CIA move or whatever is like, that is not like what you're actually doing is like disrupting significant and important like humanitarian efforts. And what is not to be ignored, but like a smaller critical function. If you wanted to go after the CIA, just go after the CIA. Why target like the humanitarian thing first? Or like count that as like a W.
Could get into your country in any way. Yeah, I'm totally fine with people like accusing them of that, proving that it happened, and then saying, be wary of any aid you're getting, be wary of aid workers, maybe tail them or something. Like, whatever. It's fine for me on that front. As long as the aid's real. If they do fake aid or something, that sounds retarded. I don't know what the Pakistan thing was. But it's like, honestly, they could just embed with other charities. They could embed with other things. They could go to the country by themselves and come up with some other fucking backstory. It just doesn't seem like you're cutting off your nose to spite your face there. If you could just
throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Like hate all USAID. Yeah. So.
And deterrence is its own subject, but I do not describe myself as an interventionist.
The two main things that people picked up on here were the Russia-Ukraine policy and then kind of China-Taiwan. So, I mean, let's do Russia-Ukraine first. So rather than get into what the email says is your policy, let's tell us what your policy is. Do you believe that, as the memo says, that the U.S. should arm Ukraine until basically every square foot of Ukrainian land is taken back from Russia? How do you see this ending?
Yeah, I mean, I want to be realistic here. I'm not sure that there is a world right now where Ukraine gets every square foot of land that Russia has illegally seized. But there is a way that we can get Ukraine to a position where they have equal footing or an advantage at the bargaining table. I mean, part of the reason that this has been so costly for both states and for every state that is siding with either one is that there wasn't firm enough policy to demonstrate that this would be a costly affair, both in human life and in dollars.
I disagree with that. I think Russia knew there were weapons there. I think the second Russia didn't get their like first lightning operation done, I think they knew it was going to be costly. I just think I don't know if they wanted to save face and they just became obstinate. I don't know how it morphed, but I think everybody knew it was going to cost a lot of life and cause a ton of human suffering. I think she just has or maybe she just doesn't understand that Russia doesn't care, like that it's a autocracy. They literally just don't care.
You doubting that she's putting an undergrad in international affairs degree to work?
What? I'm just saying she's like, I just think we didn't do a good job. It's like, I think it was going to be, or I think it was obvious that it was going to be bad, but that's I don't know. Whatever.
Both in human life and in dollars. So the effort of arming Ukraine needs to be rooted in the idea of getting to a negotiating table where they are able to fight for their own self-determination, and then also politically recognizing illegally seized land as still part of Ukraine.
So one specific question there, early in the war.
Oh, nice. Because this is actually what I was going to say. I was going to say the question should be, do you have a thing that was denied to Ukraine that you believe should have been granted to Ukraine that would have effectively done this? Like, you have this position. So what was denied to Ukraine that would have allowed? And I think Krystal's about to ask that question.
Or there's probably less restrictions Ukraine and Russia
the way that they were able to, I think it was the main point of contention is that we could have given them more, and we needed to stop putting so many restrictions on like where they could be aimed, right?
Yeah, maybe that could just be it. Is like literally, we're going to give you the same weapons, but you can't use them deep into Russian territory.
I think it was. I think that was like the primary restriction.
I think there was also that one country was going to give F-16s, F-15s to them to fly, and that took a long time. I think they could have had like aerial, at least competition, like quite a bit earlier in that war, if that had happened, right? Wasn't that one of the things that happened? Was I think some country was ready to basically send their aircraft over to Ukraine, and I think that was paused by the United States for some period of time. Am I incorrect on that, guys? Does anyone know? Maybe people my chat might know, but people in my chat might not even remember. Whatever. They're not answering. I'm going to keep going.
So one specific question there, early in the war, there's reports that Ukraine and Russia were actually pretty close to a deal. And that deal would have involved, Russia taking some land, Crimea, probably parts of eastern Ukraine. And the US and the UK intervened to stop that diplomacy and to continue the war. So do you think that was the right move for the U.S. to intervene at that point and continue arming Ukraine and sort of block that potential diplomatic solution? Do you think that was the right decision, or do you think that was the wrong call at that point?
I mean, personally, I think that historically appeasement has not been shown to be an effective solution to invasion, but I also firmly, like when it comes to foreign policy, my leading principle is the idea of self-determination. And I think in that moment, it should have been up to the people of Ukraine to decide where they wanted to reach a peace deal. But once again, that's leading in self-determination.
The crowd that's critical of like Ukraine aid will also get really triggered over saying the word appeasement, because they think it's people using language that people affiliate with like the Third Reich and trying to insist that like Russia's expansionist goals are similar to or mirror that of like Adolf Hitler's and the Third Reich, and it's not as intense as that. So usually they're okay with like you talking about like there can't be capitulation, but not if you frame it in terms of like there can't be appeasement.
Well, I mean, that seems silly. It's like appeasement is just the way you define appeasement is through Hitler, but it's not that it only applies to Hitler. It's like just the most prominent example of it not working.
Yeah.
I feel like it's goofy to take it that way, because it's like, I can't even think of another example.
It's just one of these things that like a lot of these debates, it's like a subtle like framing thing, right? Like they're challenging the framing outright because they're trying to move the conflict away from people's associations with stuff like that are occurring subconsciously by using language like that. In the same way that like people will challenge like if Republicans go like we're having an invasion at the country instead of like unprecedented amount of like immigration or other sorts of like language like that, like it's already like loaded language.
I understand the like language games that get played. I think when words are like that one, I think you just have to agree is on the borderline. And I think when they are on the borderline, anybody who automatically assumes the worst case scenario, it always seems a little goofy to me. Like, especially you just ask them a question, usually, right? I think anybody who gets like upset about that when it's on the borderline.
That's like what I know of like the like Ukraine skeptical or like anti-Ukraine thing. Like I've watched it happen.
Yeah. With the jet story, by the way, I looked it up. Biden did originally block the transfer of fighter jets to Ukraine in March of 2022. And then in 2023, he allowed Poland to transfer some jets to them. But basically, like the U.S., I believe when they give weapons to NATO allies, those NATO allies cannot just forward those weapons onto another partner, right? Especially if that partner is outside of NATO. I think that's an agreement of NATO.
No.
So it was F-16s that were getting forwarded on, and it took him a year to allow that to happen.
There's like a special designation. I can't remember what it is. It's like the one that Israel enjoys. It's not like Israel doesn't have NATO membership, but they're like some sort of like strategic partner to NATO or something like that. Like they have some sort of like tie, and that's designated that way. So maybe there's like less
qualitative
restrictions
military advantage
for those sorts of what's that?
You talking about the qualitative military advantage? Qualitative military edge? There's the QME is an agreement that's not like that. Maybe not. The QME is basically saying that it's actually illegal for the United States to sell weaponry equal to that of Israel, what they've sold Israel. Like, they always need to give the best equipment to Israel. If they're ever going to sell equivalent equipment that Israel has, they have to be willing to offer Israel like upgraded equipment on that, or they just can't sell it to them, to like a Gulf state, to any partner in the Middle East. Major non-NATO ally status.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Somebody in my chats. Yep. Got it. Got it.
I'm not sure the exact call I would have made in that moment because, frankly, I'm not under bombings right now. And it's much different when you are in that position. I don't think it should be the United States and any other country's role to.
Oh, also, is that like totally confirmed that the U.S. came out? Like, Ukraine was ready to sign and end the war and just give up Crimea. And the U.S. came in and was like, the U.S. and the U.K. came in and were like, no, you can't do that. Is that really like confirmed reporting?
No,
that feels
I don't think that that's true. But I know that France and like other countries have continued to be like, no, they should keep fighting.
I think is that not what Krystal Ball just said? That like, do you support that the US and the UK came in and like, I know they blame Boris Johnson, but was Boris just saying like, to me, it sounds like Ukraine was like thinking about it and Boris was like, don't do it. Don't think about it. Right?
Boris said,
it doesn't sound like he was like, I'm
really
dictating
early
to
on,
you.
so if he's still like echoing the same things that he said towards the beginning, like when the war first kicked off, I wouldn't be surprised. But
yeah, but it's like I think it's implied here that the US and the UK like came in to convince, and I
know that
very much
Zelensky
doubt
said he would
that they
sign
were
this
like
minerals deal that he had told Trump no on like twice, and then he said he'd be willing to do it, but I don't think it ever got signed. But that has more to do with Trump than it does Zelensky at this point.
I'm positive they're talking about the Boris thing, and the way they frame it is like that, as though the US and the UK came in and Ukraine was ready to capitulate. And I feel like Ukraine probably wasn't ready to capitulate. Some partners were probably saying, no, you should. It's actually better this way. And some other partners were probably saying, no, we'll keep funding you. Don't. Right? Like, I'm guessing, but it was still ultimately leaving the decision to Ukraine. I don't think Ukraine's the kind of like client state in any way that the US could say like, oh, you guys just feel like this is where you can end the war. Okay, keep going. I don't think Ukraine's like that.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Josh, thank you so much for the 5 Canadian bucks. Hi, Smile. Speaking of invasions, thoughts on the demographics of Canada / Tim Hortons could make for fruitful discourse with Jstlk. Thoughts on this? Because I have none.
What did he ask?
They put, speaking of invasions, thoughts on the demographics of Canada / Tim Hortons could make for fruitful discourse with Jstlk. What is this?
Yeah, we're not going to talk about immigration with your chat. No, thank you. It's a joke about the massive waves of Indian immigration in Canada, and that like only Indian people work at Tim Hortons now. Yeah, he wants me to be racist. You have to come to my stream for that. Good luck.
Or pay me more. Kidding.
Not kidding, but
to force any country to decide what decision to make in its own self-determination.
So the war has lasted longer than World War One at this point. It has created a generational crisis of demography for Ukraine. As I'm sure you've seen.
That's interesting.
If you watch, there are countless videos going around.
Sorry, I brought that up earlier tonight. I wonder, given the population cliff every like Western country is facing, if that's like a massive issue with contemplating putting boots on the ground anywhere, is that you're actually like fucking up your demography like significantly. Like if you're going to engage in any kind of war, like you don't have the population structure such that you can engage in this kind of thing anymore, right? Because once you hollow out that part of your like workforce, you just aren't getting it back anymore. You used to have like a population you could pull from, and all of these countries, all of these Western countries really don't.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I do think that's like interesting.
Didn't Ukraine just make it so like men can't leave? Not that long ago.
Yeah,
like, they literally can't. Yeah.
Well, I think most men couldn't leave like right off the bat. I think they like
that early?
a couple days in were like I want to say that they're like, yeah, if you're a man, you don't get to leave. You're stuck. Pretty sure. But not that they were drafting all of them, they're just saying you can't leave the country.
Ukraine continues to restrict most men aged 18 to 60 from leaving the country under martial law enforced since February 2022. Oh, so you're right. It was from the beginning.
Yeah, they went hard on that right away.
Basically, gangs of Ukrainian government officials like snatching fairly elderly people off the street, pushing them into vans.
Okay, this is where I lose it with some left-wing people.
What did you just say? That's an issue or what?
There's gangs of Ukrainian thugs like snatching elderly people off the street to press gang them into the war, and I'm just like, hey,
I mean, maybe, but what is
if you want to talk about red flags from framing,
like,
framing. Come on, you want to talk about right? Do you know what I'm saying? I heard like so many red flags go off right there. That was crazy.
I assume it's like the
Sorry, I cut you off.
He can't go with the the observation of this point in this specific conversation is deployed for what exactly? Like you would only bring that up to mobilize a sort of like oh, you support it despite that, kind of like the the Azov battalion, like they have Nazis or whatever. I don't want to say talking point because it's like that is true, but it kind of is used as a talking point just to like overstate the extent to which like Ukraine needs like denazification or whatever, which is like Putin's stated pretext for this war in the first place.
Yeah, it's like, guess what? It's the military. I don't know if you know this, but there's a nice progressive guy from Maine. He's been a part of this kind of thing. Okay, it's the military. They do that. Unfortunately, you're just going to get probably the highest concentration of people like that in the military. That's just the way it is. Okay, it's going to be some people like that. You got to fight wars. Sometimes you got to let those people exist. That's all I'm saying.
Driving them to the front. A lot of Ukrainian men have left for other parts of Europe. If it's that difficult for the Ukrainian government to force its own people to go to the front lines and die in this war, why do we believe that we should then continue pushing them to go there?
Dude, this is the stupidest fucking question. You live in a country that has like draft laws. Every country has this. You just let people flee because they don't want to die, because they don't want to fight for their country? That doesn't make any sense. That's literally not how any country works. You have an existential threat at your door. You literally have a draft. I'm sorry, that's a part of living in like any first world, any country, every country. That's crazy.
But Ryan would probably argue that just because it is that way doesn't mean it ought to be.
Okay.
I'm just saying where I think this perspective is coming from. Not that I agree with it.
I feel like it's just totally foundationally untethered. That like you would easily put him back to a point where like I know I could find him basically saying like, oh, he would fail on this. I'm almost certain, right? Like it's you basically can't have countries if you don't believe in this as like a foundational principle, like a draft of some kind. And people fleeing the draft is not even symbolic.
A couple of years ago,
people fleeing the draft is not even remotely symbolic of basically the broader population's willingness to fight a war. Fleeing the draft is something that can happen in a vacuum. Absolutely. Anyway, maybe they're flirting with getting rid of it, but that could obviously only be the case so long as you weren't in some sort of existential war. The second that happens, it would immediately be reinstituted.
Does the guest identify as a liberal because a forced draft is a highly illiberal concept and has been opposed by bog standard liberal civil rights groups since forever, which is not wrong. Thoughts?
The amount of liberalism you're willing to have in a society is commensurate with like what you can survive. If your society like is literally just going to decide it wants to die, then unfortunately those people get press ganged into doing something else. That's like just obvious. Obviously you have to have a draft. Obviously you have to do all these things. Like liberalism's great, but if you have three people, what's the thing about the lions with the sheep in liberalism, right?
The lion does not concern itself with is it that meme or what?
No, it's like, isn't it like democracy or liberalism is like the idea that you're like the sheep with 9 wolves around you and they vote on what's for dinner? It's like a saying around this.
No, I've never heard this.
It's not actually it's democracy. It's not liberalism, but I'm sleepy. So I'm just saying, you obviously have like wartime powers. You obviously have a whole bunch of things that supersede the democracy, supersede liberalism, that violate rights as the needs of the society become more dire, right? The needs of the civilization become more dire. The needs of the country become more dire. Like, obviously, that is the case.
Well, he is probably
And
critical of the fact that like their constitution allows them to suspend elections during times of war, which is not a feature of the U.S. Constitution. But I mean, one, like, we helped draft that constitution, and for two, this is an area, like, you're talking about a country that was established next to another country that's notorious for election interference. So I'm not like do I generally think that constitutions ought to, as a rule, like outline that as like have that as like baked into it? Not really, because you wouldn't want somebody like declaring war just so they could remain in office under the pretext and then like have a constitutional basis to suspend elections. But I can also kind of a little bit what you're speaking to, which is like, well, it kind of becomes sort of a luxury if you're talking about a country that has no way to like externally resist interference because of a track record between themselves and like an adversary nearby. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I would also even say that like that's already a valid concern, right? Given Russia's influence, given what they were breaking away from with the Soviet Union,
Well,
right?
you said
That's
it's not,
already
or
like
it
a valid
is?
concern. Oh, that's already a valid concern to be able to
yeah.
suspend elections because you're concerned about influence from another place. But I would say there's probably a ton of like first world liberal democracies that would allow for the suspension of elections during wartime.
Yeah, and then just have
I would
the
say
check
that's probably
be
not
that it's
even
like
like a
difficult to start a war.
Yeah. Yes, basically. But it's there's another point I was going to make here. Oh, I'm also one of those people that's like, I don't think is it like antinatalism is something that's like okay? I think basically there's like a hypothetical that Andrew went through that a bunch of people got mad about. I think you were on this episode of whatever. I think. The like what is it?
I never debated Andrew on whatever.
Oh, maybe not.
So
Then.
it would
It
have
was
been
maybe
someone
like
else.
Farah and Jasmine or something. But it was the topic that came up was about basically like if there's some way that humanity needs to like force people to have kids to propagate the existence of the race.
Oh,
is that
this
okay?
was towards Farah, and she said no. Yeah, no, it's not okay.
Yeah, and I'm like that's crazy. That's like that feels like the same as the person who's like, oh well, a draft is an anti-liberal concept, and I'm like, no, it's not. But even if it were, it's like there are unfortunately ways you have to break out of liberalism, like in order to survive. That's like the one case, I guess. Really difficult to judge when those times are, I guess, but I don't know.
I feel like maybe you'd have a
I was
different
fine
perspective
with
if you're
the-
a woman.
Yeah, maybe.
Probably, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It would depend on what the hypothetical was, I guess.
In that
if the
particular
hypothetical is, like,
hypothetical, it
infinite
was
suffering,
like, would you accept that like all women get like R-worded to continue
wasn't
the
all.
human
It was
race
some.
or something? Oh, sorry, my bad.
I don't think it was all.
Some women.
Because if it's like infinite suffering for all people forever to propagate the race, I don't think that's okay. Like maybe that is fine, but like it wasn't that. I think it was explicitly made not that, where it's like, oh, only some, and like most people are totally fine, and it's not even like all that painful. It was like just a rights violation. It wasn't like a torture thing.
Oh, thank you for sharing this perspective. Thank you for volunteering your thoughts on this thought experiment out of nowhere.
I'd be totally fine if it was the opposite. Okay, the thought experiment where it's like guys who have to bear the children or something.
You ever seen that movie?
I'd be fine with that. I'd still say yes.
You ever seen this movie? A Boy and
I
His
don't know
Dog?
what you're talking about. No.
Nope.
Never seen it.
It explores that exact concept.
Oh, okay. Well, listen.
Like
it's
by
fine.
the end, the protagonist walks into like some like chamber of men that are like semen is like being extracted from them forcibly while they're like incapacitated.
Yeah, that's valid. Got to propagate the race somehow, some way. Has to happen. Yep. Oh, hold on. What is this? What did I just get linked? This is crazy. Hold on. How can a random Polymarket account correctly predict U.S. striking Venezuela, U.S. kidnapping Maduro, U.S. forces in Venezuela, U.S. striking Iran, Israel striking Iran, U.S. striking Iraq, Israel striking Khamenei, U.S. anti-cartel operations? And his next bet is public for everyone. U.S. forces entering Iran in the near future. Insane. Uh-huh. Where is U.S. forces entering Iran? By March 31st. By December 31st. Dude. That's not making enough money, right? Those positions are good, but that's not making enough money. This is certainly scary. Certainly spooky. Certainly spooky. Certainly spooky.
It would be funny if this one was the rug pull. You guys, ads start in 4 minutes. If you want to avoid them, you can subscribe to me or hope that you're on the receiving end of some gifted subs. That way you can avoid ads.
Oh. Ads on you got ads on your platform?
I do.
That's funny.
And I have people that complain about it. Like, you don't even make that much. Why are you like letting it cut into your viewership? And it's like, because I make that much from it. It actually is not an insignificant amount.
Yeah, I could see that it's not an insignificant, and also I'd say just the subs for people to avoid it is a non-insignificant amount.
Yep. I'd
Wait
ask
till they
the
make
pseudo-liberal
prediction market
guest
ETFs.
how much he values bodily autonomy and freedom of conscience. Well, I think he already made that clear. That an existential situation that kind of goes out the window.
Yeah. I feel like
What'd I say? What'd I say?
Pseudo-liberal A. Wait. No, I could totally play nothing. I'm gonna play a clip that I always play on my stream. Okay. What do you think of the song Last Friday Night, Aaron? You a fan?
You mean TGIF by Katy Perry?
Yeah.
It's okay. Why?
I don't know why I always play it, because it's awesome, probably.
I just see someone in your chat put Hitler exclamation point. Care to explain, or else I'm going to be repeating this frequently. I have to deafen it if you're gonna play it, because I am on YouTube and it will cause a copyright thing.
It's just a Fuentes clip. It's just a Fuentes clip. He says Hitler. It's not like super racist. You are fine.
I'm ready to deafen.
But I feel like you're concerned about it.
I'm ready to deafen.
I feel like you're concerned about it.
I'm ready to deafen.
I'm good with just continuing.
Okay.
No, I'm good with just continuing. We're fine. We're fine. I'll send it to you later.
Doesn't that say something about their...
You spoiled it? Well, it sounds like she doesn't want it on YouTube. It is totally fine on YouTube, but it doesn't matter.
Lack of interest in pursuing this war if they have to be forced at gunpoint.
Hold on.
To go die for this.
Jstlk is not a groiper, you guys. If he was,
no,
do you
I'm
think
just
that
somebody who's
I would be collabing with him?
Humor. I'm fine with the humor.
He just thinks Fuentes is funny or whatever. He has like Smug's position on this.
Yeah, and Pisco's position on it too. Like both of them basically think the same thing I do. Although actually Pisco might think. I think it's really important to actually keep an eye on people like that and understand what they think, so you can predict future outcomes.
Yeah, but do you have to find them funny?
I'm a fan of knowledge,
do you have to hand it to them?
Do I have to hand it? Yeah, unfortunately, I have to hand it to the most clippable person on planet Earth.
Jstlk is a moth attracted to the light, and you won't ever nab him.
And so at what... Russia also...
Okay, so just Ryan is arguing that basically, do they really like war if they don't want to go to the draft? Do they really like being in war if they don't want to get drafted and be on the front lines of that war? I would say, yeah, a country could want a war or need to prosecute a war where they're doing the draft.
Has suffered many tens of thousands, probably perhaps hundreds of thousands of casualties. Why does at what point does it become a cost that is like acceptable to the United States? What you said you want them to bear a cost so that they don't do it again. Haven't they borne that cost at this point, or what would the cost be?
I'm sorry, I don't know when I said that. I was mentioning that this war has been costly.
I think she
Wait,
was
does he
saying that
mean like
Putin should
towards
be held
America,
accountable,
towards
right?
Russia, towards Ukraine? Like costly towards whom? I assume
think
she was
it's-
talking about Ukraine, not America. It's
Well,
not
I think
really like
in
a
terms
big
of the
thing
cost,
for
I
us. We're
think-
like giving them old equipment. I think people think that we're giving
Yeah,
them like
sure.
money, like as in like a cash transfer, but
sure.
it's like not really that. It's like aid.
Yeah, it's literally, it was military surplus. At this point, I do think Trump wishes he had that military surplus to throw at Iran, but it was military surplus that was just sitting around. And it actually cost more to decommission it than to give it away anyway. Like to decommission like old explosives is actually expensive, so.
And that's, I think, the aspect of everything that you said shows that war is hell. I think it should be up to the Ukrainian people, and whether it is a referendum or whether it is negotiating from their leadership to decide what deal they want to make to end this war. But once again, invasion
How
is
would
not
the
okay. It's
Ukrainian
not okay
people-
when the United States does
How
it.
would the
It's not
Ukrainian
okay
people
when Russia
express
does
that
it.
sense of self-determination? There aren't.
I'm gonna on Twitch raid you guys over to Straighterade, and you guys can keep watching. And then I'm gonna end my stream on Twitch and go over to Kick. Okay, so I'll raid you guys over there now, and I will continue on Kick. So if you want to go over to Kick, you can go to kick.com/Jstlk, or you could watch Straighterade on Twitch. It's up to you. Oh fuck! I forgot the raids take 10 seconds. What the heck? What the heck? Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna wait for people to switch over just in case they're doing that. And
People choose to go to Kick. I know. It's shocking, but they actually do.
Kick's awesome. Kick's way better. I mean, is your chat aware that there are no ads on Twitch? I mean, is your chat aware that there are no ads on Twitch? I mean,
What's going on?
why would Twitch raid with the volume unmuted? It makes
Because
no
usually
fucking
the
sense.
streamer immediately goes, "Oh my god, thank you for the raid," blah blah blah, and then like that happens. I assume it's that.
Crazy. Very crazy. Okay. All right. We're turning multi-streaming off. Okay. All right. No ads on Kick because it's awesome. Okay. we're
Aren't
going.
elections.
Continuing.
And when they are asked to go to the front lines, they resist.
That's part of the problem, ensuring that there are ways to have, like, I know that war is difficult, but I do think that there is more role for democracy to play here. But at the same time, I just need to stress that invasion and wars of aggression are not okay. It's not okay when the US does it. It's not okay when Russia does it. And appeasement historically is not the answer or the instant salve to an invader as we'd like to hope it would be.
And then how do you balance this? And this will tie into your Taiwan policy. How do you balance those principles of, national self-determination and opposing wars of aggression with concern that, for example, and you can tell me whether this is your policy or not, by providing long-range weaponry to Ukraine, allowing them to strike within Russia, increasing involvement in what, is clearly like a proxy war with the US directly involved on the side of Ukraine, that you're courting this direct engagement between two nuclear powers, which obviously in the nuclear age, we have to take extraordinarily.
I wish I'd never watched Breaking Point's opinions on Russia. I hate it. I hate it a lot.
So how do you
It's not
actually hate it a lot.
intuitive to me
I hate it
either
a
how
lot.
like just allowing Russia to take Ukrainian territory by force is like also like a thing that's like more stable than arming them in the way that we did.
Just anything basically.
Because
Allowing
like if
Russia
the
to
entire
take
thing is
territory.
like you have to be careful because they're a nuclear superpower and we don't want our actions to be like heightening tensions, feeding the flames or whatever. It's like one, the tensions are already heightened clearly too. Like if it's supposed to be that you're worried that it could enable something worse or whatever, like I'm sure there are explanations why they feel like where they run through like here's why supporting it is still more destabilizing and gets you closer to war than like if you were to arm Ukraine and defend the sovereignty. But I've never looked into it because it's just like I guess I'm like too intuitively like pro Ukraine that I've like never bothered with it. But I probably should just so I can be familiar with their counter arguments because like the things that I'm bringing up are it's like the first questions I'm sure that they're asked on this position.
Yeah, I'm sure. I I'm trying to think of like where you go elsewhere. It's not a significant reason to think they will nuke. The only nuke if you move on Moscow itself. Oh, sure. It's not even about that. Evil Johnny Bravo. Sorry, somebody's in my chat wondering why. Talk about nuclear doctrine. I don't even care about nuclear doctrine. It's just like the idea that you wouldn't arm Ukraine and just let them get rolled over and have like something that close to everybody's borders, like a first world country, get invaded like that and just do nothing. Especially when they've been like kind of signaling that this was going to happen. It's just, yeah. Unfortunately, if you let that happen, you're also just opening the door to eventual ground war in Europe, right? Like that's, I don't know. Isn't that something we all want to avoid? A ground war in Europe? Isn't that like isn't that how every world war starts? Okay, it's fine.
Principles that you hold with a concern about, an escalatory spiral that could lead into, chaos and disaster.
Yeah, I think that this is one of those issues that in our modern diplomatic age, it's like there's no black and white. But I think the main thing here is that Putin doesn't just want to stop with part of Ukraine. That is not his plan. He will continue to take more and more. We saw this after 2014. The fact that he invaded Ukraine once again in a war of aggression shows that his goal is not just for...
Ukrainians are fighting for their sovereignty with U.S. help. Does U.S. get something out of it? Yes. Does it make it a proxy war? Yeah, but it is a proxy war. It's like not primarily about like Ukrainian sovereignty. I don't think that that's mutually exclusive with like supporting them. Like I still support it, but I also acknowledge it's a proxy war. Same with like Pisco and I talked about this. He had the same position.
Yeah. Fuck. It's really hard for me to find a direct comparison, but it's like it doesn't really matter that it's a proxy war. I don't even think it was really a proxy war to start with, right? It wasn't like the U.S. decided to involve themselves. They were already involving themselves.
Wait,
but
you
Russia
don't think
was
it was a
clearly
proxy
going to
war at the
mobilize.
beginning?
Like, as in, I don't think Ukraine was like a client state. I don't think they were a true client state in that way. That Russia's going to try to take them over and they need to expel like all American influence. I think Russia's always wanted Ukraine. Vladimir Putin's always talked about getting Ukraine back, right? Like it's he goes to Tucker Carlson. He does this whole fucking history presentation on how, the Kievan Rus were a thing, and Kiev's been a part of this empire since the 1200s.
It's because of NATO encroachment, right? And Putin was like, no, not really. Although that doesn't mean much because it's like you don't go off of like the literal stated word of a head of state to determine like why they're engaged in the policies that they are. You look at their actions and like their words factor into that, but a lot less than you would than their actual policies and postures.
Yeah, and I don't know how involved. Like, I don't know how directly involved in some way America was until they'd gone and like squatted in Crimea, right? I actually don't know how involved America was in the region before that, beyond acting involved as negotiators on behalf of Europe and
in that sense, or yeah.
Oh, is there not? I think I saw, dude. I think it's I read the Havana Syndrome articles from, I forget who was publishing them. And I'm pretty sure
Are you a Havana
that there was
believer?
a CIA 100%. I believe that it's been duplicated. The research has been duplicated. It's unironically been duplicated. Shut up. Whether or not it's being used by Russia as like a weapon around the world, I don't know. What I think is probably happening or could easily be happening.
The microwave thing that gives you like a tummy ache.
No. But no. What I think is actually happening is there's a unit moving around the world and doing things that are making people sick. Because I do believe that when I read that article, do you know the company, the outlet I'm talking about? Hold on,
no,
wait. How do you discount the fact that they literally track? How do you discount the fact that they literally track the movements?
I'm just laughing at you saying they're going around the world making people sick, and like the thing is, it's like they consistently, they tried so much at the beginning, okay, to try to verify these claims of like what is ailing you, and like whatever it was like not showing up on an MRI. It was not showing up in like any tests that they were giving. They were sort of just describing like chronic fatigue syndrome from the Cuban microwave machine gun thing. It's like a tummy ache gun.
Yeah.
Or something. So it's like if this weapon exists and it like is transmitted through like microwaves or some other sort of like heat ray thing, the fact that the only thing that does is like give you chronic fatigue syndrome is funny to me. Huh?
What do you think I'm saying right now?
You said that there's the existence of this this thing with like that some sort of weapon exists that's being used by adversaries of the West that leads to a constellation of symptoms that we understand to be Havana syndrome, and there's evidence for this apparently.
I said it's possible. The research works. I do not believe Russia could make this into like a weapon that they could take around in some transportable way. I think that's the major issue. I think.
Wait, when you say this exists, you just mean the weapon?
The concept of the weapon works scientifically.
Oh.
The concept of what they're attempting to do, the phenomenon they described. I think it's real in that they basically followed. Is it the GRU? Is the Russian like foreign intelligence agency? Is it the GRU?
I don't know.
They've got a whole article where they track this assassination unit around Europe, and people get sick in like the same way going around Europe. Same people who killed. I think they're the same people who poisoned Navalny, and they've also done one other like radioactive tea thing in the UK. But it's the same group of people, and there's somebody who like hacked a bunch of emails, grabbed them all, and published this article, made this article connecting the movements of them to people getting sick the same way. And so I think if there's something, they could be trying to fuck with people in a way that they're using this gun as a way to, like, in the same way the US used like UFOs to hide the fact that they were doing some kind of other research, right? Like they're just lying about what they're using, but they're creating these symptoms in some way. And there are more severe cases of the Havana syndrome thing. They're like more severe cases of people being sick from it.
Some of them got diarrhea.
Fucked up. Okay, all right.
Some of them got cluster headaches.
Okay. I mean, I think if you read the article and just take the sci-fi elements out, it's really compelling. Like,
well, link me the article. I'm open to it.
Of...
Smug is also like, it's real. Like, he also thinks Havana syndrome is real.
I mean, I think it's definitely like a Russian op of some kind. I just don't necessarily think you could make the technology in a way that's portable and how they've described it. And unfortunately, the article will lean into some of the stories of people who say they like got attacked by random Russian dudes. There's like Russian dudes following them, and they like heard a loud buzzing, and then their head explodes.
The initial, wait, what? Their head explodes? Whose head exploded? And
yeah, like
it was like was someone.
This is like something they report. Not literally. Like basically, they described like a ringing, and then like a pounding. Like it feels like there's a pressure in their head.
Tinnitus.
And they, like, pass out. Like sort of like a tinnitus that builds pressure, and then there's like a breaking point.
Mm. It's also a noise
says it made
hear that
high-level CIA guy. Yeah, go from healthy dude who's like a triathlete to basically having Parkinson's level brain functions and being unable to do certain things his brain is trying to instruct his body to do. It's like it's basically causing like a pressure explosion in your brain, but like a tiny like micro pressure explosion in your brain causes like a massive, like a concussion type event. Not massive. It causes like it's just a way of like building up pressure. That gets released.
You compared it to feeling like your head was gonna explode, but it's not massive.
No, like obviously, like have you ever had a concussion before?
No.
Okay.
I'm guessing you
can have like
you concussed.
Yeah, I played football when I was a kid.
Oh.
But it's like you can have stuff that your head's not literally exploding, but it feels like. Have you had a migraine before?
Yeah, I have.
So what does your head feel like when you have a migraine? Would you
bad.
not feel like it's kind of like exploding possibly?
It feels like really intense pressure. But it does not feel like...
Yeah,
I've never had a headache so badly that I felt like my head was about to explode, thankfully.
Yeah, I think I'm just using hyperbole in a way that maybe is easier to make fun of, but it's...
Very
like,
easy.
I feel like this is a
Very
description
easy.
people use. Okay.
In the context of you like talking about it in relation to Havana syndrome, which I always found like laughable from the beginning. Like even the New York Times was like, to be clear, there's no evidence for this at the time that it like first started being reported, and then it went on to treat it as anything but something that was like completely serious. It was something that literally, I remember even Massey, who votes no on everything, voted for them to give money to the Victims of Havana Syndrome Act. And it was like, what is this money going to? Like, they can't even prove it with medical results, even though they're giving them all this money. Wait, really quick. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Starch Manning. Benjamin Netanyahu is the worst U.S. president we've ever had. Got him. Thanks for the $5. If y'all think that Trump isn't equally as willing to go along with this shit, crazy.
Do you not believe it? Do you not believe it? Look at the very convincing graphic.
The AI photo of a guy with the Cuban microwaves going through his mind. No, I guess I do have to take it seriously.
I think it's really well done, and it's like
here, send it to me, and I will read it, and I will send you at some point.
It's vetted. It's vetted by multiple journalistic outlets, including Der Spiegel, which I think is super well respected.
You mean the research is as well, though?
Sorry, I'm trying to explain to you that the research is like independent. That this could be done is independent of the article. Basically, what this article says is, verifiably, Russia has put out contracts for this, said they fulfilled the contracts, given people like awards for fulfilling those contracts. Then they've sent out units that create this exact symptom in the exact wake of where they move. Like, there are people who are getting sick in this exact way in the wake of where this unit moves. And so there's two possible hypotheses you could have from this. One is, both are saying we think this unit is responsible. Like, Russian adversaries are coming down with this exact thing as this unit moves through areas. Okay? So you could say it's this Havana Syndrome like gun thing that they say they have, or you could say that that's disinformation and they're doing something else to make this same thing happen. But it seems very likely that
I'm not going off disinfo. I'm going off of literal reporting that I followed at the time from CNN and the New York Times as they were talking about the victims of Havana Syndrome and the CIA dealing with this. There was literally a line in the New York Times article that I read that was like, we don't know the source of it, but it's probably either Iran, Russia, China, Cuba, like named all of the American adversaries. And they said that. It's like, well, that narrows it down. How convenient.
Yeah. It's literally like they basically get some emails from this Russian unit showing how they move around, identify the people, track their movements through different
Duskgram, thank you so much for subscribing to Prime.
And then they're showing that this unit is like sending people all over the world, and it basically follows. These people go somewhere, someone comes down with it. What is this? Havana Syndrome device, Pentagon HSI. What is this, Shimsky? Are you linking me something? Are we? This is a Havana Syndrome stream now. Let's go. Pentagon bot device through undercover operation some investigators suspect is linked to Havana Syndrome. The Defense Department has spent more than a year testing a device purchased in an undercover operation that some investigators think could be the cause of a series of mysterious ailments impacting U.S. spies, diplomats, and troops that are colloquially known as Havana Syndrome, according to 4 sources briefed on the matter. Division of the Department of Homeland Security Investigations purchased the device for millions of dollars in the waning days of Biden's administration, using funds provided by the Defense Department, according to 2 of the sources. Officials paid 8 figures for the device, these people said, declining to offer a more specific number. The device is still being studied, and there's ongoing debate, and in some quarters of the government, skepticism over its link to roughly dozens of anomalous health incidents that remain officially unexplained. The device, acquired by HSI, produces pulsed radio waves, one of the sources said, which some officials and academics have speculated for years could be the cause of the incidents. Although the device is not entirely Russian in origin, it contains Russian components, this person added. Would this be something you're like taking seriously at all? That it's coming from the government, sourced multiple times, like multiple places agreeing that this happened, that the government purchased it, and they believe it could be connected? Or does this move you like even one iota? I don't know how you
what
decide
the
these
state
things.
Doing, or that's not how I decided. No. It go off like medical consensus, not like merely like the movement of this or whatever. It's like, it's not, because you're conflating my skepticism. I don't have skepticism that some sort of invention like this could exist. I have skepticism that if it does, it's connected to a thing that there is no consensus around, as far as like the medical community has not established this to be a real illness yet, because there's not enough medical evidence to say so. But once there is, I will accept it.
Oh, so this is actually cutting against what I'd seen. From what I understood, the energy required for this would require like a truck, basically. You need You'd need like a lot of power to make this happen. It's crazy if this could fit in a backpack. Let's see. Hold on. Somebody said
at
the CIA
one point, I
couldn't
remember the
comment on
CIA
this.
came out and said it's not real, and that was the first thing that was not that was unrelated to medical information that made me think maybe it is real, because they're saying that it's not. That's like the only thing. This is an article from the New York Times from March 2023. Foreign adversaries very unlikely, quote unquote, to blame for Havana syndrome, intelligence review finds. The assessment concluded that there was no credible evidence that any adversaries had developed a weapon capable of causing the injuries that U.S. officials have reported. But this was like 3 years ago now.
Sure. The CNN has asked the Pentagon, HSI, and DHS for comment. The CIA declined to comment. What is the significance of this, Evil Johnny Bravo? I mean, I don't know. So they'll comment freely on other conspiracy topics. Sure. I mean, they also will decline to comment sometimes. They switch it up. Okay, they switch it up a lot.
This particular
I don't think this is
admin
indicative of
is
something.
very bad at responding to literally any media inquiry. I've seen. I can think of like one example of out of all of the articles that I've read over the since the Trump admin has taken office, like one or two for significant stories where they were asked for a comment for a major publication. They gave it. They almost never do it. They'll always say you're talking to the wrong person. They just send them around to some other agency who will also refuse or bounce them back to the one that they just got told to go to get away from.
Yeah. I feel like I'm just being vindicated. Dan's also being vindicated, but Dan consistently misspoke reading this argument on a stream. Reading this article on a stream. I was convinced by the evidence they had everywhere. Yeah, this is the guy, right? There's a Norwegian guy who recreated this device, and I think he tested on himself and actually fucking scrambled his egg. Which is insane that you would make a device like this and then test it on yourself is fucking crazy. No. I don't want to pay for you. Hold on. Does the New York Times have the same article? Can I go to the Havana Syndrome article in the New York Times? Come on. I'm gonna look. Havana Syndrome. Sorry.
Oh my god.
We're missing a little bit of the cat stuff.
Sorry, you got I'm reading an article from the Times about like what the Havana Syndrome compensation people got, and they literally each got over $100,000. Some of them up to over $100,000. And it says one victim injured in Havana who received the maximum payment said that while the money was not life changing, $100,000, no strings attached, really not life changing enough. Said that while it had been helpful and more important was an official acknowledgement that an incident had occurred and caused permanent brain injuries. He felt seen and heard. This victim. The Biden admin validated their lived experience as a CIA agent with Havana
Do you
syndrome.
not think it's concerning that it's like literally a bunch of people in the same fields?
It's concerning, yeah, but not in the way that it is for you as it is for me.
Well, I think you haven't read the article I read. That like
no, I haven't. I have to read it off stream. I'm not going to try to do it now.
Yeah. I think
because it's not just going to be about like the summary or whatever. Like the last thing I like to do is give like let journalists summarize like what medical information or even like scientific data says.
Oh, also somebody in my chat is arguing that the cluster of people with the symptoms in Havana makes it like particularly egregious that it was denied. That basically like a bunch of diplomats in Havana all got the same thing. Over like a fairly decent period of time as well. Okay, hold on. Norwegian scientists suffered brain damage after testing.
Thank you. Who are you? Kuka brother for the Australian 5.
Up your brain. And so he like built the device and tested it on himself and scrambled his egg.
Scrambled his egg?
Yeah, he's like you. Brain? He was basically like, I there's no medical consensus this could even cause problems. This isn't even a thing. And then he was like, look, I'm making a device that proves it. And then he fucked his brain up. Permanent brain damage.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I would do. That's me.
He laughed. He laughed when I was like, "Don't do that, man."
Okay, but
that shit
there's
really
nothing
works.
that I said that even remotely suggests that I would ever attempt to replicate the weapon that is like linked to this and like use it on myself, dumbass.
Okay, holy autism. It's like a joke. Holy autism. It's like obviously a joke. I know you didn't say that. Okay, just chill out. Norwegian scientists suffered brain damage after testing an experimental weapon designed to disprove the existence of Havana syndrome, an unexplained medical condition with severe symptoms, including blah, 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 blah. The researcher, however, soon developed symptoms of the mysterious disease.
Mysterious. That's one way to put it. That mysterious disease. It do be mysterious.
The Norwegian government.
It do be mysterious how seemingly nobody, despite all of the time and effort and money that was sunk into trying to prove this fucking thing exists, they could prove that it existed. Yet.
The device. I just find it interesting that I didn't realize there were updates that were basically showing that the device existed, or people reporting the device existed. The Norwegian guys like nuclear Boy Scout. What does this mean? Okay, sorry, I'll get back to the video in 1 second.
Nuclear Boy Scout.
Oh, I see. Gross. Okay. We should get back to this guy. We should get back to Kat. Where were we on Kat? Oh, also archive links. Jesus. People are sending me a lot of stuff. I can't use archive.ph. Archive.ph literally doesn't work with any... Doesn't matter which node of my VPN I use. Doesn't matter if I use my original connection. Nothing works for archive.ph, unfortunately. Very much sucks. Okay. I'm going to continue on with this. I'll back it up just a little bit so we can get more. Oh, we stopped because I was super fucking annoyed about Krystal Ball's point here.
With part of Ukraine. That is not his plan. He will continue to take more and more. We saw this after 2014. The fact that he invaded Ukraine once again in a war of aggression shows that his goal is not just for one piece of the country or even just that country. We risk even greater conflict, not just between as like a proxy war, which in my own values, I don't want to see, or I would not want to support Ukraine in that respect, but in a way of self-determination. But it would be, in that case, you would have even more countries that are directly drawn into this conflict,
pause.
raising these stakes.
We're going back to the Havana syndrome for two more seconds, and then we can stop.
Oh, she thinks she's got a point. She thinks she's going to be shown correct?
No, I'm just trying to show you what makes me laugh.
Trying to win way after the fact.
No, I was trying to find this the entire time, which is why I was only half listening. Because you're laughing. They have Havana syndrome, and you're laughing. And this is when I actually followed it.
I didn't say that.
Okay, read this. Or I'll read it. The House unanimously passed a bill Tuesday authorizing additional support. Again, this is back in September 21, 2021. Authorizing additional support for U.S. officials who were injured in a series of mysterious episodes that caused traumatic brain injuries. The Senate first passed the legislation pushed by Senator Susan Collins, Republican of Maine, on June 7th. Because the House voted on that version of the bill, it will now go to President Biden to sign. Passage comes as the number of incidents continues to grow. A CIA officer traveling in India with William J. Burns, the agency director, was injured earlier this month, exhibiting symptoms consistent with the so-called Havana syndrome. The incidents could be attacks by hostile intelligence services, but the U.S. has not drawn a conclusion about what the precise cause is and who's responsible. Officials believe that more than 200 people could have been injured in episodes, while microwave devices or other directed energy equipment are a possible cause, which is why I kept saying Cuban microwave, because that's how it was referred to at the time. Well, not exactly like that, but you know what I mean. Administration.
Now that's the case. We know that now.
It's still the Cuban microwave thing. Administration and congressional officials have not determined the source of the injuries, which were first observed in Cuba and have come to be known as Havana syndrome. Since then, U.S. diplomats and CIA officers have been injured in China, Central Asian countries, and Europe, including Vienna. At least 2 possible episodes in the United States are being investigated, but officials are even more unsure about the circumstances. Here's where I started laughing and why I was like, no, we're going back to this.
Yeah, hold on. I was about to say, what is it about your voice? Is it just you having like this? You're like literally starting to laugh as you read. It's crazy.
Because the next thing he's going to say is
you're literally laughing as you go to read.
The number is going up all the time. Like, yeah, I bet it is.
Jesus.
I bet it is, dude. Said Representative Adam B. Schiff, Democrat of California, and the chairman of House Intelligence Committee in an interview this summer. Bill was originally expected to be passed by the House in July, but partisan procedural battles delayed the vote. Oh no. Mr. Biden supports the bill and congressional efforts to provide additional support to victims. A senior admin official said in a July address to intelligence officers, Biden said his admin was making sure that people affected in the incidents have the best possible care. Because you know what? In the United States, when someone needs medical assistance or intervention, we do everything that we possibly can as quickly as possible to make sure that they get that. In all cases, not just for CIA officers hit with the Cuban microwave that gave him a tummy ache. Every single American, right?
I see where this is coming from. These are CIA officers, so they deserve it.
That's what I
got
said.
it.
Clearwatch, thank you so much for the 100 bits.
I see where.
No, wait, I'm reading out a bits thing that someone sent me. When the atmospheric pressure changes, I experience symptoms consistent with Havana syndrome, but medical science refers to this as a sinus headache. Thank you for the 100 bits. You guys, I'm not going to tolerate
permanent stroke-like symptoms.
I'm not going to tolerate the microaggressions against the victims of Havana syndrome in this chat. Watch it.
They were absolutely
watch it with the microaggressions.
They're like the stewards of imperialism. They're evil ontologically. Okay, they deserve whatever brain damage they get. They deserve. I get it. I got it. I'm good.
CIA victims funny to you? A little bit. A little bit. Yeah. It just is funny. You're coping if you say it's not funny. Admit it's funny. Jstlk, come on, it's funny.
What's funnier that it's the CIA?
Havana syndrome,
I think
just
it's,
as a whole, admit it's funny, or you're sleeping.
No, it's literally like
it's not a joke, he says. It's serious.
People laugh at. It's a foreign op. It's a foreign op. They've been scrambling the eggs of Americans all over the world.
Funny.
They've been scrambling the eggs of Americans all over the world.
It's not funny. You guys, it's not funny. It's not a joke.
You'd care if Israel was scrambling the eggs of Palestinians,
it's not funny.
Okay?
If Palestinians are reporting
I'll agree it's funny if Donald Trump sells this weapon to Israel so they can start taking every Palestinian leader and scrambling their eggs, okay? Then I'll agree it's funny. Okay? Yeah? Now she stopped laughing.
I'm just seeing what else you'll say because I know that you don't like dead air. So I know that if I'm quiet, you'll very quickly try to fill the space.
Oh yeah,
I'm just wondering what else I can pull out of you on this.
You're definitely going to beat me on just remaining silent and making things awkward for sure.
Please continue. The victims of Havana syndrome depend on you.
Last Friday night.
Stop it! You go too far.
Okay, we're back to Kat Abughazaleh. All right, we're back.
Of possible nuclear war or possible conflict between superpowers. I also think, for me, nuclear disarmament is a huge priority and something that I would want to champion in Congress, especially in a post-Trump world.
On the question of 2014, do you think the U.S. played a role in instigating by pushing NATO closer and closer, active support for the Maidan uprising? What role and response? Because I think that goes to the question of American intervention and its virtues.
I totally get what you're saying, Ryan, but personally, I think the point is moot once you're invading another country, once you are violating that sovereignty. There is no equivocating on whether that's okay or not, no matter what the United States or any other country is doing. Invasion is a line that we need to draw.
All right, let's talk then a little bit about your policy on Taiwan. And again, rather than quoting from the letter from the advisor, I'll just let you have the floor here of how you think that the U.S. should approach Taiwan and China.
I really appreciate that, Krystal, genuinely. And I also want to stress for anyone, and not just you, Ryan, if you want to reach out to us, I don't use Twitter anymore. The best way to contact us is through our press accounts or any of the other social media accounts that we're on. So for comment, would really appreciate that in the future. Regarding Taiwan, though, look, the Republicans want to use China as some boogeyman, and I don't think it has to be that way. You know, we are in a globalized world. I am not an isolationist, but I want us to get to a point where China can be a partner with us in trade and innovation. I also have to balance that with the commitment that I have to self-determination and to promises that we have made in the past. Regarding Taiwan, I think one thing this email didn't get clear was the fact that any sort of military aid to Taiwan is an absolute last resort, not just after diplomatic options have been exhausted, but after we exhaust the diplomatic options after that. We need to be reinvesting in diplomacy between Taiwan and China, between Taiwan and the US.
This guy in my chat is actually quite irate. Okay.
Over what?
Are you watching my chat at all?
No. Why?
This is at Straighterade. If you could watch this interview through on stream and laugh the entire time like you are right now, you will have at least earned the right to call bullshit. Tourniquet, you're way too serious, okay? You're way too serious about this. But now...
What interview?
Now I
Is this a victim of Havana syndrome?
I'm guessing it's going to be somebody who's super fucked up for this
Havana syndrome victim that do not
I'm guessing
play
it's somebody who's super fucked up.
Oh my god, this guy,
dude, he's gonna be like, you're gonna be like the
this.
Trump. Oh god,
He is
you're gonna be like
so
the
boring.
Trump. You're gonna be like Trump. You're gonna be no. It's the other guy. The other guy's gonna have like fucked up arms. Okay.
It doesn't matter because this guy's interviewing him. It's gonna be so boring. You guys are just making me want to laugh at the victims of Havana syndrome harder. Yeah, like you're right. It's not funny. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh, this guy's not even visibly disabled. Never mind. I thought this guy's gonna be like drooling on himself and be like,
no, he's a normal dude with a fucking cluster headache. That's it.
He's an extremely decorated ex-intelligence officer. Tourniquet, you're starting to make it funny. You're making me look bad.
That's not going to make me respect it more. That's only making it funnier.
Stop
The fact that you're
seriously.
literally saying this in all caps, he's an extremely decorated ex-intelligence officer for the CIA who is a triathlete, okay? Cool story, bro. Why should I care more?
We need to go back to showing the difference between... We need to go back to showing the difference between the Marine getting his forearms shattered to like try to shout that Israel's making this war happen
they're declaring
versus
victory.
the woman who's
They
getting
just
pulled
put,
out.
You got wrecked, lol. Victims of Havana syndrome epically owned me. I got BTFO'd on Havana syndrome. Benzo withdrawal sounds way worse than Havana syndrome. Don't downplay their plight, you guys.
Okay, what was I trying to say? I lost it. It's fine. I forget what I was saying, but we're good. We can continue.
You are
on with that.
reaffirming your commitment to bringing awareness to Havana syndrome and all the victims in its path.
I'm actually just psyched that I got to see the article that the technology exists. I'm like psyched about the technology existing. Because that was the only part I wasn't sure about, that I'm like, okay, Russia's definitely doing this. I don't know how they're doing this.
This thing exists. You're happy that victims are suffering.
Yeah, there's a fucking ray gun. Ray guns exist.
That's how committed you are to being proven right, that you'll be happy to learn and celebrate the victims of Havana syndrome and their suffering.
No, I just think it's cool that ray guns exist.
Why can't it just start and end there? Because I agree with that.
Because the only thing I had proven before, I had no evidence the ray gun existed, except this like Russian receipt, this guy who like researched it.
I'm sorry.
Well, no, but I have a whole bunch of people who are known like adversaries of Russia, have worked in diplomatic stations that were adversarial to Russia, who are tracked like across the world, all get the same symptoms. And then a Russian unit who's going around, and as they develop those symptoms, there's a Russian unit there like a week or two ahead of time, and then they're gone. So like, I feel like when I have these constellation of facts, I could say that Russia's causing it in some way, but I can't say they're doing it with a ray gun. Now I can say they're doing it with a ray gun.
So cool.
It's awesome.
We exhaust the diplomatic options after that. We need to be reinvesting in diplomacy between Taiwan and China, between Taiwan and the US, and the US and China. Additionally, we need to be politically adhering to the One China policy. If the Taiwanese people pass a referendum saying they want reunification with China, I'm absolutely supportive of that. That is their choice. But once again, invasion is where we draw the line. Even then, I don't support boots on the ground in Taiwan. I support specifically in a defensive stance for Taiwan to be able to protect itself from invasion, to ensure that there is, a cost by.
Would you support if Puerto Rico wanted to, instead of becoming a state, become like a sovereign nation?
I mean, I think so, because it was like a country before. I think I'd be fine with it. Like, I would support it as a Canadian. I'm trying to think of if I would support it as an American or if I'd really like be against it as an American. Dude, I think most Americans actually hate Puerto Rico, so at least Republicans seem to have just, I don't even know what it is.
Which is funny because they have like, they don't have a formal representative, but they do have somebody who's like allowed to be in Congress as like a non-voting member, and they're a Republican.
Well, and they pay taxes, right, to the U.S. government?
Yes, they do.
Don't they?
It's the same with
so,
all like territories of the United States, like Samoa and Guam.
I'm sure they must get at least something out of the taxes, right? Like, they must get more back or something. There's no way they like are net positive taxpayers and don't get a vote as a country. They must get more back in some form of aid or something.
They don't get a vote.
Yeah, I'm saying they can't be positive like economic boons to the country and get nothing. They have to get resources from the country if they're not getting a vote. If they're like positive net taxpayers to the country and they don't get a vote, that's fucking crazy. I assume they pay taxes, but then they also get like programs and stuff back that they end up, it comes out as a positive for them to be a part of the U.S. They're not just like slowly being drained of resources. Because if they're being drained of resources and they don't get a vote, that'd be crazy, my opinion. Anyway,
trying to invade this country. But I also want to stress here that military aid should be conditional. And I don't care if it's Taiwan or Mexico. If we are providing military aid to a country, we need to ensure it's conditional, that crimes against humanity are not being systematically committed using our weapons paid for by our tax dollars. Additionally, I also want to stress that military aid is expensive. I also think we should be slashing the Pentagon's budget and that we should be closing many of our military bases overseas. This is a massive cost, and we also need to be investigating companies and contractors in the military industrial complex that have essentially robbed the taxpayers of our money for their own profit.
So the current policy towards Taiwan is known as you've talked about, strategic ambiguity, where the U.S. won't say whether or not they're going to come in and actively defend in the case of a Chinese assault on Taiwan. Do you believe, as the memo says, and I believe you've said elsewhere, but just get it directly from you, do you believe that policy should be altered? And how?
Here's the thing. If we had a president who wasn't a complete madman, like a complete psychopath, I would say, let's not even touch it. If we had a president AOC here who was able to balance these things at one time, I would say, absolutely, this is the policy to go with. But we don't have that. We have a guy who's waging a Christian.
That's interesting if it's like contingent upon there being like a Republican head of state. But the thing is that it would carry forward, that commitment would carry forward through a Democratic administration or Republican. That would just be like,
I think what she's saying is this is like basically the same rationale you'd have for wanting like abortion rights enshrined nationally, federally, whatever you call it in the US, right? That essentially I don't trust the next government that's going to come through, so I want it to be put into place in a way that's like difficult to remove or difficult to deal with, so that this is like the policy of America, that it transcends like what any specific politician is going to do. Kind of arguing for some Israel-like exceptions for Taiwan, I think, to be honest with you. Not sure I agree with them. But yeah, I don't know. Do you disagree with that? That's what she's arguing for?
You said you compared it to Israel, but I think it's more like Ukraine now.
No, I'm saying it's like Israel is in like actually just one individual president can't really undo the stuff that's there.
Oh,
like the president can't come in and undo the what do you call it, the qualitative military edge. They can't undo a lot of the advantages Israel has. I think she's saying I want our support for Taiwan to be resilient to any one specific government or political moment.
Yeah, like changing their mind or whatever. But like there's not really like a need to worry that like that wouldn't be like gleefully funded.
Why? No, I think if Trump's proven anything, it's that, yeah, you do want some of the things you think are, now why she believes this strongly in this one thing and not like some other things, I'm not totally sure. But I do think there's a lot of reason to think, hey, some things shouldn't be, like having one bad president shouldn't kill some principle you have. I think there's a lot of concerns that Trump's given birth to, basically by existing, that I think that could apply to some other things. I don't know. That's the way it seems to me. It's like not shocking. I know you think that like, oh well, we'll never have a U.S. government that's not totally ready to intervene here for reasons, like multiple reasons. But I
do think that there's
flip.
basically bipartisan consensus that like we would intervene militarily, whether it be by providing them like defensive aid or like it's a question of like how much, not if we would. Like we absolutely would.
I think for strategic reasons, China will never gain access to Taiwan intact and like TSMC. Like that will never be allowed to that's where I would get into conspiratorial, like that island will like mysteriously explode if China were to ever like capture it and stuff. Like they'll never be allowed to have TSMC in any way. America will never cede that to like a foreign actor, so long as they have the most powerful military in the world. Yeah. So I agree with you. There would be bipartisan consensus, but like I do think we both agree that that's probably a good thing, right?
Yeah, probably. The act itself, I just don't know that I agree with like the strategic clarity.
By the way, I wouldn't even say that's like a principally good act. That's like one of those things where it's like, actually, my desire to not ever be ruled over by the Chinese regime supersedes like my liberalism, basically.
Well, I would like it to not,
or whatever you call it.
I would like it to be a peaceful resolution, ideally, but I don't see there being any progress being made on this front. Like ideally, like this could be something that is negotiated over agreements or diplomatic talks or like at Camp David, not something that is decided once like one side declares war on the other, or someone invades, or somebody tries to unilaterally declare independence, knowing that is going to be the response.
That's why I would probably lean towards strategic ambiguity, because I think it's in such a place where it actually serves it serves the interests of like every country involved. I actually think it serves Taiwan as well for things to remain ambiguous. Like I don't think China's like built up militarily there, but they were going to do that anyway. Like they were going to do that to deal with the U.S. anyway, to not be sort of like kneeling to the U.S. So to me, like I feel like as much as strategic ambiguity benefits everybody. Like I don't even know that Taiwan particularly would, if you just go to the Taiwan leadership without going to like the people, without any political signaling in private and say, hey, we'll end strategic ambiguity if you want. I don't know that they would say yes immediately. They would understand the ramifications.
Polling shows that they wouldn't do that.
Yeah, like
they a majority or at least a plurality says that status quo / which is strategic ambiguity is what they prefer.
Yeah, it's just basically, it's I do think that it just benefits all parties. So to try to use U.S. foreign policy to supersede what they want basically feels wrong to me too. Anyway,
Iran with zero provocation. We need to ensure that we are codifying major actions that we will need to take regardless of the president under this administration, especially because no one, the United States, China, any other country in the world, has any idea what would happen if China does invade Taiwan. Under this president, it could be wiping your hands clean and saying, I'm good. He could try to nuke it. We have no idea. By codifying a response, we can ensure.
Well, I know you'll never codify military doctrine.
Yeah,
that's never something that will literally be like vetoed by everybody.
Yeah.
You could say we'll militarily intervene, but if the United States decides that nuking Taiwan is the best thing for the United States, they'll just do that. I hope that's not the case.
Sure that there is that deterrence for more diplomatic solutions, which once again is the main thing. The last thing I want is war with China. But Trump is a madman, and we have no idea his response to anything on the foreign or domestic stage. This is why it's controversial to broach the subject at all, but why I did so.
So
just one quick follow-up. So just to make sure I understand what you're saying. So because Trump is a madman, you want to codify.
I don't think she had any position. I don't think she had any position. She was forced to address this because of that leaked email, not because she wanted to be forthcoming with her policy with respect to Taiwan.
Well, I think, wasn't it also on her website?
I don't believe
so. Wasn't the same policy outlined on her website? Oh,
no, I don't think so.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I do think I would only call this bizarre if I could see I'm going to take you at your word that Taiwan does prefer the status quo, like that either it's the most popular opinion, like the plurality, or the majority of people favor status quo. And if that's the case, then I would totally be against this. And I don't understand her argument if that's the case either, to be honest with you. That doesn't
I mean, I don't even base it based off that, because if they had the opposite, like if you could find majority support for them to do this, and I still wouldn't be like, let's do it then. Like, it's just there's too many things that go into determining it that's like not exactly like the highest thing.
I'm saying,
but I also think it should be difficult for people to like. Wait, continue.
Well, this is a veto issue. It's like it just vetoes your like you could. She's basically saying I support people's right to self-determination. Well, they're self-determining. They're saying they don't want this. They want status quo. You're literally taking their ability to self-determine away from them in a way. You are powerful enough such that you affect foreign policy of other countries just through your own decisions. And if you do something like this, you are actually affecting their ability to self-govern, to determine their own future. They're saying they want this ambiguous situation because they're not sure which way to go, and they don't like what it would imply for China. That's like they should be a part of that conversation. You're taking away their ability to be a part of that conversation, actually. And assuming, like you said, that it is the case that a plurality or majority do support the status quo. Yeah, Taiwanese citizens, 80% want to maintain status quo, somebody says in my chat. So if that's the case, then yeah, I would say, it's not that it changes the principle. I'd still be against it either way, but I could understand her being for it if that's what the Taiwanese people wanted. When it's not what the Taiwanese people want, I do think it cuts against her principles for self-determination. Yeah.
And you have to be careful because there are some surveys, like, depending on how you word a survey, you can get a very, very different response. And there will be some that kind of force a binary of like, do you want independence or not? And then it can look like, oh, they support independence, but it's like, yeah, because the only other option presented was like no independence. So then they support it when it's that choice. But when it's with the status quo or like other options are available, they consistently choose status quo at the top.
Okay. Yeah. Then, yeah, everything I said. Everything I'm saying, or everything I'm seeing, is also backing that up. Like everybody who's linking stuff is also backing the same thing up. So I'm comfy. Now I don't understand her position at all. I actually don't. It doesn't make any sense to me. So we continue. See you later, Kiriko.
That the U.S. will definitely respond militarily if China moves on
will
Taiwan.
Provide military aid to Taiwan if asked to defend itself from an invasion. That military aid, of course, being conditional.
And aid means shipping weapons, or aid means actively participating in and assisting
shipping
in the
weapons.
defense?
I know in the past I have said aid in intercepting missiles at the beginning of an invasion. I think that is on the table, but we should not have U.S. troops deployed on Taiwanese soil.
Obviously the concern is that if you move away from strategic ambiguity, which is meant to, I don't know what we do, to enforcing this hard line and saying, we will respond, we will defend Taiwan, that would in fact provoke a direct conflict.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about this more and more, this is actually completely retarded. Her opinion is completely retarded here.
Why?
Because one, there's absolutely no way you could actually codify like a military response that the president has to respect and will respect, like that they couldn't work against. That like there would be situations you have to give outs to this, right? There would have to be some situations where it's fine for China to take Taiwan, right? You could never have it such that like you could try wording things, but I think it'd be really difficult to word a law.
Or sorry, like it's real until it's not. Because any attempts to codify like military doctrines and stuff, there exist basically competing types of legislation that like allow that to be easily overridden. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So like basically it would just come down to what they wanted to do in the moment. It's literally no different from strategic ambiguity. Like literally you cannot codify this in a way that would force like Donald Trump to go and say, I'm going to send the military into Taiwan, or I'm going to do anything specific, sell weapons. He could like sell a lower amount. There'd be a million ways for him to get around it and fight everything. It's like codifying it is stupid. It actually should just be left ambiguous because there's just no way to codify it effectively such that you're working against the interest of or the ability for Donald Trump to flout the law. Like the president can just break the law. You're never going to pass some legislation that forces military action in this way that is going to overcome the will of the president.
It's going to be difficult for you to get a lot of any congressional representatives or senators that are going to be willing to sign on to anything that says Taiwan on it instead of like Chinese Taipei, which reflects the official position of the United States of like how we understand that territory to be, well, like what we understand it to be.
Yeah.
Okay, boy, thank you for the raid.
Even the case. So again, One China policy. So it would say Chinese Taipei in this case, but it's still, it doesn't even matter. That doesn't even matter. It's like, it can't, I don't think you could ever pass like the legislation she's describing. She's like trying to advocate for something. I kind of get what she's hinting at, but it's like impossible to pass in a way that's meaningful. It's like a symbol. She wants a symbol passed that the U.S. would support Chinese Taipei and it's like, okay, you want a symbol, and I kind of understand why you'd want that symbol, but it's like an incredibly costly symbol that the people there don't want, and it's meaningless essentially. And not only is it meaningless,
well, they do. Well,
given
hold
the
on,
current
like,
technological landscape,
it's like, it's not that they don't want independence, it's that there's so many other considerations that go into it with how cautious they have to be that it like that ends up being prioritized, you know?
Which is what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. That like, given the ramifications, they don't want a move away from strategic ambiguity. And even then, given the technological landscape, there's no actual ambiguity. Like your country is going to defend Chinese Taipei. Okay. They're going to defend Taiwan no matter what in the current environment.
Mm-hmm.
I truly believe if Trump tried to not go after Taiwan, this would be a case where he'd come down with like an illness. He would like pass out and not remember something, and Taiwan would be defended. I truly believe there's like enough of a deep state there that they go like, sorry, you don't actually get to overthrow the U.S. You don't actually get to like set us back massively as a country. Sorry, you go to sleep now, Don, and everything happens. I'm positive that would happen. Okay.
Somebody put,
Anyway,
you can't pass it nor enforce it, but she wants to telegraph hostility to China. It doesn't make sense, nor will a military defense work.
Like, this is, I don't know about that last part, but it is just like sort of telegraphing that the U.S. stands with Taiwan. It's not even telegraphing hostility. Like, I guess it technically is. I don't believe she's like xenophobic. I don't believe she's saying like, fuck you, China. I think she's saying we stand with these people who are under like the barrel militarily. But it doesn't matter because you're already standing with them.
Self-determined people, kind of, like internally and politically, like they're self-determined because it's considered like it is functional. It is autonomous. But like as far as regarding like the sovereign status in that respect, like legally, formally, no.
Yeah, so it's like a totally pointless. Yeah, whatever. It's like a stupid position to have.
Like
China,
trying to formally
and again,
redefine
gets
it,
to
yes,
the-
is very risky geopolitically. But like you could also argue that like maintaining the status quo into perpetuity or whatever carries its own risk because, well, like, you know.
Yeah, I sure, like, it's risky in that China has more time to sort of subvert the will of the people if they want. If that's something you think is happening, I don't see the Taiwanese people as being like, it seems like they had their period where they really hardened towards China and it's like softening now, and that as long as economic ties remain like there and like there's a chance they could just decide to reunify as in they reach the same. I don't think that happens with China with the current government they have, where a lot of like they are they not fairly like liberal in their society at this point? Has it not gotten to that point where they've relaxed quite a bit more in Taiwan? Yeah, I feel like it is, but maybe I'm totally wrong on that.
It's like I'm not sure. I do think it's regarded as like one of the better like democracies in like with respect to like Asian countries, but like I don't know, because sometimes like those democracy indexes are necessarily like the best metric to go off of. I just don't know enough.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So basically, as long as that if they wanted to rejoin, I wouldn't really mind. It's the same thing as Ukraine and Russia, where you like worry about the influence that China could bring to bear there over time, right? Such that it like subverts what the people really want. But if the people want it, I don't know. Here's the thing. The funny thing is if those people voted tomorrow in a referendum to rejoin China, I don't think the U.S. lets that happen.
No.
Do you know what I mean?
No, they don't. Well,
So,
that's
like,
why they would always, every single time Biden tried to like basically creep towards this posture, whatever, they would always walk it back and reiterate, no, we still recognize that like One China, we still recognize the PROC over the ROC. Like we're not like interfering or changing policy or whatever. And again, even if we did, it's like it's still the fact that there is like consensus internationally that there is one China. Like everybody recognizes Beijing over Taiwan, or like the PROC over the ROC.
I think you're in a situation where, like, again, can't legislate military doctrine, and Taiwan doesn't really have the right to self-determine from either side. So like they could be themselves. They could do their own thing. They're literally forced to be independent without being able to acknowledge their own independence. Kind of funny. How's this going? Anyway.
Here, wait, look at this. Okay, so this is like Tom Cotton is like a right-wing shithead in our country, and he advocates for the strategic clarity position, and he breaks down apparently like how you would do this.
Okay. Target decoupling and the economic long war detailing the threat the Chinese Communist Party poses to the United States. Section 1, the state of the U.S.-China economic relationship. How are the U.S. and Chinese economics intertwined? Points of reliance, targeted decoupling. Is there something specific here you wanted me to read, or are you just pointing out that
I wanted to open the report. It says like you can read the report here. Like click the report and explain like what the immediate benefits are to the strategic clarity under this view. And this is not to attribute this to Kat or whatever, but like this was a notable person that I knew had this position on this, and it's also why like Hasan is like this is a very far right policy.
So is it the executive summary you want me to go through?
Yeah.
Or is it in the intro? Executive summary. Okay. So the cost of targeted decoupling with China pale in comparison to the cost of passivity. We cannot watch as America becomes less prosperous and cedes its position to a totalitarian power dedicated to bending the world to its will. Americans must act decisively to avoid this fate. Strategy of targeted decoupling from China will have the following objectives: restore secure, scalable domestic productivity capacity in areas critical to national security, maintain technological advantage over China in strategic areas, preserve U.S. dollar dominance, slow China's growth. I would argue that's already the objectives of the United States. Rule breakers, sanctions, and trade. Sanction the perpetrator. Oh, these are the ways they do it. Is this maybe there's different sections?
Like control F strategy, like clarity or like Taiwan or something. Like I want to see what he says there specifically about like what is the immediate advantage to this over maintaining the ambiguity?
He doesn't mention strategic clarity in here specifically.
If you put Taiwan.
Control over Taiwan. Gotta give them Taiwan today. Hong Kong, but not Taiwan. Let's remove references to Taiwan.
To Top Gun. I just saw Top Gun in there.
It's in Hollywood movies. Remove references to Taiwan in Hollywood movies. Yep. I don't know if they have a specific. Are you thinking of like a specific section here for?
I thought
like,
there would be a specific section in this because I knew he had this. He argues for like this position or whatever, but I thought he would outline in this because I'd not looked at it that he, like what the benefits are to that.
Well, I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying. It doesn't seem like he's tying a lot of it to Taiwan. Like this actually seems more.
You have to argue that it's like less geopolitically risky to clarify and start like referring to it as China as Taiwan while maintaining that we recognize it formally as Chinese Taipei, and that this will simultaneously provide benefits while also not having like significant blowback, that it outweighs the benefits.
This document is not actually about about Taiwan as much as it seems. It's actually about how you build resilience to it seems to even be almost including or leaning towards saying, assuming Taiwan falls or voluntarily goes back. ban the sale of cutting edge, so semiconductors is one of the
Well,
practices
this actually,
for,
like, I mean, I kind of would expect this to be the report, to be honest, because again, Taiwan, it's just like a pawn. Nobody actually gives a fuck about, like, that argues for this typically really gives a fuck about, like, oh, the sovereignty of, like, the self-determination of the Taiwanese people. That's why if, like, there was ever, like, a war reached over this, like, the fact that you would have, like, a bunch of, like soc dems, like liberals, progressives, leftists, even being like based anti-imperialist or whatever. It's like, if that's the point that we're at, like you would be a moron to think of it as like based epic anti-imperialism move. If that's the state of affairs, like that would not be the reason why we're intervening. It would be like the stated reason, but it would be it would be to like weaken China.
So he does spend some time discussing how essentially China is hellbent on reclaiming Taiwan, and that I can't tell if this is exactly what he's saying, but it looks like he's talking about how more significant are critics who mistakenly deprioritize the real, concrete, present-day threat of China in favor of abstract transnational challenges. China's leaders eagerly propose to cooperate on, say, climate change because they believe naive, credulous American policymakers will offer concrete concessions for distant promises. Borrowing from J. Wellington Wimpy, they will gladly promise to reduce carbon emissions in 2060 if the United States would merely give them Taiwan today. It seems like he is actually arguing that this is a real risk, and that's why the U.S. needs to be less dependent on both China and Taiwan. But specifically China, he's talking about manufacturing, talking about not being like strategically vulnerable to China should there be a war. Like that's what a lot of this document is about. It's about like shoring a lot of manufacturing and how you basically get back into certain industries and stuff like this.
I don't know that honestly, like the PRC, like China's really interested in administering Taiwan. It's not really about that for them either. You know what I mean?
I mean, it is now. You can't tell me they're not concerned about
no, but they
getting
almost make it sound when he says like they're hell bent on this. He almost makes it sound like it's some like cultural thing or something like that. But like really, I don't really think it's that. Even though it's like primarily like
wait.
Mm-hmm.
They need Taiwan to have like a functioning nuclear triad. They cannot put subs into the ocean without like being tracked right now. They have like a huge issue with they don't have access to any deep water, right? They have the South China Sea, and the South China Sea is like it's not deep at all. So any of their subs that are like leaving can be shadowed automatically. They've got like no depth to hide in at all. So their subs can be like totally tracked, and they can never get a sub out that like actually provides them any sort of nuclear triad, like a stable sub that can't be tracked, isn't being followed through the ocean, and is capable of delivering like a nuclear blast to some other city or something. Like it's a huge problem for them that their navy, they don't have access to any deep water ports. Or like they just don't have territorial advantage. They don't have like the territory that they can go and slide their submarines into the ocean like more deeply. And there's a shelf right there off the coast of Taiwan. Like, have you ever looked at a depth map of China, the South China Sea?
No. Have you?
For this exact reason.
Then how come we don't know more about this? Your position has evolved over 4 hours. It's been a journey.
I don't know. What do you mean I don't know more? Well, I haven't looked this stuff up, and I basically have to remember stuff.
Only because you came in thinking like what Kat was saying was like I think you were under the impression that it was less controversial than it was until she started getting like explaining it. Great pause, freeze frame for our purposes. Until she started explaining it, and then you were thinking through like, okay, like given that that's the way that she would be navigating that policy, like it's not even clear like how it's enforceable or like if it's practical, if it's tangible, if it's like desirable by people in Taiwan, like what is the advantage, you know?
I think it's principled to stand by Taiwan on like their sovereignty, their ability to self-determine. But now I didn't know that they were mostly like for strategic ambiguity. I didn't know that they were mostly for that. That makes a difference. And then,
I told you this at the beginning.
I don't recall, but that's my bad. I
underscored that very early on. I was wondering, like, I was like, the way you were just talking about it, it was almost like you had like heard it for the first time, even though I said it really, really early on that like, yeah, when you pull them consistently, like they favor that.
That is my bad. I did miss
So
you
Jstlk
telling
just
me that.
wasn't listening.
I listen pretty good, like 4 out of 5.
Just not in those
but
moments.
80% good listener. I missed it. Yeah, I don't know. All I can tell you is I missed it. It's my bad. It's my bad. You thought I thought Russians were running around with a laser gun. Okay, you weren't listening either.
Yeah, it's the Cubans.
Didn't you know that the cluster of cases came from Havana? I'm gonna hit play on this. I don't want to talk
That
about this
wouldn't-
again. I can't talk about Havana syndrome again. I can't do it.
Provoke a direct conflict with China. And again, gets to the same concern about a direct conflict with Russia. Obviously, nuclear-armed superpower, incredibly capable at this point in terms of their military and technology. So what gives you the confidence that drawing that harder line is not going to actually escalate the conflict with China? Taiwan, that would in fact provoke a direct conflict with China. And again, gets to the same concern about a direct conflict with Russia. Obviously, nuclear-armed superpower, incredibly capable at this point in terms of their military and technology.
Based on what? What does she base that opinion on?
What
do you
that
think
they
she
have-
bases that
Taiwan
opinion
has
on?
good tech?
No, that China has good, a strong military that can't be fucked with, that they're like a terror to be reckoned with in terms of their technology or anything like that.
I think most people accept it just because of the sheer population size alone and the fact that they're also a global superpower.
I don't think population
Or I could
really
be
has anything to do
projecting
with
my
winning wars at this
intuitions
point.
onto it. Because that's largely like
Yeah.
knowing nothing about like the Chinese military or whatever, just like that those two facts alone, I believe that they probably have a strong military.
I think I think they have nuclear weapons, although honestly, I have
There's
no
no
idea
way
how
they
well,
don't.
like, I wish there was an example of China doing well in a war somewhere. But basically they've only been totally incompetent in warfare their entire like international lives. So like if I had any example of them being able to capably handle any sort of warfare whatsoever, I would maybe be like, oh, you could be
You
a
mean
little
the
bit
US?
scared, but they've been totally nope, China. They've been totally incompetent the entire time. They never won a war. They get totally destroyed in every war. Got absolutely rolled over by Japan, like horribly. I just don't know. They have no track record of ever being able to do like logistics or anything like this, especially in a modern theater.
Then I
just
guess we
have
have
no
nothing to
idea
worry
how it
about,
would ever
right?
go. Well, I have no idea how it would ever go. I think in terms of like missiles and stuff, they could be fine because that's mostly just engineering. But there's like a lot of other stuff going on here that I just don't. What about the Korean War? Was the Chinese army fighting the Korean War? Or are you talking about like a older war? I don't know which war you guys talk about. People in my chat are talking about the Korean War.
What, that like we won or what? Totally forgotten war.
I can't tell if people are talking about China invading Korea on their own, or was it like the People's Republic of China that invaded Korea to like fight for North Korea? I would have thought that was a proxy war, but maybe not.
Chinese peasants
sorry,
were
I'm
sent to
trying to
fight
learn-
and die in droves in Korea to stall out the American Chad advance.
Oh, well, geez. Okay.
I know nothing about
All
the
right.
Korean
So-
War. There was a video from Mr. Beat that I intended to watch talking about it, but I still haven't gotten around to it.
Yeah, I kind of just assumed it was like the, but maybe it's a bad assumption that it would have been like Vietnam, where it was just like a proxy.
What
I'm
gives
trying
you
to
the
learn.
confidence
Okay,
that
learn first, then speak. There are people repeating ancient Chinese proverbs from my chat to you.
Okay. I don't care. China has been totally destroyed in every modern war.
All
Every
right,
single one.
chill. You need to learn more.
Every single one. They're like Russia on steroids, okay? You think Russia can use human wave tactics. Wait until you hear about China, guys, okay?
drawing that harder line is not going to actually escalate the conflict with
I just love how upset leftists get when you shit talk China. I really just have like an addiction to it. They like They're like totally fine to talk about every subject, and then you like shit on China, and they lose it. They lose it.
So you're being reactionary.
It's like their golden. It's like their golden child. Yeah, I am a reactionary.
I mean, the same thing
China,
happened
obviously.
earlier when I shit on Havana syndrome being real. So goes both ways.
Yeah, but that's because I like conspiracies.
Yeah, but that's because
like a totally different thing. That's me acknowledging that I'm like irrational.
Soy. It's different because soy.
Very soy. Very soy. It's different because I'm irrational there and I acknowledge it. I also would get mad if you totally discounted aliens. Right?
Probably.
Exactly.
Frankly, Biden did this in his last administration. He mentioned that we need to be questioning where we stand on strategic ambiguity. And the response that China had was some angry op-eds on the mainland, but did not spark a full invasion into Taiwan.
So on a more kind of philosophical level, to get to the heart of your kind of foreign policy approach, you do have a very deep and intuitive understanding of the problems with the military-industrial complex and also its willingness to like assist in a genocide.
Ryan Grimm probably doesn't realize that she also has, again, some educational background in this. It's so funny that he just assumes like, oh, you seem to have like this, despite your gender and your age, you seem to know things about this.
Damn. I didn't pick that up at all. Ryan Grimm was speaking my language and I didn't pick it up. That's my bad. I have to go back and hear it again.
Did not.
Now.
Level to get to the heart of your kind of foreign policy approach. You do have a very deep and intuitive understanding of the problems with the military industrial.
He said deep first. Deep and intuitive understanding. I feel like you gotta let him off the hook there.
Is it just me? That doesn't really make any sense. It's like an oxymoron. Does she have an intuitive, which is that she doesn't know much about it, but she is largely picking up on the correct cues, or does she have a deep understanding of it and it's fleshed out and nuanced?
I think what that's trying to hint at is I know you know stuff, but I think this one thing is your intuition based on other stuff you know, and your intuition is off. He's probably not thinking through all of those things, but that's what it feels like. Like he's trying to hint at something like that. Like he's sort of condescending this one opinion while trying to make it clear that it's just this one opinion. Maybe.
Do we think he wears a toupee?
Okay, I'm gonna hit play. No, because you'd never pay for a toupee that's cut that poorly. That's like a very, very cheap haircut.
You ever seen people who wear toupees?
That I'm saying, like, you wouldn't have a toupee that's cut with like a bowl in the front. I think.
Unless you're Ryan Grimm, maybe.
Right? Unless you're Ryan Grimm, maybe.
Industrial complex and also its willingness to like assist in a genocide in Gaza. So I'm just curious, how did you develop this comfort with using, U.S. military support, intervention, and U.S. sanctions around the world? Like, one would expect, like, for somebody who has seen what the U.S. is capable of when it intervenes, either through sanctions policy or militarily, you'd say, you know what, this we just need to roll this back.
Yeah.
So where does the comfort come from?
I wouldn't describe it as comfort at all. I mean, my own family was expelled from Palestine in 1948, and there are still many of my family members that don't have full civil or legal rights that have been killed as a result of this genocide. It's not something that I take any comfort in, but I also think we need to be realistic in the right to self-determination, which I think is something that I hope y'all understand I'm very personally invested in and passionate about. But I want to do everything we possibly can to lead with humane foreign policy. Under Trump, these are safeguards against him and not knowing what his response would be. But I ideally would like to not have to use them at all. One of the, I studied international affairs. I actually focused on security policy. Like I really focused on atrocity, genocide, and extremism in school. And one of my biggest passions, one of my favorite courses, and one of the things that I've studied the most is the value of public diplomacy, of cultural exchange, of investing in infrastructure, of the need to have trade between all of these countries in the globalized world that we have now. That is what I want our foreign policy to be. I want to be rolling back military bases abroad. I want to be cutting the Pentagon's budget. We need to be investing it in housing, groceries, and healthcare here. We need not just a Marshall Plan, but a new deal for our federal government that includes mass employment, that includes building more housing, that focuses instead of bombs on actually helping folks here.
No wonder why people's views on her softened after this. If they had been critical, is because she's reminding them of like how like, yeah, this is primarily why she's become like successful and a serious contender for this congressional seat in the first place, is because of her robust domestic agenda, not because of her like foreign policy takes. Like, yeah, her being outspoken against the genocide is like a big thing, but if it wasn't coupled with this particular domestic agenda, I don't think it would have been as much of a splash. People just would have been celebrating it as like, oh, maybe Dems are starting to like realize that they have to take that position on the genocide if they want to win, which is good, but they wouldn't necessarily be excited about that candidate. More just what it signals.
Yeah, I don't think it signals. I don't think Dems are there yet on that last part, on take the correct position on Israel-Palestine. But I do think she was kind of like famous before. Why do I recognize her name? She's kind of famous before this, wasn't she?
She was like a journalist or like a social media influencer, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I feel like I knew who she was. I would have to see her. So this, I'll just take it as true because I've never seen her talk about policy. Like that was not really talking about policy. It was like saying we need to handle these issues. So I don't know. You feel like she's got like a really robust, like she goes deep on these issues. She talks through them a lot and seems like she's got good ideas.
Yeah, but this is because this isn't the only interview that I've seen from her, so this is probably biasing me. Because like if she were asked to speak at length about any of the other things that she's proposing, she could do it because she has in the past.
Nice. Okay. Cool.
We'll have.
I was just saying, yeah. I was like, I don't see that, but I don't see that because I've never seen her talk about policy before.
Well, because like most of the people complaining about her are like familiar with the other like things that she's talked about and like what she's advocating for. And I have to assume like the people that are the most loud are like the most pissed off because they didn't expect her to have this given her other positions.
Okay. And so a lot of people are walking. You think a lot of people who criticize are like walking back because they're like, well, domestically, she's awesome.
Not like being reminded that like her taking like one position that they don't agree with on a foreign policy issue that's probably not going to be broached even like during her tenure as a congressional representative is probably not a reason to withdraw support for her.
And also, if you look at it just like pragmatically, she's like way out on an island, like totally.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, even if you were worried about this, I honestly think that, like, if she realized, like, the only people that would be willing to embrace this with her are other, like, far-right neocons in the Congress, that she'd back off the position. Like, she'd be unwilling to, like, stake it out, to be honest. In the same way that you've seen, like, some issues with, like, AOC being willing to work with Marjorie Taylor Greene with respect to, like, Israel-Palestine. Like, she voted for, like, Iron Dome funding, but for a package that she overall didn't support. Or, like, voted against.
Yeah, it would be.
And I think it was because it was, like, it was Marjorie Taylor Greene who was the one who introduced it. Like, Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib were, like, willing to do it, but AOC wasn't. And I think it's because she doesn't want to have to deal with that.
Yeah. I truly believe that Kat will get nowhere near. Like, it would be like, I don't even think the vast majority of Republicans, like, it would be crazy the number. It would be like super low. Who would even support something like this? Like, you get basically no Democrats. You get like a handful of Republicans. I assume it's a House seat. If it was a Senate seat, it would be. She's too young to run for a Senate seat, right?
There's like no incentive for you to take these positions as a Democrat, because look what happens. You immediately like realize that, like, to the extent that anybody has thought about this, it's a divisive issue right away.
Are you advocating for her to hide her power level on the Chinese Taipei issue?
No, I'm saying that I'm not surprised that, like, Democrats would not be willing to work with her, even if they were sympathetic to her position, because it's never a top priority for any constituent. And, like, to the extent that you bring it up, it immediately becomes divisive.
And like, I was going to make this comparison, and then I was going to say maybe I was like trying to think of a way I could like describe it in somehow that she basically will never get this passed, so it doesn't really matter. But it's like, it is when you have a position that's that far outside the norm, it sort of degrades the rest of the things you talk about in a way that like it makes you almost like less serious. Because I was thinking, it's like, what if there's like a random politician who had all of your beliefs, but then they also just wanted to nuke Canada, and they occasionally they just go on a rant about wanting to nuke Canada.
I mean, like, why do you think Hasan said?
Let's not talk about
the like, oh, she's young type thing. Like, that might have been a reason why. It might not have only been like her position. He might have also, like, if I'm trying to be charitable to him, it might have also been from the perspective that like she's gonna realize that like when he said like she's really far right on this issue, that would be the only people that would work with her on this.
Yeah, exactly. But like, I think it's one of those things where it does sort of, it's like when you have something that's this far outside the party, yeah, just nobody, you're gonna become like the crazy person that nobody will talk to. It might even limit your political career. I wonder if she really thought this through. Maybe she is green. Maybe Hasan was right. Maybe he was right when he was like, hey, just sit there and look pretty and let other people run your campaign. I think we have to give Hasan more credit on that. I do think he's correct there.
He did not say that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have to deal with the fact that we are pariahs on the global stage. We need to recognize, I think one of the issues here when we're talking about this is I mean what I say. And that's not something you see a lot in politics, especially when it comes to military aid. I feel very passionate about sovereignty, and I feel very passionate about human rights. And that is part of why I am running for Congress in the
I'm reading your chat. I have to take this. This is very funny to me. I'm going to send it to
first
you.
place.
I'm not going to acknowledge it, but I'm going to send it to you.
Not just end the genocide in Gaza and in the West Bank, but also be working towards establishing Palestinian statehood and also ensuring that any solution there is negotiated by the people actually living there and not dictated by the United States. These are all principles that can, when it comes to military aid, when it comes to public diplomacy, when it comes to reparations for the global South, it can be difficult to hold them in, especially with the United States history of intervention and imperialism, to hold them together and to understand how they contradict and also understand how they're more complicated than we would like to portray them.
Yeah.
But that is also part of the reason that I want to help elect more progressives across the country, so we don't have representatives that are beholden to the military industrial complex, and we can look at these issues with clear eyes and also express disagreements and try to find the best path forward.
It just seems that the two values are somewhat in conflict. The value of rolling back, the bases overseas and checking the military industrial complex and reclaiming some of that funding so that instead of having austerity for social programs, we have austerity for the Pentagon, seems to be in conflict with the instinct to intervene in all of these border disputes. And one other thing that I'll put there too is obviously we talk about Ukraine and Taiwan a lot because those are the places where the empire.
1 second. Donations. Bruce Willis, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Guys will say 5 subs for another hour here.
Has the most interest.
5 subs, we can get there.
Is interested in checking these geopolitical rivals in particular. But there are dozens of border disputes around the world right now. So also, what is the limiting principle for where you would want the military engaged, where you would want us intervening, potentially covertly? How do you reel that in if that's the underlying principle?
First off, I don't support covert CIA coups. And I think this is something that we also need to ensure that we are holding people accountable for, that we are investigating these types of interventions.
I wonder by saying that immediately, how quickly that rules, until that becomes a consensus position in the Democratic Party, how quickly that rules you out from ever being on any committee where you could actually govern with that being a guiding principle. Because if they know that that's your feelings on it, you will never be brought into
the intelligence.
Yeah, any intelligence apparatus or anything like that, because they know that you're always going to be nope, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure it could give you something of a ceiling there with what you could go beyond. I'd imagine military appropriations and stuff would also be kind of questionable. Probably limits a lot of the things you could do. But do you think such a committee would make room for you just lying? Just what? Do you think such a committee would make room for you just lying? Do you mean just lie to you? Maybe. I don't know. I think it's funny that she says covert CIA coups. Doesn't she know that the U.S. just does the coups like out in the open now?
True. But under a Democratic
Just lying
admin, they're
about
going
the
to like
position.
get back to the fact that that's not really how you do it. The real return to the status
Yeah,
quo.
sure. Oh, somebody's asking, do I think? No, I don't think so. I think you would get passed over like magically. Somebody was asking if you just said you lied to your constituents, would you get added to those? And no, I don't think you
Oh,
would.
no.
think
And
they
I
would
don't think
just
anybody
decide
has any
that.
reason to think that she's lying. That's on those committees. If anything, they'll
Yeah.
take them more seriously.
Yeah. I don't think she
As
can
they
come
should,
back
because
from
there's
something
no,
like that. But
there really is no upside to taking these positions other than the fact that you're actually, like, serving your constituents and being principled.
But like, I don't think the CIA does like coups or anything anymore. I think they're mostly just like spycraft. I've never seen anything that indicates, after the
Spycraft for
80s or
what?
so that they're doing anything close to a coup. Obviously they need to know what their adversaries are doing.
For what reason? Maybe to coup them.
I honestly said that just to annoy people in your chat, like again, because I'm.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
so you're also doing the private
These
public
people-
position thing, I see.
It's just very funny
Just
to
be
me.
saying whatever.
I'm basically going in like, what am I aware that like leftists usually say and talk about when in terms of foreign policy why the USA is bad? I'm taking like the contrary position
Yes,
on all
very,
of those things
very
as
fun
much
to
as I
trigger the
possibly can.
lefties.
Yeah.
Mentions that we have made. These are things that I think we should be saying publicly and above board, or at least discussing publicly and above board, because that lack of transparency when it comes to any sort of intervention has been limited in the past. And when it comes to these two issues in particular, not only have we made a commitment, actually full stop, we have made a commitment. And I also want to stress that any sort of aid to these two states has to come with consent from those states. You are absolutely right, Krystal, of like, these are geopolitical rivals, but it also means that
Oh, are they going to bring up the Taiwan thing here, or
they are doing an imperialism when they are invading another country. They aren't necessarily in the right just because they're not the United States.
This
yes,
they're
these are
doing an
two very hot button-
imperialism. This like, even though she's Gen Z, that's like millennial type humor to me. They're doing a thing.
what's wrong with that's going to be her voting base?
They're doing a heckin'
Millennials.
imperialism.
Yeah, it's going to be her voting base. Yeah, obviously.
topics that involve two of our biggest geopolitical rivals, but they are also two commitments that we have made. And when it comes to invasion, if we have made that commitment, we should absolutely stand by it with the consent of those countries and not putting our troops on the ground. But first off, exhausting every diplomatic option beforehand.
Are there any models for intervention, either diplomatic or military, that you would uplift as like, this is how it should be done, and this was actually effective at producing self-determination in the country where it was brought to?
I'm actually going to go a little bit aside from that question to one of my favorite examples of public diplomacy.
Oh, sorry. Wait, my chat paid for time. You're right. Sorry. Need to reset some stuff. There we go. Boom.
That when I
Got you,
first
Spruce.
heard like the first half of this, I was like, I don't know about that. And then by the end of it, was on board with. So bear with me here. One of my professors was a PAO in a Middle Eastern country, a public affairs officer. And during Ramadan, this was, I believe, in like 2014, early 2010s, they worked with a local film group to create.
Also, Spruce, I hate to say it, but for shit in the Discord, I just got sent. You're gone for a while, so
series
good
about
luck.
the realities of being an ISIS bride, of being a woman recruited to ISIS, and the horror of, I think all of us can agree, that women undergo when they are recruited by ISIS. It was largely paid for with a coalition of dollars, but also pushed by the American government. But it had complete control by the filmmakers who were local that filmed it, wrote it, distributed it, and it was aired during Ramadan. The next year, ISIS recruitment of women went down by like 75%. That is, I think, yes, it is a small example, but an example of actually beneficial U.S. involvement in diplomacy, but also actively working towards a goal. Of course, that is much smaller than providing military
going to
aid
say, like,
or trying to.
That's an example of diplomacy, not that's working towards a goal. Although that has been an issue with American foreign policy, just kind of having these like broad objectives or whatever, like war on terror, right? And it's kind of like, okay, we'll figure it out as we go along.
Any
you break it, you buy
idealistic
it.
goal, yes.
But I thought she was going
Anything
to contrast
that's
it
not
against
concrete.
like military intervention. Because I would say that there are goals, but it's just not always communicated to the public. I do always assume, even with admins as like incompetent as like Bush's admin or Trump's, that like there is some bureaucrat somewhere that has these things like written down and codified or whatever. They're probably fucking terrible and I disagree with them, but not that they're non-existent.
But the unfortunate thing is there's just like they might as well not exist, because if they're not written down somewhere, they're not accountable to those goals. Any goal you're not accountable to isn't something you're actually attempting, right? Like if they're not publicly documented somewhere in a way that the public can hold them accountable for, then they're not actually, it's nothing. It's like nonsense.
I don't know if it's that. I think the bigger issue can be usually like people will broadly agree with the goals, but the tactics is where you actually find the disagreements start to come out. Because they'll have like
So if
largely
you're
like
saying-
unobjectionable like goals of like we want to again like decrease ISIS recruitment.
Sure.
But then if their tactic for doing that involves like a sustained military campaigns, boots on the ground, like that's the way that they attempt to achieve that or whatever, then at that point the goal to people that are in opposition to it, they're going to argue like it's a moot goal if that's what you're trying to achieve with this.
Yeah, sure. So in this case, you're saying that like there's the ideal, which is like we're fighting a war on terrorism. There's the goals, or the goals are things like, you know, get democracy in Iraq, that you go to increasing levels, like you go from the abstract to the concrete. And if you don't have anything like super concrete, then you're assuming there's a list of that, but that's not public. I would say you need something that is accomplishable and timeframes going to the public. Like that we are doing this by this time, and we're going to be, you know, having some sort of meeting with Congress, some sort of like disclosure saying this is what we're trying to do. Like it doesn't have to all be public, but it needs to be done in a way that is like measurable, manageable, or else, yeah, you just get Iraq again.
You get Iraq, but then the type that are
concrete.
like the most forceful about arguing for necessary intervention will also be the ones that are the least likely to actually share any information with constituents and then say, oh, well, it's because of national security and the fact that we can't reveal our strategy. We can't talk about these things. But then they expect there to be sort of like uncritical support from Americans without any question.
Yep.
And unfortunately, enough of the American populace is like distracted enough, or like they honestly kind of just defer to like whatever their congressional representative is supporting, because they're like, oh, well, it's so complicated. I don't know much about it.
Yeah, and I'm fine with but like when the congressional reps came out, like basically all of the lies, right? When the Dems had like the briefing with Rubio, they came out and just said like, yeah, all of these things, all these questions we had, these are pretty clearly like not answered. These aren't even answers they gave to us, right? Like what's the plan? What planning went into this? You know, why? Who was it? Was it Coombs? Chris Coombs came out and just said like, yeah, we didn't even evacuate our own embassies, even though we apparently planned an attack. We'll have to answer for that.
We planned an attack.
And
it
also,
wasn't
we don't
imminent. And yet we were saying
There's
like,
no imminent-
oh, well, like people need to leave, even though all of the, like you can't actually fly out of these areas now. They've closed down all the airports. Like if this had been Obama that did something like that, I mean, think of all of the shit that like Biden gets. Like I can name all the talking points just off the top of my head. Like, oh, it immediately collapsed. They talk about how we like left weapons for the Taliban. Like, yeah, thing that the Taliban didn't have until that happened. Like what? Like just stupid
Don't go
things.
to Afghanistan though. Just go to Libya. Hey, you left our service members hung out to dry. Hillary Clinton come into Congress and talk about it for days.
Yeah, Benghazi.
Right? Like it's just Benghazi. Yeah, it's like Benghazi times 10.
I mean, Trump
It's, like,
literally said,
so much
like,
worse.
sorry, but it happens. Also, more of it's going to happen in response to these, that like the, I don't know if they were soldiers or like military personnel dying, like the 6 people that did.
Yep. Yeah. It's I think it's soldiers. They were in a some sort of planning thing. They were in like a
and they were
makeshift
considering
planning
evacuating
area on some
apparently,
base.
but then they didn't do it.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know about soldiers. Military personnel is what I think I heard.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Probably not soldiers, but not civilians. Like, I don't even know how you classify that in terms of. I think they're still combatants technically, right? They're valid targets, even if they're just like logistical support.
I don't know. It's one of
something.
those things that I feel like a double standard applies because, like, we would probably try to make some argument that they should not be considered like a valid military target because they like run admin support. But like, would you really argue that the like a secretary for ISIS is like not going to be seen as like a combatant?
Yeah, no, they're definitely going to be seen as a combatant.
So like, I think that like if you're being consistent, you probably have to classify anybody who's assisting and like materially, so like assisting any like military apparatus like for their plans, even if it's like paper pushing, like they largely consider that to be valid military target, but then just like not a priority.
Yeah. Somebody asked in your YouTube chat as well, did we discuss your combo with Hutch? I don't think we necessarily have to. I reacted to it
What
on
is
stream.
there to discuss?
There's not really anything to discuss. I give my opinions on it. Goofy stuff. That's all. I don't want to put you in a position to comment. I just thought I should say that
There's nothing to
reacted to it.
comment.
I didn't really like
I
it,
didn't
but
stream it because I didn't intend to have that conversation. I thought it was he wanted to talk to me over disagreements that he had with my disagreements that he was having with Lycan. Like he had this conversation with him, and then I was in his Twitch chat modding it and also commenting on what he was saying, and he was like, "Just jump in the call, lol." But by the time I was able to, because I was driving, or I was out in public doing it, and then I had to drive home, and I was like driving home to do it, and then by the time I got home, he had to leave, and we rescheduled it, and then it was not that conversation at all. We talked about communism for some reason, and it went on way too long.
Way too long. All right, let's get back to Kat Abughazaleh. What I forget where we are here. I have to talk for a
negotiate
second.
border disputes, but this in
So I think they just asked her, like, if you're an interventionist, how does intervention like intersect with respecting sovereignty, and like what's your idea of like what well organized, like self-determination respecting intervention looks like, or something like this, right? Is that what I think Ryan Grimm just asked her?
ISIS recruitment of women went down by like 70 public affairs.
I'm gonna
One of my professors was a PAO in a Middle Eastern country, a public affairs officer. And during Ramadan, this was, I believe, in like 2014, early 2010s, they worked with a local film group to create a TV series about the realities of being an ISIS bride, of being a woman recruited to ISIS, and the horror of, I think all of us can agree, that women undergo when they are recruited by ISIS. It was largely paid for with a coalition of dollars, but also pushed by the American government. But it had complete control by the filmmakers who were local that filmed it, wrote it, distributed it, and it was aired during Ramadan. The next year, ISIS recruitment of women went down.
She's actually the exact person Republicans say like exists that everybody argues doesn't. She's like, we do actually need to show like slam, like femme BIPOC fucking slam poetry to Afghanis so they understand our culture and they can better respect women. That's crazy. That's insane.
By like 75%. That is, I think, yes, it is a small example, but an example of actually beneficial U.S. involvement in diplomacy, but also actively working towards a goal. Of course, that is much smaller than providing military aid or trying to negotiate border disputes. But this is the type of public diplomacy and humane foreign policy that I think we should be leading with, by putting it in the hands of the people that actually live there, of the leaders who are actually there, of addressing the issues that they actually want to address, and not saying we are the cops that are dictating what you have to do, but instead asking, look, especially as we're going.
This is not actually crazy, like what she's saying, but to like foreign policy status quo in the United States or whatever, it actually, like, people will hear this and actually think that, like, she just doesn't give a fuck about the US. She wants, lol, she actually thinks people from a region should have a say in what we do to that region. Lol is the response. To anybody who doesn't already agree with her, they see this as, like, weak.
Yeah, but I think I wonder how much this is like. This is one of those moments where I'm like, I don't actually think she believes this necessarily. I think she's way. If you could speak to her in private, I think she'd be way more on the, like, she'd be able to name actual military interventions she supported. I think she's trying not to go that far down. I think she's, like, being way softer on it, like describing some way softer, like, interventions.
She doesn't want to do, like, a top 10 listicle of
press.
Like, here's all the military interventions that I was, like, largely okay with, because it's always on a relative standard, and when you're, like, in the kind of, like, primary or, you know, before the general, like, people are expecting you to, like, hold to, like that's when you have the opportunity to present, like, the best, most idealistic version of your platform. So any talk of like that sort of thing or whatever immediately is going to make her seem like, like she'll just be like anybody else, but unpaid to hold those positions just for the love of the game.
Her and her base of support is going to be like lefties who aren't going to like almost anything she's going to describe. Like she probably has some things where she would say these worked out, and I doubt lefties are going to really support her thinking those things were like useful, even if they. Yeah, I'm sure she could have a nuanced conversation on it. Because I'm guessing her aide's email came from a place that is genuine. Do you know what I mean? That, like, I don't think he was just lying in that email or something. He's probably being genuine about the way he was describing her. Mm. And those opinions would come from somewhere and something she said.
Oh, I definitely don't think that, like, that person was working against her. Honestly.
Yeah, like, I think those all came from a genuine place. So she had to let them go. And she has to, like, sweep it up a little bit, but I do think she's probably far more comfortable with, like, military intervention that she's letting on here, where she's saying it's like only the last resort, and she won't even say when Ryan Grimm asks kind of like which military interventions have you supported. She's like kind of dodging or obfuscating there. So I think you're probably not getting the best idea, but realistically, I doubt she's. I think the Taiwan position's out to lunch. I doubt she's like some massive interventionalist to begin with.
Interventionalist?
She's not supporting like a bunch of crazy stuff. Interventionist, sorry.
You misspoke.
I'm sure she's not a huge fan of interventions to begin with. I do that a lot. I've actually done really well today. I'm very often looking for the right word and I can't find it. I can describe it, I know it, but it is at the tip of my tongue and I can't reach it. So today that hasn't been happening, so it's very nice.
To have to make a
Speech
lot
therapy
of
works, guys.
We're gonna have to be on.
What do you mean speech therapy?
Was I not muted? I'm sorry. I meant to mute myself. Sorry.
Okay. I see how it is. No, the next collaboration will be very fun.
On like a 20-year apology.
I'll be ready for it.
After this
I see how it
presidency
is.
and after, you know, the last 100 years of American foreign policy. We have immense resources, and these are actual issues on the ground. And if we are going to be involved in this globalized world, how do you want us to be involved?
And in terms of a military intervention or action.
Okay. Krystal Ball is like, she's always on it. She's always on the ball, okay? She knows exactly. She's sitting there and she's like, I see you dancing around what he actually asked, bitch. I see what you actually are dancing around. You're going to have to answer this question. In terms of the military interventions you'd support, Kat, what have they been? Come on.
Is there a model that, that you would point to that is sort of reflective of the values that you support?
I mean, unfortunately, the war that I can think that the United States was on the right of is World War II. And I can point to the fact that appeasement didn't work, but that working.
So brave, Kat. I think the military intervention that works is World War II to stop Hitler. Thank you, Kat.
So you're arguing for my point then?
No,
that people
she's- 'cause she
primarily
brought the
associate
appeasement-
the term
no.
appeasement
No,
with that.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. No, she literally said the best example is World War II, and then she says because
Oh wait,
appeasement
okay, I
doesn't
was
work.
distracted.
I think appeasement
I
you
didn't
map
catch her
onto
say that.
World War II.
I thought she was just saying like we know from the past that appeasement doesn't work.
Yeah. She said World War II was her example of like interventions that work, and I'm just like, okay, wow, big.
And arming countries that did fight against invasion was successful, but it did have a massive toll, which is why we need to have firmer commitment to international laws that didn't exist until after that war, and ensuring that we are truly trying to follow those principles. Laws that, by the way, were created by both the United States and the Soviet Union. But the truth is, over the last 100 years, the only consistency we've really seen is across the board the effects of imperialism and the model for fascism on the global scale, targeting visible minorities, queer people, educational institutions, and trying to silo a population within its borders while targeting another population. So we are kind of on uncharted territory here. And I think it's on us, not just as the United States, but as a planet, to be committing to the values that we believe and trying something new.
There's an argument, I'm sure you've seen it, I'm curious for your take on it, that kind of hawkish wing of the U.S. security establishment overlearned.
I'm the one reading into this, but there is something weird about Ryan Grimm being like, let me ask you, 26-year-old woman, what are your thoughts on this like complicated geopolitical thing? Even though like that's like a dig at Ryan almost, because obviously if Krystal Ball is his co-host, I'm not trying to say that like just because you're in proximity to women, that means automatically you respect them or you couldn't be misogynistic or whatever. I guess you just don't typically. There's something throwing me off about it, and I guess it's because there's people that you don't really run for Congress at this age. So for Ryan Grimm to be at a point that like his job demands that he asks like a 26-year-old candidate, like, what are your thoughts on like Taiwan and all of this is just kind of funny to me.
Really?
Yes.
I think like I don't know. I don't find it that crazy. Like I feel like if like she just wouldn't be there. Do you know what I mean? Like the fact that she's there and somebody worth talking to for their show already like, yeah, she's exceptional. I don't know. I don't find it.
Dude, breaking points will bring on people for clicks. Like they brought on that guy who did his like that Asian professor dude who went viral called like with that video called like the Iran trap. Do you know what I'm talking about? Hold on, I'll show you what it is. What I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, they did bring Professor Jiang. Dude, everybody's talking to that guy. That guy is a total huckster. It's fucking insane.
Like I don't know that he's a huckster, but I'm like I don't know that he's anybody
he's a total
notable.
huckster. No, he's a total huckster. He is a total huckster.
Predictive history. That's his name. That's his name. So like yeah, they have like they will bring on people for clicks.
Wait. Is that Professor Jiang? The Professor Jiang guy is crazy.
He's the predictive history guy. His videos get a lot of views. I didn't realize ever since he went viral that like people love his like game theory shit. Even though I'm like, isn't game theory just a fancy way of like giving a just so story? Like your analysis kind of amounts to not really any sort of empirical observations or analysis of like facts specific to that region. You kind of have these like broad overtures that you kind of like cobble together a story and you say that this is like game theory.
No, I wouldn't say game theories for a just so story. But the problem is people apply game theory in situations where like the game has to be restricted, and if the restrictions make it like impossible to predict, like overly restricted game theory applied to like some complicated situation does nothing. And then I don't know, like basically like game theory is useful. It's not a just so story. I'm guessing that when you see it used online, it's used to tell a just so story, but it's like not necessarily that at all.
He was literally deported from China and accused of spying. I'm not saying he doesn't have like a cool backstory. I just don't know that it makes him like uniquely qualified to give insightful commentary, because a lot of the
shit he says is insane too.
If you like, I watched that Iran
also,
video.
Also, give me 2
and,
seconds. I'll be right back.
Is it really that crazy to have predicted that like Trump would strike Iran, especially once he like assassinated Qasem Soleimani in his first admin, and given who he surrounded himself with, that like, yeah, it's not, to me, that's not some sort of like, oh my God, this guy has like, this is a crazy, no one could have seen this coming. Like, dude, Trump is a massive Zionist in practice, even if he's not ideologically committed to it, because Bibi is like his number one ally in the world. Bibi's wanted this forever. Like, these views are crazy, man. Hold on. Like, he uploaded this 3 hours ago and he has 53,000 views. Game Theory number 10, The Law of Asymmetry. A day ago, Great Books number 5, The Odyssey, 162,000 views. Game Theory number 9, The U.S.-Iran War. This has 1.8 million views, and it was a day ago. I do find it funny that he's never bothered to update his profile picture.
I'm back. So the crazy thing about this guy, didn't he just say there's going to be a popular uprising, that the U.S. is going to lose the Iran war because there'll be a popular uprising across the Arab world?
Oh, did he? I have not watched any of his videos since that one video went viral.
I'm almost positive he just did a video. I saw him like talking about how this was going to happen. And it's like, dude, what? The Sunni Muslim world's going to rise up for Iran while Iran is is hitting all of them with attacks.
See, this is the thing. It's like it's one of those like if you give somebody like 1,000 bullets, right, and you let them aim it at something and with no training, eventually like one of those bullets like will hit the bullseye of a target. But it's because you gave them so much ammunition. It's more of like a statistical reality that one of them's going to hit it, not really so much that, oh my God, they have fantastic aim. So people look at his like things that ended up being proven right, which again, like you had stepped away, but like, is it that crazy to have predicted that the US would like strike Iran during the Trump admin when like he assassinated Qasem Soleimani and he's Bibi's number one ally? That's not a crazy prediction. And there were other things he said, like we'd lose because of like the rocky terrain, like we're not equipped to deal with this. Like I can't say one way or the other, but that wasn't like, we still haven't talked really about mobilizing troops to the ground for this, which I'm still skeptical that we'll do.
I feel like the thing that terrifies me about it is not that it's obviously a bad idea, but what scares me is it's a guaranteed loss to me if they don't put troops on the ground, and that may be all the calculus Trump needs to justify it, right? Like it's just I think there's a no-win situation if you don't put troops on the ground, and so I could see them doing it because his ego is too big to accept the loss.
I don't know. I don't know that the Republicans will go along with that, even though they're like total warmongers, because they love this sort of like these direct military actions, but they don't want to have to like send people to war because that will be unpopular. The MAGA base wants the executive to basically unilaterally make all war, like take on these strikes and make these decisions and not ever actually put a troop on the ground, really, outside of like special operations.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm saying that like basically the bill for this is going to come, like people are going to basically calculate what this cost. It's going to be insane. And he already said the goal was regime change. Like he's already hinted at that. I know he's taken it back since, but I think his base doesn't break away from him no matter what. And I truly think he's planning to do that. Like it's going to become obvious that everybody's really upset about this. If
then it's really just like,
what did they do it for?
You break it, you buy it. And I don't understand like how people don't think like when they're like the people of Iran rise up, dude, the person who's going to be the natural successor is going to be the first guy who's able to go out there and say, we're going to be able to enrich uranium and we are getting a nuke at all costs. That's why you should follow me. It's going to be some psycho. Not because of that, like that's rational or whatever, but like it's going to be some strongman, and it's going to be somebody who's also going to get the will of the people on his side, because who the fuck wouldn't have that as a priority after what happened? Yeah. They're not going to be talking about they like time and time again. It's been them trying to engage in diplomacy to get back to something approximating the JCPOA ever since Trump ripped it up, and he keeps doing shit like this. I mean, think about it. If you were an Iranian, like, who would you be supporting right now? The guy who's like, we're going to get nukes.
I don't know what I'd be supporting as an Iranian, because I think the issue is the regime is not popularly supported in any way. Right? So, like, it's very possible they could just want to enter the world order, like the liberal world order. Before this strike, I would say they absolutely would have just opted to join like whatever fucking globo homo stuff they've got going on, right? I think they absolutely would have as a population by majority. Now, I don't know. Now it all changes because now these hostile foreign powers are arming like random tribes on their borders to come in and like rape and kill them. So now I think all bets are off. It's really difficult to know exactly which way it would go. Globo homo is not anything to do with homosexuals. It is to do with homogenization across the world. Okay, global homogenization. Get your head out of the gutter.
What's the basis for the claim that the Iranian government isn't popularly supported in any way? Did you say in any way? I thought you just said that they weren't largely popular. But you can have like internal dissatisfaction. I don't think the majority of that country is ever
supported. I don't discount that there's like a solid 20 to like maybe let's say 20 to 30% of that population that would support the regime. I'm saying that broadly the regime is unpopular. Broadly the regime is not like supported by the average, especially in the ethnic majorities. Broadly, no, I should take that back. I think I think it's just broadly not supported. I do believe most people would rather the regime not be there. They would rather have some self-determination.
In Iran, Iran is really self-determined.
Widely contested. Okay. They would rather have the government they prefer by majority.
Yes, probably. They may just accept whoever's slotted in next, and like, believe me.
Sorry, I kind of thought that was self-determination, but am I wrong?
No, self-determination usually relates to statehood, both like foreign recognition as like not only like a cultural entity or like an ethnic population, but also as like a state. But it's a very broad term. I would say like the people of Iran are like not self-determined because they're like universally acknowledged as the Islamic Republic of Iran. And there's like their territory and sovereignty isn't what's contested. Well, I mean, like their sovereignty is being put to the test, but it's not supposed to be like these are acts of aggression against them, and they do have a basis anchored in international law to respond. The reason why they don't is just because like I didn't from my layman's perspective, like why are you launching attacks at like Jordan immediately in the wake of this? Like these are like Gulf states that largely would have been sympathetic to what happened. But I just don't know enough about like Iran's relations like with these countries to understand like why that was their next move.
So if I had to guess, it has to do with trying to specifically hit collaborators with the like Iranian, with the Israeli and American alliance against them, right? That all of the countries they're hitting are collaborators. Right?
No, that's if that is the reason why, then that's a very, very strange view. Because the idea that they're like, I don't know, that like Jordan was collaborating with the United States to do this, like no.
Like, well, okay, there's a couple different things going on. I do believe that they basically gave orders to people to attack certain places and gave them wide deference in what to target.
Well, you guys, I know that Jordan has U.S. bases, but that still doesn't mean that there was collaboration between the United States and Jordan for this. They don't like the United States does not need to collaborate with Jordan. Pull this off.
Wait, hold on. Like Great Satan, Little Satan narrative, like collaborators in the like breaking of the Islamic world.
Mm.
Like I think that's sort of what they're going for, right? I didn't mean collaborators in the attacks. I mean they're responding to the people who
I thought you meant collaborators in the attacks.
Yeah, nope.
Because they're U.S. bases, and this causes maximum damage to USA, not just bases, but in terms of the economy. But still, like making it's. Do you think that Jordan understands that? It's like, oh, they're just going after the U.S. bases here. Nothing to worry about. Like you're still heightening tensions between yourself and this other country, even if it is aimed at that.
Jordan allowed their airspace to be used to shoot down missiles in the 12-day war. As well. Like it is a total alliance against Iran, essentially, right?
Yes, pretty much.
And so, as much as those people are painting it a certain way,
like what, Russia?
I mean, yeah. Well, Iran is definitely not done themselves favors in the region, but it is obvious to me that they see everybody around them who has struck deals with the United States as their enemy.
Yes,
Yeah.
I had to assume, yeah.
I think Qatar also let the bombing of the hotel slide for that reason. I don't think they let it slide necessarily, but yeah, they didn't. I mean, they couldn't. Qatar has no way to respond, right? Their response is like going, "Hey, USA, hit this guy," and well, turns out the USA likes that other guy way more than you. So, what are you gonna do?
If anybody cites any population cheering for one side or against the other as a basis for believing a thing, I will ban you next time I see that in chat. You can conjure up any narrative, and find no, there will always be people cheering on a thing or crying over a thing that happens. It's not how you determine
actually,
anything.
Have you considered that this whole the entirety of Tehran is like screaming Jav Shah? They want the Shah back. They want the Shah. Long live the Shah. Have you thought about that?
True.
You considered that?
I hadn't until right now.
Everyone in Tehran, literally 95 to 98% approval in Tehran. Shah Reza Pahlavi. Okay, bring him back, guys. Bring him back. Do you guys believe it? I do not. I do not believe it. Okay, we're gonna play on this
of World War II, and now tries to frame all diplomacy as appeasement. That any diplomacy with somebody that you consider to be adversarial is by then definition appeasement and will lead to then worse things. So you actually have to confront. Confrontation has to be the lead. I'm sure you've heard that argument. What's your counter to it?
I think it's a dumb argument, frankly. Like I said, a lot of American politicians on both sides want to paint China as a boogeyman. I think that we...
Wait. Kat?
Yeah.
If she smirks, maybe a little bit. Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Can be using deterrence not just as a way to stop an invasion of Taiwan, but also as a stopgap to build diplomatic relations between the U.S. and China. We live in a globalized world and we have to act like it. We have to be encouraging more trade relationships. We have to be encouraging investment in infrastructure and renewable energy. We have to be collaborating on innovation. And yeah, maybe that sounds Pollyanna-ish, but I don't care. I think that
sounds
this is the future.
Pollyanna-ish. Pollyanna-ish? No fucking idea.
We have to be collaborating on innovation. And yeah, maybe that sounds Pollyanna-ish, but I don't care.
I don't even know how to spell this word.
Pollyanna-ish.
Pollyanna, an excessively cheerful or optimistic person. I've never heard this word before.
It's crazy. Pollyanna-ish. Pollyanna-ish. It's like actually a word all on its own. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Naive, hopeful.
Yeah. The meaning of Pollyanna-ish is resembling or suggesting a Pollyanna, especially by having optimistic nature characterized by a tendency to find good in all things or something. I don't even know the rest of the definition. Very
Look
goofy.
at all these thesaurus cucks in my chat. I didn't even need to search it up. All I needed to do was look at you guys.
I think that this is the future of our world. If we want to have any chance of surviving climate change, if we want to have any chance of surviving or not enduring a thermonuclear war, that collaboration and diplomacy is essential. And you'll have to do it with countries you like and countries you don't like. And I think that specific argument that you mentioned, especially by Warhawks, is frankly kind of idiotic.
I would just go back to the example of Ukraine because I think it illustrates some of the difficult choices here where, very early on, there was a diplomatic effort and we know kind of the contours of what that deal would have looked like. And it is a much better deal than what would likely be on the table for Ukraine today. And it obviously comes 4 years before we've had this mass, death and destruction and the loss effectively of an entire generation, if not 2 generations of Ukrainian.
Behold our illiterate streamers. Nice meeting you guys, but I promise you half the people that were saying Pollyanna just saw somebody else in chat put it and then they started offering it just the same, and there are definitely more people that don't know what that word meant. I promise you. And now you're just flexing and pretending like you did. I've literally never heard this word, and both Jstlk and I read. We read actual books.
I was going to say,
we read far more than the average
chat,
American or Canadian person is reading books. Like, I'm not saying that I've never come across it in like a novel that I've read or something like that, but if it did, like, I just skipped over and didn't look it up.
Do you not take call-ins? You have an audience that I can tell you don't take call-ins very often because of your audience.
Well, I do Discord or ban, but they never come in.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, your audience are like the kind of people who have not been humbled on a live stream before. My audience doesn't even call in anymore. They don't even disagree with me. They know it's Discord or ban. They don't even disagree anymore. I can tell it needs to happen more. Okay. People say crazy shit.
And men
gotta get them out.
Heavy.
Or I mean, just let them say crazy shit. I don't know.
Battlefield losses.
What am I gonna do? Drag them in and be like, I do read books. I know things. Like, all they have to do is be like, no, you don't. LOL. That's it.
No. You bring them in and just ask them for their disagreement and let them shit themselves.
Okay, that's always fun.
That's what I do. It is fun.
How do you think about weighing and balancing the fact that there's no doubt, right, in a lot of ways, it would have been an unjust outcome at that point in time because Russia would have taken some territory based on that invasion. Nevertheless, it would be a superior outcome to what is likely to be achievable at this point.
Once again, I think that in that instance, it should have been up to Ukraine and not pressure by other countries outside of Ukraine. This is an argument of sovereignty, in my opinion. And if that is what the country of Ukraine chooses to do and what they have negotiated, that should be their prerogative. And the United States is not Ukraine. I'm not sure if y'all have heard this. We are not Ukraine. And it should be up to that country to be able to decide it.
Like, I don't know what she's defining as pressure, but any country having like a diplomatic disagreement with like what a country wants to do with respect to self-determination or sovereignty or land acquisitions between nations. I don't like, would she consider just the mere comment to be like pressure or like it's just very vague to say that. It's not clear it's not clear to me why. If you just reiterated and acknowledge we live in a global society, a global economy, then aren't you acknowledging that like those sorts of decisions don't only impact the people within like the interior of the region, like internally, it's going to have other effects.
Yeah, sure. That we have to take, and the other thing is I don't know if you're implying this before, but I feel like Krystal's really overloading precisely like what was done because I feel like she's almost trying to imply that it was like an order given. Like you actually have to keep fighting. That's how I'm hearing it from her. Like you guys have to keep fighting this war actually. And I just don't think that's the case. I can't see that being the case.
If I had to guess, it's some broad allusion to like, oh, well, there's military interests tied up in this, so how could it not be? But you're probably going to need more evidence than just that sort of starting point to be able to justify claims like that. To anyone who doesn't already agree with you. Because, like, yeah,
global
there broadly
economy.
Exists,
Okay.
like, yeah, like global economy. Who doesn't already agree with you that, like, yeah, there always exists incentives for, especially when the United States, like, primarily what we export besides culture is weapons. But you're going to need to tie it specifically to negotiations or ways that it impacted it or how people are voting to and why they're voting to fund it.
Yeah, do you think that she wouldn't be able to like actually list those things out?
No, I think that she probably has. I've just never, I said this to you, like, I've never looked into it because, like, she's like, oh, this is dangerous to be engaged in this proxy war because they're a nuclear superpower and we don't want World War III. And it's not clear to me why this is not arming Ukraine and just letting Russia, like, take that territory would necessarily be,
Avoids it,
more
yeah.
stabilizing. Or, like, oh, that's definitely not going to, like, if they have expansionist aims, they'll stop there after they take Ukraine unopposed.
I don't know. Yeah, I literally don't know what the argument is. I would like to hear it actually, because I just can't fathom what the argument is there for why it's like actually explicitly bad. But
Its future.
So APAC has apparently been coming after you, Kat. Ryan, maybe you should set this up because you know the details of who exactly this APAC-affiliated super PAC Chicago Progressive Partnership is.
Yeah, this seems like a new one. Originally, they were doing, well, they had two in there, Affordable Chicago Now. Ironically, APAC biting Mamdani's kind of affordability message. And then they had one, Elect Chicago Women.
Now
And
they
they
call
were-
it ECW because it's already so toxic.
So immediately their fake pack had took on a level of toxicity that they had to alter.
They were
that one.
doxxed.
So, yeah, so they're coming after you for was positions you held in high school. Am I?
Yeah. So
are we reading that right?
Yeah, hold on. Let me describe this ad to y'all. So I grew up like Reagan Republican because my mom was a white Texan and my dad was like, yeah, assimilation's great. And so when I was about 15, I started.
And you want the cheat to make her understand, just say, not you, but Krystal, just say Israel and Russia are the same in their territorial aims. Well, I think I said that earlier, that like if you just thought of it as like Bibi invading land around him, I'm sure you could understand. You would love for the U.S. to like send some arms to the people Bibi was invading. I'm guessing, right? Like a person with territorial expansionist aims. They're looking to do so violently, and they've shown like bad intent and they've shown themselves to be untrustworthy in the past. It's like there's nothing good about the person. You'd probably support opposing that person, and not just continue to, as the U.S. has done already, appease them at every turn.
Started questioning whether Ronald Reagan was right about everything. He was wrong pretty much about everything. And Trump had just announced his presidency around then. And so I was like, maybe Marco Rubio is the answer, which anyways, I wrote an op-ed.
Never mind. Drop her off the ticket. She thought Rubio was a viable candidate. Actually disqualifying at any age. Totally disqualifying.
In my high
Absolutely
school
crazy.
paper, which is now
I guess you didn't
defunct,
see
by
that
the way.
debate.
I got it shut down.
Where Chris Christie like spanked him
To
in front of
dispel the
everybody.
fiction. Yeah, we have to dispel the fiction that Barack Obama doesn't know what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing.
For writing a story on students cheating, and the Alumni Association didn't like that. But they quoted this paper twice in an ad to try to paint me as a secret Republican. Literally my high school paper. Additionally, they used AI to like give me Mar-a-Lago face on a pin next to Marco Rubio's face. It's really incredible stuff. It also, the entire thing is like, who is Kat Abughazaleh? We don't know, as if there aren't thousands of pages of my own reporting and federal indictments to let people know, but genuinely made me laugh out loud.
So you've been on a journey since then.
Yeah.
So can you talk about how you wound up where you are now? Because I think we have G6 here. I think along the way on this journey, you were a bit enamored of Pete Buttigieg.
You had high hopes for Pete.
High hopes.
I had high hopes for Pete.
So
Yeah.
what was it about
the joke
the
there is
Buttigieg?
that was his like campaign theme song. High Hopes by Panic at the Disco. You like that song?
I don't know that song off the top of my head, so
Yes, you do. Really?
I literally don't.
Hold on, I'll try.
I don't know. Sorry. I probably know the song. I never know names of songs and their ties to bands unless there's specific genres I listen to.
Here, play this clip. I'm gonna deafen it because it's gonna be copyright. But I sent him a clip of like Mayor Pete supporters like dancing to the song. Everyone knows that song. You never know. Jstlk does stream a lot.
The band that did it. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for that moment.
You're welcome.
Oh, okay, we're good. We're good.
Campaign that like attracted you then, and if like is that where you are politically now, or would you if
I would say
today's
no.
Kat was back in the 2020 presidential election, would you support a different?
I would be
candidate?
supporting Bernie Sanders. So I grew up in this like, fiscally conservative household, and then we moved and
She's got the Nick Fuentes origin story, by the way.
What
Grew up in a fiscally conservative white suburb in Chicago sorry.
Oh yeah, that kind of
I
is
grew up
his
in a
origin story, right?
conservative household, this like white suburb in Chicago. Yeah, fiscal conservative.
And he would
parents.
listen to like neocons.
Started listening to some
apparently.
conservative radio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
it's very funny.
where we moved to was much less segregated by income than where I'd originally grown up. So I was about 15, and one of my friends who absolutely brilliant, so much smarter and more talented than me, couldn't go to college. She wanted to be a doctor and she couldn't go to college. She still hasn't because she had to help take care of her family. And it was like that puncture that I needed to break this conservative sphere I was in, where I was like, but you did everything right. You did the bootstraps. You got the scholarship. Like, what do you mean you can't go to college? So that was when I started questioning things. By the end of the 2016 election, I was canvassing for Hillary. I did some voter registration drives, and I was like, I'm a Democrat now. And then throughout
that
college,
will be more
I
shameful to
started to
leftists
go.
than the Marco Rubio thing.
That she canvassed for Hillary?
Yes, easily.
Well, she's against Trump. No?
What? No. That, like, against the lefties on Twitter that are giving her shit? These are people that think, like, there's no difference between the Democrats and the Republicans whatsoever.
Jeez. No mercy in these people.
But they were also probably the type to be very skeptical of her run to begin with.
Are they? I mean, they're just the type that Hasan bans from his chat, that he, like, screams at them.
Yeah.
Go start your own Vanguard party. Get the fuck out of here. I got to assume.
And then throughout college, I started to go more and more to the left, specifically focusing on atrocity, genocide, and extremism, because there was also this idea, my parents also came on this journey with me, of a lot of our values didn't align with this party that we said we were a part of. Like, at no point during my childhood did I feel like I couldn't do something just because I was a woman. I was very passionate about Palestinian sovereignty since I was a little kid. I actually got put I couldn't go to recess one day because I corrected my 5th grade teacher on settlements. But in college, I just started I was coming to this idea of like, well, we need the guy that will appeal to everyone. And I actually wrote a paper in my senior year where I was like, Pete Buttigieg is the vodka soda candidate. Like, you can just get it at a bar and it's fine. But yeah, by 2020, I graduated.
That was not funny. I don't know why Krystal laughed at that. That wasn't funny.
I think it was not funny at all. It was cute.
Officer or to work for like a legacy media outlet. And I graduated into May 2020, and I was very disenchanted with both our government and legacy media, which is why I started looking for jobs that aligned more with my values. By the time of like January 2020.
What?
Does your job align with your values?
What's up? Yeah.
What are your values?
Obviously. I can't say. I just couldn't say.
But it aligns.
It aligns completely, okay?
With these unstated values.
Can I hold on. Where do we have I find the video. Come on. Show me the video. Find a video that aligns with my values. I'm looking for a specific video.
How much should I bet that it involves Nick Fuentes?
It doesn't at all. Fuck, I'm not going to be able to find the video. Hold on.
Oh, sure. Now you're like, fuck it.
Give me
Let
a
me think of a
second.
different
have to
video
find
to
it.
play. Can't be
No,
Nick Fuentes.
no.
What's another funny clip? Another funny meme. It's not a Fuentes clip.
Porter sent you a message. If you can find that clip for me in 2 seconds, that's the clip I want.
Very much in Bernie's camp.
But it aligns with my values right now.
And I wish that in 2016, I could have been a part of that too, even though I was 16, 17 years old. But really covering the far right and seeing how ineffective Democrats have been in addressing the threat of the far right has been essential in shaping my worldview. Like, we told them about January 6th before it happened. We told them about where the DEI, CRT, anti-trans panic would lead. We told them about how attacking encampments under the guise of protecting students from anti-Semitism was actually aligning with people spreading the Great Replacement theory. And they didn't listen. And so
Wait, can I see?
before
I need to
it
hear that
happened.
again.
We told them about where the DEI CRT anti-trans panic would lead. We told them about how attacking encampments under the guise of protecting students from anti-Semitism was actually aligning with people spreading the Great Replacement theory. And they
Okay.
didn't listen. And so that's why I decided to run for Congress, because I wanted someone in Congress who understood the far right. And I do.
How does she mean that?
And lastly, Kat, just tell people,
Does she mean like those
I
people
don't know,
were
but
calling for
I've-
it, or those people were the type to seize upon something like that and use it to perpetuate anti-Semitism or something, and say like, oh, of course these like schools would kowtow to that demand?
Yeah, I think that's got to be what it is, right? That the schools were kowtowing to the people getting upset about anti-Semitism and like cracking down on these protests and stuff. Oh, you actually do control it. You never upset these protests otherwise. That's got to be what she means, I assume.
Yeah.
But I found the clip. Hold on. What is my purpose recently since this war started? I'd say this aligns with my purpose, and this is what my stream's about recently. Okay. This is broadly where we're at as a group. Okay. What do you think of this? What do you think of this? You fan? We
Turn
fan?
this off. Turn this off.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just saying. Maybe Khamenei, maybe he had some idea. No, I'm just kidding.
When is the primary?
I'll stop. This is why I'm trying to be like PG-13 right now, because I know I'm fine on my own stream. But
Isn't the
you're on
character
Twitch
that
and
you do
YouTube, so I'm
supposed
trying
to be funny?
Yeah, it's really funny when the shackles are off.
The campaign going, and how can they support you if they're so inclined down the stretch?
If I've redeemed myself at all in this interview, you can find our website at catforillinois.com. That's cat with a K. Our primary day is March 17th. Early voting has already started all over the district. The 9th District of Illinois goes from uptown Chicago up to Evanston, West Muskogee, and then all the way to Crystal Lake in Algonquin. It is gerrymandered to hell. It looks like Maryland on Ozempic, but we would love your help. So you can join our Discord, discord.gg/catforillinois. You can phone bank from anywhere. You can door knock if you're local. We could really use your help. Of the 3 viable candidates in this race, I am the only one who has not met with or submitted a position paper to AIPAC. I was the first one to call for impeachment. And we are the only campaign in this entire race.
Too good for the money, eh?
She literally won't meet with AIPAC at all. Which
Is
I
that
like.
a good thing?
Yes. You have no interest meeting with a group that is like almost exclusively aligned with MAGA Republicans if you're a Democrat. First and foremost, then that gets into the issue of the fact that
what do you mean almost exclusive? Hold on. What does that mean? Almost exclusively? Are you implying they fund significantly more Republicans than they do Democrats?
Their agenda is MAGA aligned.
Okay. Why do so many Democrats take money from them then?
Because there's consensus on this issue, unfortunately.
I see. Okay.
Of 16
And if you
candidates
don't,
that
they'll
is
fund your
funded by
opponent.
majority small
They will indeed.
dollar
Deep pockets over there.
donations.
Well, we really
And then here.
appreciate you doing the interview and just clarifying where you stand. I don't think you needed redemption, but people just want to know, okay, what are your views? And
No, absolutely. I mean, like, I'm joking when I say that, but like the main thing is like, look, we can disagree on these, but I always want to be clear about where I stand. Since I was a little kid, my belief has been you have to stick to your morals, even to your own detriment, or even if it, pisses someone off. So this is where I stand, and I hope that we were able to clarify this.
appreciate that. Kat, thank you so much. Good luck. Great to see you.
Thanks so much, guys.
Hey, if you like that video,
That sounded like
So
Jimmy
I
Dore,
think
but it was Sagar.
hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And
too young a voice, but I agree with you. It sounded a little bit there. It was a little bit there, I think. I think so. Yeah. You thought I was going like totally the other way on this. I did not feel like I was that like in line with her position, or at least I understand why people would be mad at her. I think I disagreed right off the bat a little bit in that it was all that bad. I don't disagree with the idea of principally supporting like military intervening in Taiwan, but probably it's just declaring it, right? Like I agree with the principle that you should militarily intervene in Taiwan, especially if they're not interested in integrating with China. But I just disagree with the idea that there's anything you can do by declaring it.
I got that sense from the way you were like, oh, Hasan freaking out over that was funny as fuck. But it might have been like more to do with the fact that Hasan is like a big China stan. And so he was
I think when I watched the clip
that.
originally, I might have just read a caption and seen like his like kind of spurg out about it. And the caption might not have captured exactly what she was saying correctly. Like the impression I got was she was just like, we need to make sure it's clear that we stand by Taiwan militarily. And I'm like, well, okay, sure. Like I principally, I'm like, yeah, I agree. But then when you actually look at what she's describing in terms of a policy, if I thought that it wasn't already totally implied and like set in stone essentially, then maybe I could get towards agreeing with her. But again, this is like an actual policy or a bill. This feels weird. Yeah, weird.
All right. Well, I've been at it at 5.5 hours. I'm gonna talk to my chat for a little bit.
You stopped streaming after 5.5 hours?
Hit the hay. Yeah. It was actually a long stream for me.
Thanks for... Okay, fair enough. Well, thank you for chatting with me. I think I'm going to go back to my stream. We got a little time left as well, so have a good night, and we'll chat later. See ya.
All right, bye. All right, you guys. Are we going to do anything else really quick? Is there anything else? I want to see like 2 seconds of the Professor Jiang thing. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Like, what do they ask him? Is it there? Are they like glazing him or like grilling him or what? Breaking points. As a treat, just a little bit. This has 5 million views. Like, Breaking Points is shameless to bring this guy on. It's amazing. This is Professor Jiang predicts U.S. will lose Iran war.
Guest and first-time guest on the show, Professor Jiang. He is the star of the popular YouTube channel Predictive History. He uses game theory to analyze past, current, and to predict future geopolitical events. And he joins us now. Professor, great to have you.
Good to see you, sir.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, of course. So, you know, for people who aren't familiar with your work, I wanted to show folks that back in 2024, you made 3 big predictions. 1, that Trump would win. 2, that he would start a war with Iran. And 3, that the U.S. would lose that war. Let's take a listen to that.
In this class this semester, I'm making 3 big predictions, right? First is that Trump will win in November. Second is that the United States will go to war against Iran. And the third big prediction...
He's a Pax Islamica guy, right? He's so kooky. You're the second person to bring this up, but I don't know exactly what it refers to.
Big prediction is that the United States will lose this war, which will forever change the global order.
Clear Watch, thank you for the bits. Really, really appreciate it.
So obviously that last one is the only one that has not yet come to fruition. Is quite a stunning prediction. You know, do you stand by it, and what have you seen so far that leads you to sort of stand firm in that conclusion?
So given my analysis of how the war is progressing, I think that Iran has many more advantages over the United States. The reality is that right now, it's a war of attrition between the United States and Iran. And the Iranians have been preparing 20 years for this conflict. In their eschatology, in their religion, this is a war against the great Satan. They've had many...
I don't know that where he's getting that Iran is in like the better position here.
Practice runs. Last June...
Like that's asserted, but will it ever be substantiated? It's actually the kind of most like controversial thing he's already said.
Was a 12-day war when the Iranians were able to examine and analyze the strike capacities of both the Israelis and the Americans. And they've had a lot of time, 8 months, to prepare fully for this new attack. They, through the proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Shia militias, have been able to really grasp the American mentality, and now they have a pretty good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy the American empire. So what the Iranians are doing is they're waging war against the entire global economy. And so they are striking the GCC countries. And not only are they striking GCC countries, American bases.
How does he feel about the keys?
After the critical energy infrastructure of these bases, they blocked off the Strait of Hormuz. And eventually, they will go after the water desalination plants, which is the lifeblood of these nations because they don't have fresh water supply. In fact, the water desalination plants provide 60% of the GCC's water supply. So if a drone, and these drones cost $50,000, if they wipe out...
Today we invited a famous astrologist to predict how long war will last. I mean, this was like genius because this guy's getting views, so...
Desalination plant in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it's a city of 10 million people, right? They'd be out of water in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. And right now, the Iranians have de facto closed off the Strait of Hormuz, and the GCC gets 90% of its food from the Strait of Hormuz. So I know a lot of people are talking about the disruptions to the global economy, but right now, the Iranians are actually threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar. And why this is important is that...
Wait, who is?
Right now, the Iranians are actually threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain.
I mean, but when he says that, it's like, how do you mean? If they face an existential threat in the sense that they don't have a nuke.
Qatar. And why this is important is that the Gulf states are really the linchpin of the American economy. So what they do is they sell petrodollars and then they recycle the petrodollars back into the American economy through the investments in the stock market. And right now, we know that the entire American economy is propped up by AI investments in data centers. And a lot of that comes from the Gulf
To be honest, he's basically right about the U.S. side of things, but everything he's saying about Muslims is straight up brain rot.
states. So if
it's all like a Just So story. I don't know how you engage with this.
Gulf states are no longer able to sell oil, and they're no longer able to finance AI, this AI bubble in the United States, then this AI bubble will burst, and with it will burst as well as the entire American economy, which is really a financial Ponzi scheme.
Right.
So that's a dire situation that the Americans are facing right now.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, sir, an Amazon data center was literally hit in the UAE. And now, of course, big tech companies, which were looking at the UAE as a major potential data center investment hub with cheap and abundant energy, probably going to be rethinking that. We also wanted to talk to you about munitions. We could put this next one up here on the screen. The United States is racing to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out. This is specifically around interceptor math. There's a famous video just from yesterday in Israel, which shows a single Iranian ballistic missile, which is being targeted by some 11 different interceptors, all of which miss. Most of those come from the United States, not to mention all of the different bases, the GCC countries that you just talked about, and the asymmetry of the cost. It's $1 million for a missile, tens of millions per interceptor in some of these cases. With these munitions running out, how does that change?
Okay, wait. I kind of want to drag Jstlk back into this because it's insane, and I don't know what else to fucking say about this. Hold on. One more thing, folks. One more thing. Okay, one more thing. Let's do the fucking interview. I cannot. Well, actually, I can believe that this guy is taken seriously. I guess I just find it funny, and I guess Krystal and Sagar just aren't really gonna push back on anything he says.
All right, we're gonna watch Professor Jiang. Professor Jiang's insane. I've seen this guy say crazy shit in multiple. I want to say that I watched, and yes, I do watch Fuentes sometimes. It's important to know what your enemies think. But I watched a Fuentes clip where he was talking about how Professor Jiang was basically running the Khazarian, conspiracy theory.
What's
the
that?
Khazari, that's where Ashkenazi Jewish people originate from, that whole conspiracy theory. He was
Christ.
running that, I believe, something along those lines. And it's like, dude, what are you? Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what Professor Jiang has to say on here.
Guest
What do you think he
and
has to
first-time
say on
guest on the
Havana
show.
syndrome?
He'd be a big believer. But listen, I
Does
waited
that
until I had
take your
proof,
faith
okay?
at all in it?
No, because I am totally grounded in my belief in Havana syndrome. I just don't know what causes it.
So is Professor Zhang over here.
Hey, he's the person who's a shaman, okay?
Broken
People ask me,
clock.
do you think it's concerning? Yeah, people ask me, do you think it's concerning that Candace Owens, predicted war with Iran or something? I'm like, no, she's a shaman. I don't want her to... I'm not going to take her seriously, but she's a total shaman.
Right.
It's just because the shaman predicts when it's going to rain doesn't mean they know when it's going to rain every time or something. Yeah.
Oh, Professor Jiang, he is the
I mean,
star
if you
of the
take enough
popular
contrarian
YouTube
positions,
channel.
you will eventually be correct again. So Michael Tracy's entire career is literally just chasing the high of a couple of contrarian takes that turned out to be right.
Yeah, Michael Tracy, Scott Ritter, guys like this. Yeah, 100%.
Predictive history. He uses game theory to analyze past, current, and to predict future geopolitical events. And he joins us now. Professor, great to have you.
Good to see you, sir.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, of course. So
We brought this astrologist on to
Come on, Sagar. Come on, Sagar. Good to see you, sir. He almost salute. I swear to God, I saw Sagar going to salute. He was going to go salute. Thank you for coming on, sir. Professor Jiang, sir. Thank you. Thank you for being here. What a nerd.
So, for people who aren't familiar with your work, I wanted to show folks that back in 2024, you made 3 big predictions. 1, that Trump would win. 2, that he would start a war with Iran.
No one saw that coming.
And 3, that the U.S. would
crazy.
lose that war. Let's take a listen to that.
In a 2-candidate race, you picked the right candidate.
Oh, I didn't realize that he said the U.S. would lose the war.
Yeah.
Maybe, hold on. If he predicted some of this stuff, maybe this would be more impressive. If the video I saw of him here and him predicting like what Iran would do, if he predicts like Iran hitting all of the Gulf states at the same time and shit in this video from 2024, that is more impressive. I don't necessarily respect the process, but that is more impressive if he's doing that.
In this class, this semester, I'm making 3 big predictions, right? First is that Trump will win in November. Second is that...
Okay. Also, I don't know if he's actually a professor. I believe he has a Bachelor of Arts.
You can be a professor with, I think just by holding a master's, but it's typical that you would hold a PhD. But if he only has an undergrad...
I don't know that he actually has a master's. Yeah, I don't know that he has a master's. The thing I saw, but I haven't confirmed it. I just saw it from somebody on Twitter who I feel like has incentive not to lie. So it could be.
I mean, he is saying professor instead of doctor, right?
Yeah. Yep. Here, I'm gonna look it up in the background.
United States will go to war against Iran. And the third big prediction is
Chinese Canadian educator, writer, and former school administrator known for advocating for progressive, student-centered education in China. He graduated with distinction from Yale College in 1999 with a degree in English literature.
Oh, okay.
So
but
there's
he's
no way he has
English
no other...
lit PhD, but he teaches history?
No, not an English lit PhD. An English lit undergrad.
Oh.
I do not believe he has anything beyond that, or it would probably say so. He taught at middle school, high school.
Spying and deported.
Yeah.
They kicked his little ass out.
Is there really... There's no way he's really got no higher education than this, right? It's not on his wiki page, but I feel like he's got to have something higher than just an English lit
Someone on
degree.
YouTube wouldn't lie.
Like an undergrad.
Or overstate
That's
credentials
crazy.
or anything. Nah, wouldn't happen.
That's crazy. That the United States will lose this war, which will forever change the global order.
So obviously that last one is the only one that has not yet come to fruition. Is quite a stunning prediction. Do you stand by it, and what have you seen so far that leads you to sort of stand firm in that conclusion?
So, given my analysis of how the war is progressing, I think that Iran has.
I think he does a video where he explains why they're going to lose, and I don't think it's from back then. I do believe he predicts like an uprising. We'll see what he gets to, but yeah, it is deeply unserious.
You'll see which ones that I say like this is a crazy claim. You'll like I won't even have to point it out to you. You'll probably naturally stop at the points where I'm like, how can you just say this and there's no pushback from either of them to be like, do you care to clarify or substantiate that further, or like what is that based on?
I do. I do feel like that's particularly concerning. Just having watched the Kat interview, where when Kat was like dodging a little bit, Krystal's like, boom, I got you. I see what you're trying to dodge, but I'm going to actually ask you the question again. And then with this guy, if he's making like totally insane claims, for her to just like sit back in that case, I'm like, there's a reason why this video has 5 million views and probably a largely positive comment section is because she just
5 million views. I know, in 2 days. Million views. This is why they brought him on.
That's crazy. It's
insane. Actually kind of genius for them to bring him on.
I mean, it doesn't look quite so genius if they just sit there while he says totally insane things, but...
No, that's also genius because they're trying to get his audience, and if you don't really push back that much, it's like, oh, finally, some sense out of independent media you know?
Yeah. I think this guy's got some crazy crypto opinions too. We'll
over
see. Well, I might look into him more after this. Time to snark on Professor
the United
Jiang.
States.
I mean, he's
The
in
reality
Canada.
is that right now,
He is.
it's a war of attrition between the
You're
United
close.
States and Iran. And the Iranians have been preparing 20 years for this conflict. In their eschatology, in their religion, this is a war against the great Satan. They've had many practice runs.
Like their religion
Last June
doesn't.
was a 12-day.
They've been preparing for this war via their religion. Like, this is already like a mode of analysis that I would be like, what? Like, when people try to analyze these conflicts as a function of religiosity, immediate red flag.
I don't hate the idea of what he's saying here, that he's like, I don't hate what he's saying.
To me,
that,
it's literally the equivalent of being like, did you know the Hamas charter says they hate Jews? Like, starting from that point, I'm like, yeah, I know that. It says that, you know? I know they're a theocracy.
I feel like saying the Hamas charter includes like hating Jews and then the great Satan stuff, like that's not really comparable. Like, I don't know if Hamas starts every, like I understand some of this is propaganda, but I truly believe like in that regime, every part of that regime is built towards like resisting American and Israeli influence and like fighting the decadent West. Like, I think there is something deeper going on with the Iranian regime over Hamas. Well, it's a way they've incorporated. I mean, they've literally changed the religion in order to facilitate that, right?
Oh, if they have done that, then I didn't know that.
Yeah, so they literally, I believe, Khamenei is the person who introduced the idea of martyrdom, like that you could basically kill yourself in a way that would serve the religion and the country, that would like allow you to enter heaven. Before that, it was like only in battle could you fall and enter heaven. So Khamenei like switched that all up, and yeah, so it's I don't think I disagree with this that much. I actually kind of do agree with it.
I like how you do the phlegm noise when you're pronouncing his name, Professor Jstlk.
Khamenei. Well, I am wearing his outfit, so. Oh, you don't see that though.
Yeah, I don't.
Do people know about the penguin?
They don't know about the penguin. You're just a face, or like a faceless voice.
Well,
war. And the Iranians were able to examine and analyze the strike capacities of both the Israelis and the Americans. And they've had a lot of time, 8 months, to prepare fully for this new attack. They, through their proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Shia militias, have been able to really grasp the American mentality. And now they have a pretty good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy the American empire. So what the
okay, so at least Sagar looks concerned. At least Sagar's like, wait, what? At least, right? Facially, he's like, huh? Wait.
I think that's kind of just Sagar's face, to be honest.
Is it? I don't know, dude. They're in a prime position to destroy the American empire, guys.
Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Shia militias have been able to.
This shit today. I saw some stuff today, Miz. I don't know. I've not looked into it at all. It's been all politics all the time. Iran is being invaded, Miz. I don't have time for drama. Iran is being invaded. Also, I'm like 5 bars into 69, so I'm right there, okay? I think I'm going to get in before the reset this week. Okay. Continue.
Really grasp the American mentality. And now they have a pretty good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy the American empire. So what the Iranians are doing is they're waging war against the entire global economy. And so they are striking.
Like Iran's waging war against the entire global economy. Like how? Or like, how do you mean?
By striking critical energy infrastructure all around the region and causing energy prices to spike. By
I don't think
striking
that, like, making
oil tankers going towards the
as
Strait of Hormuz,
economically
making insurance spike
costly
massively so nobody could get shipped out.
For the United States is the same as saying that you're trying to like declare war against the global economy.
Yeah, they're literally trying to declare war against the global economy and doing so very effectively right now. That's not a crazy statement at all. they're literally causing a global energy crisis, like single-handedly right now. One of the biggest liquid natural gas stations in the Middle East had to shut down and will take weeks to restart.
It's one of those things that, like, everything you're saying, I will agree with you, but I still wouldn't. I guess I just wouldn't like categorize it as like, oh, you're declaring war against like the world economy. But yeah, it's like having these side effects, sure.
But it is literally. I do not believe that they think they're causing any damage whatsoever to the Gulf states. Those Gulf states are totally like they've got trillions of dollars, right, between them. They're not going to sweat from this at all. The places that are going to sweat are anywhere that's downstream that needs that energy to survive. There are energy stockpiles in a whole bunch of Western countries. I think Russia's got an oil stockpile of Australia's got an oil stockpile that'll last 30 days. They get all of their oil out of the Strait of Hormuz. If the Strait of Hormuz is not open and with ships flowing through it, which is why Trump says, I'm going to escort people out, there is real pressure there. Like, he is actually scared of this. Right? That's why Trump is saying, we'll escort oil tankers out of the Strait of Hormuz. We'll make sure they're not hit by anything. This is a real actual
like
thing.
Trump is not scared of anything. That's not speaking to his bravery or anything like that. But
no, I mean, like, he understands that if price, like, and as energy costs increase, global shipping costs increase, every product in the world's price increases. Like, this is going to have cascading effects. He does not want cascading inflation globally for the next, like, 3 months. That's going to be blamed on him. That I'm not joking. This is not crazy. This is, like, I think almost
no, it's
broadly,
just dramatic to categorize it that way. And not further elaborate, but like maybe he did or whatever at this moment.
Sure. Those grand claims, I get it. But like,
and I also just like think I know what he's saying. He's saying like in retaliation they're doing this, but the framing is also weird because it's like they're doing this in response to a war of choice that was declared by Israel and the United States.
Wait. Sorry, say that again.
They would not be engaged in these actions were it not for the United States and Israel undertaking the military decisions that they did. So when he says it's framed as like, so like even if he does a caveat of like in response they're declaring this or whatever, it's just weird because like they really don't have the like
it's literally their military strategy.
Yeah, it's
like
all proxies.
Their strategy right now, the only way they get things to go away right now, the only way they get any relief from the attacks they're facing is if they make this war totally untenable for the United States. That's the only way they can get away with like not getting bombed out of existence repeatedly over and over again for a long time. And so they are trying to cause energy prices to spike, and then they're going to just try to hide and weather things and hope that the pressure they're putting on economically causes opinion against the war to shift against them so that they can have some hope. I don't know. That's their strategy explicitly right now, what they're hoping for. So I think I do think it's in reaction, and I do think they're basically saying, okay, well, because the global economy to them would be just the American, like they think that's all run by America anyway, right?
Yeah.
They are literally going to shut down like a whole bunch of, like as much as they can and make things as costly as they can and turn it into a war of attrition. That I think they have like, because of the restrictions on America, I think they have like some sort of chance, like there's a hope down that path for them. It's going to be awful for the rest of us. It's also something that the U.S., when they talk about the orders that were handed out and the U.S. knew who was getting hit and what was getting hit, this would have been a part of those orders that they knew about, by the way. Absolutely. They would have had some idea that this was Iran's strategy, and they went, anyway, guys, were you doing well economically before this? Well enough that you would totally sanction like more of a recession? Everybody, you feeling good economically? You feeling like you got all of your needs taken care of?
Just going to be you agreeing with the professor?
On this one thing, I mean, I don't think that means Iran wins the war. I do think that that's their strategy. I think Trump is obnoxious enough and can't be elected again and is probably dying in such a way that it doesn't really matter. So to him, like the rest of us living with a recession or living with our lives totally fucked, right? The rest of us living that way is totally fine for Trump. Yeah.
The GCC countries, and not only are they striking GCC countries, American bases, but they're going after the critical energy infrastructure of these bases. They blocked off the Strait of Hormuz, and eventually they will go after the water desalination plants, which is the lifeblood of these nations. Because
okay, I don't think that part is where it starts to get away from me. They've struck the oil infrastructure. He's saying they're going to strike the desalination plants. I think the desalination plants would be counterproductive. I think that would be horrible strategy. So he's talking about this whole game theory. I don't think they want to kill a whole bunch of people in the region. They could send a ton of drones out. They could launch drones constantly and totally crash them into civilian areas in these cities, like in these densely populated Arab cities. Mm-hmm. They could cause a ton of damage. I don't think that's their goal. I think this is crazy. They don't want death. They don't want destruction. They want like economic damage, a damage that hurts the United States, damages Israel and their reputations globally. I think that's what they're looking for.
They don't have fresh water supply. In fact, the water desalination plant provides 60% of the GCC's water supply. So if a drone and...
Hold on, got a donation real quick.
Oh my god. Apparently this guy talked to Sneeko.
Oh, he did talk to Sneeko, and he said totally insane shit. That when I talked about the Khazaria theory, he got that from this. He's talked about that in his Sneeko interview. Yeah, crazy stuff. Josh Kosh, thank you for the donation. Josh Kosh donated $5, said he thinks he called the operation Epic Fury, so it could change the SEO. So when people go Trump EP, it doesn't feel Trump Epstein, it feels Trump Epic Fury. I think that's a conspiracy. I don't think that's true, but
these drones cost $50,000.
Could be smart.
If they wiped out a desalination plant in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it's a city of 10 million people, right? They'd be out of water in 2 weeks. And right now, the Iranians have de facto closed off the Strait of Hormuz, and the GCC gets 90% of its food from the Strait of Hormuz.
Like, it's not clear
So I know a lot
like
are
why he
talking
thinks
about
that would be the next target. Because like you're saying, that would like, if assuming no one intervenes, like mass death, or what, like make it incredibly difficult, because I guess the United States would step in and give water to them. But like, I wonder why he thinks that naturally follows.
I mean, it could cause a massive humanitarian crisis in the region, possibly. But, it doesn't make sense to me. It's like, it doesn't make any sense to me. It could put pressure on, but I don't think they want to like do all of these things to people in the region. I think that's a step too far for them, to be honest. Maybe Saudi or something, but there's also a water crisis right now.
Because the maximum damage strategy, he's a game theory guy. I guess so.
To force... Oh, McBoots, I understand that. I understand why. Oh, I might have said it wrong, Josh Kosh, sorry. Somebody's saying it's to force the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Dubai to use their wealth to pressure the US. I understand why they're doing it with energy. I'm saying as soon as you start doing it with water and like significantly fucking with these countries, I don't know where the next place you get water from, but they'll open the Strait of Hormuz to prevent that kind of crisis. And I think that's like all gloves are off. Like literally, hey, US, like here's a ton of money to build whatever you want and bring whatever you want over here. We'll literally fund this entire operation. Fuck Iran. Like there's a level of, there's some gamesmanship going on where, yeah, Saudi, they all dislike Iran, but they're not fans of Israel. They're not fans of America. But if you do that move, suddenly they're fans of Israel and America. Suddenly it's fuck Iran, like to death, into the dirt, like nothing left. So I don't think they want to risk that personally. I think that's too much. Anyway, we keep listening to this guy. I do think it's goofy to go after the desalination plants, and he can't. I guess somebody explains it in chat. It's the maximum damage strategy, but it just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah.
The
anyway.
disruptions to the global economy. But right now, the Iranians are actually threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia.
I will say, though, I don't think Saudi or any of those other countries can contribute anything militarily. I'm pretty sure they're like totally, like they're Their personnel are worthless. They're they're not trained. They're not effective. We joked about this earlier, actually. Sorry, I forgot that was on this stream. The Kuwaiti pilot, like, please don't help, please don't help, please don't help. I'm helping. Sinks or knocks down 3 American jets. It's like, just don't. Just go sit back, go do something else. Anything else.
The Saudis are impressive, like, when they want to be. In the context of this specific conflict, I don't know that they're going to be of much assistance militarily.
When are they impressive? When they're bombing like Houthi fishing boats?
I was going to say you should probably ask people in Yemen.
With F-15s. Yeah, they literally, like, they're so ineffective that they can barely hit. Yeah, I've done some rants about this. Barely hit, like, the huts in Yemen. Okay, they can't even. They're. I hate. It's embarrassing that they have the hardware they do, and they're as ineffective as they are.
Qatar, and why this is important is that the Gulf states are really the linchpin of the American economy. So what they do is they sell petrodollars, and then they recycle the petrodollars back into the American economy through the investments in the stock market. And right now, we know that the entire American economy is propped up by AI investments in data centers. And a lot of that comes from the Gulf states. So if the Gulf states are no longer able to sell oil, and they're no longer able to finance AI, this AI bubble in the United States.
So I think this is a particularly, like, categorically retarded opinion on his part.
AI.
Are we going to take? No. Like, this could all be true, by the way. I'm not even saying that the petrodollar doesn't fund, like, local investment in the U.S. or something like that. I'm sure the Saudis have their hands all over it. I'm sure the UAE has their fingerprints all over it. It doesn't matter. He's basically arguing that they don't also have just, like, warehouses full of pallets of U.S. dollars that they could just immediately invest if they wanted to. Like, what you're talking about is not the shutdown of the Middle East. You're talking about a couple days, maybe a couple weeks of energy crisis, and the Saudis can just weather that. Whatever they do for spending, they could just weather that. The Emiratis could weather that. The Qataris could weather that. It's like the rest of the world and their supply of oil that will get fucked with. Everything with America will be fine. It's the rest of the world cascading effects. Okay, it's one of those things where when you see mass inflation, you see like fairly large, famine events in the third world, in the global south broadly, stuff like that. Like, there'll be cascading events, but it won't be stuff that hits the U.S. or pressures the U.S. In that exact sense. I don't think it'll topple the American economy. I think it's going to put us into a recession, but I think that's as far as it goes.
Then this AI bubble will burst, and with it will burst as well the entire American economy, which is really a financial Ponzi scheme. Right. So that's a dire situation that the Americans are facing right now.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, sir, an Amazon data center was literally hit in the UAE, and now, of course, big tech companies were.
Did Sagar listen to a single fucking thing this guy's?
He's just waiting
that's a
for
great
him
point.
to stop talking so he can try to impress him with his little factoids that he wants to see if this guy will incorporate into his analysis on the spot.
What does that have to do with anything this guy just said? Hey, they're trying to foment a global energy crisis that they're going to cascade into, like, a global food crisis and investment, like, bursting the AI bubble in the U.S. And he's like, well, they hit a data center. Motherfucker, why does that? That is, like, it has nothing to do with it. It's like there's a data center, and I think AI goes in a data center. Okay, you're retarded. He's talking about capital investment in the United States. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Which we're looking at the UAE as a major potential data center investment hub with cheap and abundant energy, probably going to be rethinking that. We also wanted to talk to you.
He's talking about capital investment in the United States. Sorry.
About munitions. We can put this next one up here on the screen. The United States is racing to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out. This is specifically around interceptor math. There's a famous video just from yesterday in Israel, which shows a single Iranian ballistic missile, which is being targeted by some 11 different interceptors, all of which miss. Most of those come from the United States, not to mention all of the different bases, the GCC countries that you just talked about, and the asymmetry of the cost. It's $1 million for a missile, tens of millions per interceptor in some of these.
I think it's about $3 million for the interceptors. I think for the, the Patriot missile systems, about $3 million per interceptor. But the issue is you have to fire multiple interceptors at
These
each missile.
munitions running out. How does that change the global picture? So you're
but that sure. Oh, this is a good question. I thought he was gonna. Some people say that like Iran's gonna keep firing missiles, and the U.S. everybody's gonna run out of interceptors, and Iran will have free reign. But Iran's running out of like missile launch platforms as well. So they're losing their capacity to launch missiles as well.
China, obviously, much of the stocks in Asia of the United States are likely to have to be cannibalized if this were to go on. How's that going to affect the global picture here?
Right. So my first point is that the United States military is not designed to fight a 21st century war. Remember, the military-industrial complex came to being after World War II, and it was designed to fight the Cold War. And the Cold War was really about muscle flexing, about who was able to send people up into space, who was the first to get the person on the moon, who had the more complex missile systems. And so the entire American military strategy revolves around very sophisticated technology that costs a lot of money to build, and that's
weird.
I literally, does he think aliens exist?
It's just weird to me that like this again, this Iran can win, but the United States will lose.
Wait, what did you mean?
Like this is all like this like every
works.
single point that he makes is being mobilized in favor of the conclusion that this is why Iran will win.
Yeah, I mean, he means winning in the same way that the Syrians beat the U.S. in the 80s, right? Like, literally, we're suicide bombing you, and it's literally not worth it for you to be here. Like, you're literally, like, it's actually just hurting your image being here and losing, like, one soldier, even though we send a whole wave of people. Like, it sucks for you. I think that's what he's talking about. It's like total caustic victory, Pyrrhic victory, rather. I think that's what he means. But I kind of get it. Like, Iran can't win in a military sense. Also, I don't know what this point is in favor of. The U.S. is, I don't know what he means by 21st century war. Like, I could kind of jive with the idea that you could make it too expensive for the U.S. to stay there. Like, it's just a bad investment to stay there. But yeah, I don't know what he means by win, to be honest. It sounds like I agree with you, because it sounds like he's saying that Iran will like rise. They're the mighty lion, and they'll rise and like defeat the U.S.
And it's
directly.
like that's just like typically. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't disagree with him that much in that sense. Like the same way that we had these forever wars of Afghanistan. Like, can we say that we won them? Same with Vietnam, but it's hard to think of it in terms like that, even though that might be the historical retrospective, because it's going to cause. There are going to be so many consequences in the short term for Iran that to say like they're winning is weird,
Yeah, it's
like, oh yeah, Iran definitely got the better of the United States in this.
Well, it actually, I think Vietnam is it Vietnam? I think it's Vietnam where the U.S. had to run out of Saigon, right? I think Vietnam's like the perfect comparison where like to fund a war on the other. No, Vietnam's still a direct win for the Vietnamese. That it wouldn't be that. It's like you just hit somebody so hard. It would be like the Kissinger stuff where they're like carpet
Cambodia
bombing,
won?
and it's like, yeah. It's like
I
basically like
guess.
that. Like technically, you had to leave without getting your objectives, but like your country is totally obliterated. That's like the kind of win they're getting, right? Like we prevented the U.S. from gaining their objective, which is regime change, but also we have
like Cuba won,
infrastructure
maybe.
left.
I think maybe Cuba is probably the closest
something
analog
along
that
those
you
lines.
could say.
Yeah, something along these lines. And it's like they have no hope to ever reintegrate with the global economy and all of like there's just everything's bad. It's all bad.
That's what the American air defense system is basically, and that's why we're seeing this asymmetry, as you point out, in this war, where you have these $1 million missiles trying to take out these $50,000 drones, and it's not sustainable in the long term. And so what we're seeing is really the puncturing of the aura of invincibility and inevitability that sustained American hegemony for the past 20 years, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And this is really a reordering of not just the global economy, because this signals the collapse of the petrodollar, and with it, the entire US dollar-based reserve
Also
currency
pause.
system, but also
Like, what's his time scale for this? Because when he's like, it's not sustainable, it's like, dude, we spent $300 million a day for 20 years to try to prove a point. Like, it can be sustained. Like, that is 20 years of sustained military effort, even if it all collapses at the end of it.
Yeah, I think if I had to be nice, if I'm trying to think best of what he means or try to give him the best interpretation, he probably means not sustainable in terms of public opinion versus like
But
cost
Trump has
and
never
benefit.
cared about that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where he's basically like, that's the issue with game theory, is it assumes rational actors, right?
Yeah.
That is
And
probably
like-
the biggest
like
issue
any
with what he's
other
trying to do
admin,
here, is
I
it
would
assumes rational actors.
Be more open to this, but because it's Trump and he just picks up things and puts them down 1 week to the next. Like, we heard about the Greenland annexations and we stopped hearing about the Greenland annexation or like acquisition. We'll bail out Argentina and then move on from that. We deposed the head of state for Venezuela and then that's over with. We'll strike Iran's nuclear facilities and then that's done until we get back involved. Like, there's no coherence to this other than just like doing it because he can. And because there's people in his ears and like the TV that he watches, like Fox and Friends have like egged him on to do it.
Yeah, I've got a couple theories from chat as well. Like, I do think it's not coherent, but in terms of what this guy might mean, people are saying just in terms of the missiles versus the interceptors. I do think that's a point, but I think people are underestimating how degraded Iran's capacity to launch their high-grade weapons are. If they've been keeping their best ballistic missiles in tow, trying to wait, I do believe they've like narrowed down the amount of launch platforms they have and vehicles and all of this, unless they've got like a bunch of secret missile silos somewhere that the US and the Mossad could not figure out or could not find out about, which to me seems kind of unlikely. But unless that's the case, like, that would be a bad strategy because they're not going to have any launch platforms to fire them from, right? So people think this, and maybe it's a way. It sounds to me like Bernie Sanders math, but maybe I can't rule it out. At least it's more believable than the. Bernie can still win. He can still win the primary in 2016. Yeah, it's like the Bernie math. It's like people are kind of coping. They hit Yaz. Oh, they did hit Yaz now. Okay, so they've hit like their big stockpile facilities that they hadn't been hitting before. I believe Iran still got stockpiles of missiles and stuff. But I think it's the platforms that they're running out of, and they're not going to be able to launch from a bunch of places. Anyway, so those could be other theories. I think maybe. I still don't think that's going to matter all that much. We'll see. I know the production on the interceptors seems like it would be low. I think, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That's probably the biggest risk. The real concern for me is America's showing why they needed to continue, and I don't know if they have, but they needed to massively ramp up domestic production of all ordnance and stuff, because it's obvious the world is moving to a place where we're actually going to have to go to combat. Like, the American army will actually have to work and do things, and the low rate at which they were building ordnance and stuff was not even remotely close to what was required to continue to play the same role in the world that they were planning to, or that they had been previously. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just, or not, or just not. I don't know. You do risk, if you don't have the production capacity, you risk falling into a place with China where like one blunder suddenly leaves you with no army, like no way to rebuild your losses, and suddenly a far less technologically advanced army rolls you over. So I don't know. I think they do need to keep. I think they need to spiral up a lot more construction of all these ordnance and stuff, but. See,
because this signals the collapse of the petrodollar, and with it,
also everything about the these are like insane. Like, to believe what he's saying, or to believe that there's credibility to this, like the fact that the global market's working at all basically tells you that this is unlikely to be the case. Like, the fact that the stock market is still running, we haven't hit Armageddon. If this was like at all likely, if this was at all a possibility really that anybody considered, you'd see things really starting to shake, and they aren't anywhere near enough.
Entire U.S. dollar-based reserve currency system, but also the global hegemony of the United States. We're moving towards a multipolar world.
Professor, this morning, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth was asked a question about potential ground troops in Iran. He refused to rule out that possibility. And he said, oh, well, we're not going to project to you what we will or will not do, but we don't want to, rule anything out. We will do what it takes.
They always take this
Do you
posture
think
on
that
anything,
America
though. He
will-
said that Vance said this on Ukraine. He had a position to the right of Biden where he was saying that, like, way to the right, way more interventionist by saying that, like, that wasn't off the table if necessary to end the conflict.
We don't take anything off the table. Yeah, I think it's
that. It's like
people,
not ever really like
it just
curtailed or
polls well.
specific to any one conflict. I think it's just a go-to line.
Yeah, I think it polls really well with the MAGA base as well. That they're like, yeah, never take anything off the table. You got to negotiate. It's the art of the deal.
Will end up invading Iran from the ground, since it's already becoming relatively clear they won't be able to accomplish the goal of regime change or even regime collapse using just air power alone.
Right. So everyone says that the worst calamity that could happen in the United States is if it were to send ground troops into Iran. At the same time, the United States are committed to regime change in Iran. We've never had a precedent in history where you were able to regime change from the air alone. You need ground troops. And so unfortunately, what's going to happen over the next few months is that
yeah, but we have a
pressure
horrible
will
track
build
record with that, so I
on
have a
America
feeling
to
we
send
may not
ground.
even attempt it.
Yeah. Well, I think this is, from the very beginning. If you weren't listen, you don't pay attention to this stuff. If on the first day you weren't saying Syria 2.0, you don't pay attention, okay? It's Syria 2.0. They want that entire country totally destabilized. That's the goal. And the goal from the beginning, not from the U.S., but from the, from the real president, the shadow president, okay? It's been the goal. It's just destabilization.
Few
That's all they
months
want.
is that
I'm talking about Israel, by the way. Not a conspiracy. Israel's very transparent. Israel's very transparent that this has been their goal for a long time.
Pressure will build on America to send ground troops, especially from the GCC countries and from Israel, which are being pouted right now by the Iranians. So remember that if the GCC countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, if they go, then the petrodollar goes with them. So the Americans need to protect these countries, and these countries are going to demand that either the Americans bribe the Iranians to cease, and this is like $5 trillion in indemnity, okay? Or send ground troops to wipe out the Iranian threat once and for all. And I know that there's no political will for ground troops to be used against Iran among the American people. But remember that 78% of American people was against initial strikes against Iran in the first place.
Right. And one of the things that really comes into question, I think, with all of this, sir, when we're looking at the geopolitical picture and the sacrificing and much of this from the United States on behalf of Israel, is kind of a question as to who and what wanted this. We were actually curious for your view on a disputed report here from the Washington Post. We can put it up here on the screen, F3. A push from the Saudis. Israel helped move Trump to attack Iran. Now, this has been internally disputed by Saudi Arabia, saying that they did not push the Trump administration to attack Iran. However,
come on.
Clearly
Well,
an
if the
authorized
Saudis
leak
dispute
from our
something-
own government trying to at least...
It must be given
I just believe this.
reconsideration.
I literally just would have believed this, like, if there was no report published, I would have just believed this, right? Like, I'm sorry. It's not nobody thinks there's love lost between the Saudis and the Iranians. And there's no like there's no ethnic solidarity there. There's no religious solidarity there. In fact, there's religious antipathy there. Like, of course they wanted Trump and Israel to go and do it. Of course they did.
Some of the blame on behalf of the GCC. What do you make of this analysis and of this narrative that Saudi Arabia was also trying to be behind this push to bomb Iran?
So I've always argued that both Saudi Arabia and Israel are heavily invested in regime change in Iran. In fact, Saudi Arabia sees Iran as much more of an existential crisis than Israel. Because remember, Israel still has nuclear weapons, and Israel is a very diverse, very sophisticated economy, whereas Saudi Arabia is completely reliant on oil. And it's always had problems with Iran because Iran is a...
What's up?
This idea, like, go back to what his comments was specifically on the Saudi Arabia relations with Iran.
DC. What do you make of this analysis and of this narrative that Saudi Arabia was also trying to be behind this push to bomb Iran?
So I've always argued that both Saudi Arabia and Israel are heavily invested in regime change in Iran. Yeah. In fact, Saudi Arabia sees Iran as much more of an existential crisis.
They normalized relations in 2023 with Iran. And then they later they were like opposed to the JCPOA, but then they later came to accept it as okay. Like this idea that Saudis have like always been looking to like regime change or whatever. No. And I don't think you can point to the attack on Saudi oil facilities like in 2019 to argue this either.
I think they've always disliked Iran and the Iranian regime, but I don't think I think the Saudis seem pretty capable of like hating people and doing business with them, and have been for as long as I've been following this stuff.
Yeah, so like why this whole seems like they insistence that like no, they want regime change. I mean, they want Trump. They want to make money with Trump. So if Trump wants regime change, and you're arguing that they are committed to it because he's committed to it, but it's not clear that he's committed to it necessarily, then I guess by that view they're committed to it. But the way that he's framing it suggests that it's like no matter what despite, you know, things that have happened in the very recent past with respect to the relations between these two countries, ignore that in favor of this convenient narrative of like they've always wanted it.
Yeah, I feel like they don't like. I do feel like they did support Iran getting struck by Israel, but I just think they love when another power is degraded in the region when the focus is on somebody else. Like I do think they generally don't like them, but they're not going to like go to war with them. They're not seeking to change that regime. I'm not sure they really believed regime change was possible in Iran, to be honest with you. Like I don't think they would have thought it was possible, because I don't think they ever thought that U.S. boots on the ground were possible in Iran. I'm guessing, like most people, they would have just thought like there's no way that's ever happening. So I'm not sure they would have really entertained it, to be honest. But it sounds like once they heard that it was going to happen, I would believe that they're like behind it, to be honest.
I think they just want money.
I got at least a couple people in my chat who don't think that the Saudis would be agreeing to it. There's two schools of thought. It's like the Sunni Shia thing causes them to hate Iran enough that they will support the strike, or that the balance of power, like upsetting the balance of power in the region, would not be good for them. That I think a lot of these Gulf states do just think like Israel's got a list and they're going through it slowly, like meticulously, and they think they'll be on it somewhere eventually. So, hey, as long as these other powers are standing up, we're going to be okay for a while longer. I do think there's some element of that as well going on here that would cause people to not believe it. Yeah. I don't know. Hard to know. I wish I could trust any fact coming out of this region, like ever, essentially, like any testimony coming out of this region. It's like every actor in the region is just a known quantifiable liar. So it sucks.
Crisis than Israel. Because remember, Israel still has nuclear weapons, and Israel is a very diverse, very sophisticated economy, whereas Saudi Arabia is completely reliant on oil. And it's always had problems with Iran, because Iran is a theocracy opposed to the Saudi monarchy. Iran funds and equips the Houthis, which have been antagonistic towards Saudi Arabia for the longest time. And right now, the Saudi economy is suffering. It's been trying to pivot towards more of a tourist economy. That's why they brought in Ronaldo. That's why they're switching to e-gaming. That's why they're building something called a line, NEOM. And all these things are not working out. So...
Wait, what? What did he didn't say what I just...
NEOM. And all these things...
I don't know what he's saying there.
Put on the closed captioning. The automatic ones. See if it tries to specify.
That's why they're building something called a line, NEOM. And
a line, Neo. Yeah, closed captioning is not helping. Or not helping? Not helping.
And all these things are not working out. So they need to be able to control the oil resources of the...
Oh, NEOM is apparently some the Line project, some futuristic shit they were building. MBS's city project. Okay.
Entire Middle East, if they are to survive and thrive as a nation. So I do believe that this reporting is credible, even though it does make Saudi Arabia look bad. But remember, Saudi Arabia says that they wanted peace, but they are helping the Israelis and the Americans attack Iran right now because they're allowing the Israelis and Americans to use Saudi airspace.
So help us understand, because it still feels to me like there's some pieces that don't totally add up. You had, in advance of this war on Iran, you had top military brass, up to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, saying, this is a really bad idea. We are not ready for this. All the math on the interceptors that's been talked about for months at this point. And yet Trump still decided to go ahead. What is the calculus that he was making here that led him to take what, already appears to be catastrophic actions?
Right, okay. So this is the key question. Why do they do this? I think there are three possibilities, okay? And I think all three possibilities are valid. The first is the idea of hubris. If you look at history, this is how empires behave. So the Mindoro kidnapping was quick, successful, and it was adrenaline rush for Trump. And that made him overconfident in the capacity of the American military, okay? So hubris is a factor, and we see this throughout history. Why did Hitler invade Stalin? Because he conquered Europe really easily, and he thought it was invincible, right? And that led to...
I don't think that's true. I think he knew that the Russian war machine was spinning up, and that if he didn't get into Russia before they had everybody armed and fitted, that he was going to be fucked. I'm pretty confident that he did that preemptively because he knew he was fucked if he didn't. But okay.
The destruction of the German army in the Soviet Union. So hubris is a factor. Then you have to look at internal political calculus, where even though America does not benefit from this.
Did you read the New York Times article going through some of the lead up to this?
Which one?
Did you see what he did to his number one general? The New York Times article is talking about they had their whole. They had 8 different reporters on this, tons of sources. It was talking about Bibi visiting the White House multiple times, convincing Trump that war was the way. You've got to do war. You've got to do war. But it discussed at one point when they're talking with Dan Kane, whatever his name is, the general. Basically, Trump talks to him. Dan Kane says, trying to achieve regime change in Iran, we'd have to do a massive ground campaign. It would be crazy. It would cost us a ton. It would cost us a ton of lives. And Donald Trump basically came out after that and said, I believe he said something like regime change would be barely difficult. It would be a little more. He's like, we could easily strike people, but regime change would be nothing, right? He came out after that. Yeah, Raising Kane. They came out after that. And Trump basically said yeah, Dan Kane told me it'd be very easy to change the regime there.
I have a feeling, Trump is literally demented, but also he's saying that the Venezuela deposing of Maduro is what led Trump to have the hubris, and I think it's probably the strikes as well, the strikes from last year as well as this, if that's where the psychology of Trump is at on this.
Yeah. I think this hubris point is one of the more salient things he said, to be honest with you.
War against Iran. Trump himself personally benefits. Why? Because the Saudis and the Israelis are bribing him to attack Iran. Remember that the Saudis...
Yeah, that's the other thing, though, is that, deposing Maduro is not regime change. The guy who was immediately slotted in was his VP.
And, it's definitely not regime change. It's leadership change, which I guess is what they're doing. They're doing, soft regime change now. Leadership change to somebody who doesn't want to die. Hey, do you not want to die? Okay, well, then do what the U.S. says. Oh, you don't want to do what we said? Oh, well, sounds like you want to die. It's a great way of new diplomacy strategy, guys, just dropped.
They invested $2 billion in the private equity fund of Jared Kushner, who is the son-in-law of Donald Trump. And the Israelis, through Miriam Adelson, have been financing Trump's political career, right? So Miriam Adelson, a few months back, said that she will put up $250 million if Trump were to run a third term. So Trump is getting a lot of financial and political support from the Saudis and the Israelis. Also remember that if this war goes sideways and Trump is forced to use ground troops, he will probably get approval from Congress, and this will give him emergency war powers, which will allow him to influence the midterms. So Trump is thinking about a third term. And I think at the ballot box, he probably won't get it. But if there's a war going on and you can delay elections and you have emergency war powers and people rally around the flag, then he probably will get a third term. And the last.
This is like levels of authoritarianism that I don't put past Trump. But given his increasing like lack of political viability as well, and his age and falling popularity, I do think Republicans, and I've thought this ever since they broke with him on Epstein, are trying to think of what the party is going, like the future of the party is going to be beyond. And I think so many of them are just personally motivated to be the next successor to the MAGA movement, that they're less, and he's just so old that they're less interested in like keeping him around for like a third term.
The health thing's got to be huge, for sure. Yeah.
Like they are making moves to make it difficult to, like they're not going to steal an election. Like I do think it's going to be like a free and fair election. I think what they're going to attempt to do with these like SAVE acts is make it as difficult as possible to vote in the first place, and that chilling effect may favor them.
I'm not even sure it will anymore. That's the funny thing. There's a lot of people arguing that, they've got, I don't know how to not make this weird. They've got way more of like the non-motivated, like low information voter block than they used to. And it's not even necessarily the truth that like blocking people from voting.
No, I know that doesn't actually favor
unless
Democrats.
They do so in
There's evidence to the contrary that like if there had been more turnout in the last election, Harris would have lost even worse.
Yeah, and it's like their theory about like stifling elections a little bit, as long as they're not applying it in a way that's like calculated or targeted, I do think it doesn't help them as much as they think. They think it would help a lot, and I don't think
it's very important. It's an eschatological factor where, if you look at the Epstein files, it's clear that we are run by secret societies. It's clear that the world is run by these.
Oh, I was defending. Okay. I was defending like this guy through like a couple of the claims,
Somebody
and now he just went from like Donald Trump's.
End.
Yeah, Donald Trump's ending the democracy. He's running for a third term with war powers, and
secret
also
cabal.
The world's run by secret societies. Okay, well,
Illuminati.
Individuals who have a lot of power. We don't know who they are, but they control the military. They control the national security apparatus. And these people, there are different names for these people. You can call them like Illuminati, and Illuminati.
He went all in. He went all in.
So, and do you think this is why it ends quickly?
Maybe.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for coming on.
Thank you, sir. 07. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, you have the Jesuits.
It's like reminder. This is just a random YouTuber who went viral. This is not a guy who is actually well versed in foreign policy, the history of the Middle East, Iran, the United States military, a ballistics expert, like nothing like that. Not an economist, nothing. Not a historian. Just like a guy.
Dude, I wonder if a part of the grift is saying a bunch of things that are like reasonable to think or reasonable to assume, and then you like hit him with the Illuminati right at the end, and people are like, wait, he knew some other stuff. Does he know something? I wonder if that's a part of it, if he's like baking that in. It's very funny.
There are different names for these people. You can call them like Illuminati. And the Illuminati are composed of three major groups. Okay, you have the Jesuits, who control the Vatican. You have the Sephardim Frankists, which control the modern state of Israel today. And you have the Freemasons.
Wait, who controls the modern state of Israel today?
And the Illuminati are composed of three major groups. Okay, you have the Jesuits, who control the Vatican. You have the Sephardim Frankists, which control the
Sabbatine Frankists.
Oh fuck! This is why. Oh no, the Sabbatine Frankists, not the Frankist stuff. Oh my god. Oh no.
The modern state.
He's lost. He's Candace Owens build. He's actually, I'm not joking. This is the Candace Owens bit. Do you remember when she was talking about Frankists maybe 2 years ago?
No.
This is unironically a thing she's talked about a bunch.
I was about to say, is he gay pilled? Is he NHH pilled?
Let's just say that he's very suspicious of the tunnel underneath that TPUSA pavilion, okay? They had a tunnel. Where did Charlie go? Do we know where Charlie went? Possibly back in time? Forward in time? It's hard to say. Charlie is a man out of time.
The Freemasons, which control the national security apparatus of the United States. And they believe that Israel, this war in the Middle East, is key to the end times in creating heaven on earth. So it's almost like a script that they're following, even though it doesn't make any geopolitical
protocols,
sense.
you might
so I would say that these
Like old man protocols? Something about old men in the
of Zion.
the elders of
we are.
I was hinting at it. Come on.
That's reasons
Pick
why
it
this is
up.
happening.
I can't tell with you.
Well, sir,
There's an
Pick it
earnestness
up.
every now and then.
I hope you come back. This was very informative, I think, for both of us. We deeply appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button.
After like just ending on like the craziest note, he's like, "Thanks for having me on." Go to the comment section. What is it like?
Hold on, I have to hear thanks for having me on. I just have to hear what Sagar says right at the end.
Sense. Okay, so I would say that these three are the best reasons why this is happening.
Wow. Well, sir, I hope you come
He's still doing well, sir, at the end. What?
back. This was very informative, I think, for both of us. We deeply appreciate your time. Thank you.
I mean, I feel more informed on how insane this guy is, so sure.
Dude. Sagar's crazy. I would not
I
listen.
wouldn't be
I
surprised
could
if it's
give him like
idea
a
by the end of this. Now, like
Yeah.
I'm convinced.
like. So I feel like Sagar thinks this guy's got wisdom. I'm sorry, I really do.
I mean, you
I
simply
feel like I
must
would
stop
not be
your
saying
cab.
that on the way out, dude. That's wild. If you ever just feel useless, remember it took $2.5 trillion in 20 years to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. Bro came, bro cooked, bro left. Remember, the professor is not suicidal.
Oh my god. Yeah,
But I am after
Phoebe
reading these
fears
comments.
this
Thank you.
guy.
Thank you. Thank you, YouTube commenters. Thank you. By the way, people thought democracy could work. Just a reminder, these people have the equal rights of representation that you have, okay, in your government. Awesome.
These people are voting.
You definitely stood a chance. You definitely stood a chance. When the reporter asked why we went to war, he was paid to. That's what I was saying. Shocked when the professor said it out loud. Amazing. Amazing. Bro went scorched earth there at the end, calling out the Illuminati.
19,000
Dude, I love
likes
how
on
you-
that.
Yeah, 19,000. I love how you let him talk without interrupting him. Thank you for being so professional.
I told you that was only going to be viewed as like a great thing to any of the like Professor Zhang fanboys to come in and see like, oh look, they didn't try to like challenge him on anything. These people aren't in the sunken place. They're based in Epic.
Dude, it's like actually all of the Candace Owens fans and it's all the Candace Owens fans. It's all the How do you stave off the black pill with stuff like this? What's up, Queeman? How's it going? How do you stave off the black pill? By the way, we're on Twitch right now, just so you know.
Okay, no.
Oh wait, are we not on Twitch anymore?
No, we're not. Well, I'm on Twitch, so yeah, we are.
Oh,
Okay.
No, we're fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Have you been watching any of this? It's kind of wild.
I watched a little bit earlier, but then I had a nap.
Damn, he missed it. Show him the
You can
ending. Show him the ending. Just the last minute.
Wait, have you seen this Professor Jiang guy before? You know who this guy is roughly?
I've heard that name.
It's the predictive history guy.
Okay.
This
He's
Asian
like
dude
game
who went
theory
viral
predictions
for like predicting that Trump would win. Trump would win the 2024 election, start a war with Iran, and then lose.
Yeah.
Why have
hold
I
on.
heard this guy's name before? What is he? Is he
collab with
hated?
Sneeko. He's loved and hated. Yes. You'll see. Just we'll watch this thing. You can see. It'll be clear.
Do I have my shirt? Here we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Really quick. I got $100
Going on,
dono.
and you can delay
Oh my god.
the midterm.
We're gonna have to close the stream for 2 seconds. Where's my tipping history? In YouTube super chat, thank you so much. Older Nerve. Thank you for continuing to present quality information. I make an appeal to your audience to continue to consistently and continually support your podcast each night. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Individuals who have a lot of power. We don't know who they are, but they control the military. They control the national security apparatus. And these people, there are different names for these people. You can call them like Illuminati. And the Illuminati are composed of three major...
March 2nd, 5 million views. So, 5 million views.
And this guy doesn't even have
just wait.
a PhD in anything.
He's not. He doesn't. But he's not done yet. He's actually not done. You thought Illuminati was just wait.
Groups,
just
okay?
wait.
You have the Jesuits, who control the Vatican. You have the Sephardim Frankists, which control the modern state of Israel today.
Frankists. The Frankists are back. Okay? The Jesuits, I believe that's the Jstlk conspiracy, the Black Pope, all of this.
The Freemasons.
Okay? This guy's going off.
You have the Freemasons, which control the national security apparatus of the United States. And they believe...
This guy's a Zerka viewer. Unironic. This guy.
Ask this guy how men transfer knowledge to each other. Ask this guy how men get so smart in history.
That Israel, this war in the Middle East, is key to the end times in creating heaven on earth. So it's almost like a script that they're following, even though it doesn't make any geopolitical sense. Okay, so I would say that these three are the best reasons why this is happening.
Wow. Well, sir, I hope you come back. This was very informative, I think, for both of us. We deeply appreciate your time.
Oh, my God.
Thank you.
They lost it at Sagar at the end here, dude.
Yeah,
oh, my God.
Krystal didn't say a word.
Saga.
So we were just reading the comments when you came in. Bro, it's scorched earth at the end there, calling out the Illuminati. I love how you let him talk without interrupting him. Thank you for being so professional.
How do people still say the Illuminati? Like, I don't even know how you bring yourself to like be so retarded you're talking about the Illuminati.
The world's too complex, man.
Shit's just so
easier to have a story.
Yeah, I know. But shit's just so much fucking worse. Like,
this guy's literally he's an astrologist. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just manifesting and wish casting.
Yep. It's
And also, like, he's trying to, if this is like a grift or whatever, and he realizes, oh, wow, people are paying a lot of, like, putting a lot of stock and attention in, like, the things that I say. If he really wants to make money, like, saying shit like that will attract you people that think that you have, like, secret knowledge and are willing to pay you a bunch of money. It's the same way that, like, Andrew Tate,
you could easily make
when he says insane things, like, he gets attention, but it self-selects for the stupidest people, because only the stupidest people would actually take him seriously and think that he has something insightful to say or offer you, and you need to give him a bunch of money on Patreon every month for secret knowledge that he possesses. Like, I feel like if this guy has, like, two brain cells to rub together, he probably saw the response and was like, oh, I attracted this audience. Well, this audience is, like, the easiest audience in the world to, like, get their money. And if you just start saying shit like this, it will come in.
It's... Yeah. Yeah, he's clearly got all the right people on his side. The Candace Owens audience, how do you not get blackpilled? I think that's what I was saying right when Queen joined. How do you just not get super... What do you do? What do you guys do to stay, like, sane?
Get a crash course in game theory and buy a whiteboard.
Apparently.
You too can have this amount of influence and reach. Just call yourself a professor. It's not a protected title, so...
That is unironically a huge part of it, is you basically say you're a doctor or professor without actually being the thing.
Well, you can't say... I don't think you can say you're a doctor when you're not. Not at least on the States. But you can't... I'm pretty sure you can't say you're a professor, and it's not real, so...
You can, so long as you're not in the United States.
Really? It's like that even in Canada?
You just gotta live somewhere... Oh, no, sorry, not in Canada. You wouldn't be able to do it in a first world country.
Oh.
Just go to go to Dubai. I'm pretty sure there's no... I doubt they're going to take care very much in Dubai.
You can do what that TYT guy did, and you can get it from these sort of, like, credential mill type schools or whatever, where basically you're, like, paying for, like, a bullshit degree.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Jeez. Well, thank you for that video. I was going to go to sleep happy tonight. Now I know that this guy exists, and that he's got millions of followers and probably millions of dollars. Yeah, that's great. I'm happy. It was a great way for that to end. Oh, boy. Yeah. So Are you getting ready? I know you're ready to head off.
Yeah.
An hour ago. That took a lot longer than I expected, but thanks for coming back.
No, it was good. It was good memes.
Yeah, it was very funny.
But I'm just gonna mute for 2 seconds while I fucking head out.
Sure, no problem.
All right. What are we doing? We did go way longer. I thought that would take like 2 seconds, but honestly, it was having a lot of fun, even though I was like pretty tired. Who else is live? Let's see who's live. No one's live on YouTube. But on Twitch, Lesbian Hot Sauce, they're up. They're awake. All right, guys. I will see you guys soon. Thank you so much for spending your night with me. If you appreciate what I do, if you like what you see, please go ahead and subscribe to me on Twitch. Give subs throughout the chat. If you want to support me in other ways, you can follow the donation links in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. You can also send me a super chat on YouTube. I will read it out for you. And thank you. Support me on Ko-fi. You can follow me everywhere. Straighterade _ on everything. If you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream. Subscribe to me. All my VODs are housed there. If you want to catch up on past VODs, they are timestamped. I timestamp every single one of my VODs. I try to. Yeah. I'll be back tomorrow. Bye, everyone.